Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tape Sport.
Enjoy the conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
Final LAN tournament of Tipsport Conquest of Prague comes to its second day. We saw all the teams play, so we know what to expect. Teams, the favorites, were winning, but both of the favorites lost their map picks. So today, we still think that any team can win this tournament because of it. Fnatic will play Ents in the first epic encounter before the great crowd of Vodafone Playzone Arena. For the eliminations, the two teams will battle, and they will be 500 and Team 9. We will lose one of these teams today, and one team will be promoted right to the finals. Let's enjoy today. Let's enjoy some epic European Tier 2 Counter-Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Prague. I'm here, Paul Christian, will be hosting you for this upcoming, well, 2 days with me, Jakub Koty Kotainy and Tomáš Storm Svoboda. Hi, guys.
Well, hello there.
Hey,
hello there.
Beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Are you excited for today's matches? I mean, we got amazing two lined up.
Yeah.
Of course, I think even after yesterday, which was sublime, I would say, in the end, today is going to offer a bit more, I would say, a bit more higher level CS, especially in the second match.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we will see one of these matches replayed later on Sunday in maybe even the finals, right?
Yeah, definitely a possibility. And honestly, I think we will see 6 maps today, just like yesterday.
Oh yeah, I mean, yesterday it was, I would say, evenly matched at some points, but definitely other times we had 2 major favorites. Do you think today it will be more of a equal terms for the battlefield?
Definitely, for me, definitely. Both of those duels are actually, I think, evenly matched. Maybe I would say, and hard to say which of those teams are actually going to come off on top. And today, of course, one of them is going to leave us.
Indeed, that's true. We'll be down to 3 after today. Let's first take a look on what happened yesterday.
Well, you want a Frenchman or a French gun, he's going to search for a multi-kill, and he's going to find 2, might give himself an opportunity, but now only oxygen remains, and Bodhi on the rotate, he's coming in, CT spawn, looking for the flag and tapping away at Kaspersky, he knows where the last player is, there's the clutch.
Bomb Plant 500 have invested well, and they're charging down SDY, but he's good for the first catch, and he even had some backup, soaking up some bullets. Bodhi and Nachu have not offered much, it's only SDY, 4 kills to his name. And then the 1-on-2, it doesn't matter. Crims gave him the option. This will be a B-rush. And now he's got only a Deagle to deal with it. Fire at his feet. Krogan storms the gates, but it's Matisse with a 4K. And the USP now is trying to go for the ace. There he is.
As soon as they can, they're going to have to smoke that bomb off, but Glaive finding the first headshot, and that's a good start. Nasty Y, that's a good position, but he whips the spray. Glaive now fires back, brings it back into 2v2, and takes another one with him. Rainwaker, that's a position you can't get out of, and Glaive getting the 4K. Split towards B comes in. Now Mattis needs to be careful, but a good spray down. Yeah, but they're going to plant the bomb. Crims finds the first. And now he needs to search for the second. So many angles, though, to cover. Will Bob be in an offensive angle? The answer is yes. IMF with the P250 does his work. It's a 3-on-3, and Matisse found the knife kill. What is that insanity?
And they keep throwing Molotovs to delay Bodhi, but there it is. Cirque drops the bomb. He drops the player stairs. Red Star has fallen, and this is over. Oh, Red Star's caught on some of his Cirque. FDY composed spectacular fashion. They need 1 more round, Fnatic, and they will make their way over. Backs against the wall. Pavan falls, and Matisse, Krasny's Velopranzi, he makes it happen.
We've seen some, I would say, glimpses of what is to come in terms of team play, in terms of tactics, but we definitely saw the peaks of individual performance yesterday. So who was it for you who made it out of these 4 teams that we just saw?
By individual
performance, yeah.
I honestly think it's Bosmatis for sure. He's topping most of the statistics actually so far on LAN. It makes sense because on all the maps he was visible. He was really impactful player, especially on Dust 2. Even though they lost the actual map, he had like 100% cast up until 14th
like
round.
16th round,
Something
insane.
completely bonkers. But it wasn't just him, of course. There were more people. It was Jumbo. There was a bit muted performance on one map, but other than that, the Ukrainian player was phenomenal, as we were used to. And of course, Cirque on one map, but there were a lot of players doing a lot of impactful things.
Yeah, currently trio from Fnatic leading the statistics, Mattis, BlameF and Jumbo. So, well, it looks like they are really onto that firepower they are talking about.
And SDY, of course, I cannot forget to mention SDY from ANS. He was
he played
omnipresent.
well.
Yeah, everywhere.
He's a keeper, like you can always rely on him. He will not underperform, I think, that much as other teammates, but he's, let's say, the stable.
How about Faven? Because we mentioned his name quite a lot. He was honestly on every map he played. He was up there. He was never underperforming. He was leading the team. So how about this German guy?
Again, especially on dust. For the underdogs, it was the dust that made the difference. And Faven was the instrumental part of, I would say, revitalization of his team on dust too. He had ace, he had quad kill, he had some clutches with Bobek at the end of the second half that actually propelled them to the decider. So yeah, he was there. He showed a lot of emotion on the camera pretty much the whole day. And so honestly, I love to see that.
We will, of course, lose one of these teams. We have the 4 besiegers of Prague, let's say, but one of them will drop out. Of course, ENCE and Fnatic, they're safe. No matter what happens, we will see them on Sunday. 1 of 9 or 500 will leave us. I mean, these are the 2 teams that have the previous experience from LAN this year. 500 won the one Ice Challenger, Ice Invitational in Spain, in Barcelona, and it was packed tournament for the team tier 2, right? It was M80, I think. Sashi was there, Nexus. So it was impressive win for this team. So it would, I think, be very sad for them for sure to leave on the 4th place. And same goes for 9, because they were the runner-up earlier this year.
Exactly. Well, a kind of cruel scenario we'll get here. But yeah, that's the story of CS tournaments. Someone has to end on the 4th place, so we will see.
Is this maybe like, are you more in favor of the single elimination brackets where you have like 4 teams leaving one day, you know, then it's not that sad as if you have 1 team only and then the 3 teams advance to Sunday.
So it's sad in bulk, you mean? No, for me, honestly, as we can see on the playoff screen, the double elimination bracket is much better for me. I think even for the teams, when they travel, let's say for some teams relatively far, they can actually play at least 2 matches. I think even for the viewers, it's a bit better because they can see some evenly matched matches.
Yeah, that's true, but on the other hand, we can see that in the double and elimination bracket, the real winner can't lose even once, but the other teams can lose and still win, in theory, the tournaments, so that's kind of bad.
And we've seen some teams taking the advantage, getting the life.
Navi, for example,
yeah.
But their juniors won't take credit for that here.
The saying that's always there, like, you have to be prepared to beat anyone, you know, we don't care who we get because you have to be prepared to beat. Maybe that's more like you have to be prepared to beat anyone twice.
Yeah.
In this format. Of course, there is something more in play than just the prize pool and just this tournament, because it's all about in the recent ecosystem that we're living in CS2. It's all about the VRS ranking or the points for VRS, right? I mean, are all these 4 teams contenders for Major or at least the MRQs?
For MRQ, yes.
Definitely.
For Major, it depends. I think they can be, if they elevate their game a bit. Of course, for example, 500 actually were in this concrete iteration of the roster 2 times trying to actually qualify for the Major, unsuccessfully so. Of course, the earlier one was the Austin 1 month ago. But yeah, for me, why the hell not?
I mean, we see the rankings now, and this is, of course, global. So if we then split it into the regional standings, which are kind of more important in the end, all these teams, of course, represent Europe, so they will fight for the same slots for the European qualifier. But I mean, ENCE, Fnatic, 9, definitely up there. 500, they will have it maybe a little more tougher to still fight for the Bucharest. Of course, not for Budapest. Sorry, of course, not for Austin. That's happening in a few days now.
Yeah,
it's so hard for these 2 tier 2 teams because there's so many of them, and everyone is trying to farm as many matches as possible. So. Well, 500 made it into MRQs, but they still need to grind, need to farm another points to make it into the next MRQ for the second this year's Major.
And of course, when it comes to VRS points, the second really important part of this is that the ranking updates a few days from now, I think on 2nd of June, is going to decide probably which teams are going to get invites for IM Cologne. So that's the most important thing, I think, for at least ENCE, for sure. I'm not sure about Fnatic with their ranking currently, but it might change depending on their results here.
That's true, because it's not just about Major. There is also so many awesome tier S tournaments. All these teams have some presence in their rosters of people who were to Majors, who experienced the thrill, who's got their stickers, you know, and some, of course, even won it.
And some didn't want it.
Yeah, that's the saddest story in all Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
I think.
for Rals.
We have Rals here who represent this group of players who were to majors, played on the highest, biggest of stages, but never got the stickers because it was, for Rals, it's like 11 years ago since he was on major. But of course, if we take it from top left, we have Glavy and Crims, the only 2 winners here in Prague right now, but Glavy with amazing 4 wins. That's of course the Astralis era of Counter-Strike. Crims 17. Amazing number for 17 participations on major. That's just insane. Then our Czech or Slovakian guy, Matis. I'm now requisiting Matis for Czech people, of course. No, but himself with a beautiful sticker there, and all the other guys. What's surprising to me, Blamev with only 2 major appearances.
Given his status, given his quality, honestly, yeah. I in my head, I thought before I was really doing some research, like in a deep, I thought he had more.
Way more, right?
And then I saw 2, I was like, whoa.
Yeah. No, because the last patch of matches or few, tournaments with Astralis, they didn't go as planned with the device there.
But he still individually stepped up. So of course, at least when it comes to individual performances in that poor performing team, he was one of the better ones.
Well, which of these stickers did you like the most? Can you remember?
If we can take a look at the stickers again, that would be very helpful for me. I think I liked Glavy there. Of course, there is a huge selection for him.
But it was pretty default. For example, SDYs had a beautiful design. Look at that signature. SDY sticker with that heart pulse.
Zerg is kind of awesome in its own way, right? With the little crown there.
Yeah.
That's a good stuff.
Jambo with head in a scope.
Yeah, that's...
for sniper, it's a beautiful
I like the cleanliness of Faven. I honestly like how he did his signature. And of course, I'm a bit skewed towards Matis because it's Matis, but...
With a little smiley face there.
Yeah.
Cheeky breaky.
I think we should let the players speak, or team managers or coaches, on the relevance of VRS points. So let's hear from 500.
Hello, Popov. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. How do you like the current VRS point system?
Well, I think it's special. I wouldn't particularly say I like it because it's something like a closed-off system that it's really hard to get into the next stage of the whole tournament and whole tier system.
Right now you are playing at the Tier 2 scene. Do you still believe or think there is an opportunity for Tier 2 teams to get into the Tier 1 through the VR system?
There is an opportunity, but it's really hard because you need to beat the other Tier 2 teams, which are really strong on a few events, win them and get enough points to climb up the little difference in points to actually get into the last slot for the Tier 1 tournaments.
How does it affect your team personally? More grind, more pressure on the matches?
I don't think it's more pressure. I think it's just about more grind.
How do you feel about the qualifiers right now? Because online qualifiers, there is slight issues with them. So how do you feel about the online qualifiers?
I think it's really bad for teams that are forming new rosters, especially in the case of Bad News Eagles. I think that they just need to hard grind through the open qualifiers, and when they're done, especially now at the end of the season, it's really hard to get even a normal Valve ranking from these events.
Also, the open qualifiers were scrambled, were taken out. Do you feel like there is even less chances for Tier 2 or Tier 3 teams to upset bigger teams and to get more experience in these qualifiers, in these tournaments?
I think yes, because it's hard to face them. Like, it's hard to face, but like before, you could honestly just go into an open qualifier, face a Tier 2 team, get Valve ranking from that, start getting invited to more tournaments, get more visibility from other tournaments, and you can get invited. But now it's particularly hard because it's on an invite system.
Yeah, and from your point of view, are there any other major issues with current system we didn't mention yet?
I think no, I think that's all of the issues, and I think Valve need to rework them and rethink how the whole system works.
Thank you so much for the interview.
No problem, no problem.
Those were some interesting words from Popov, coach of 500. I mean, let's not pretend it's a flawed system. Right now, we're going to get to 500 versus 9. Everything we just said will come into play here, the VRS rankings, the prize pool, the leaving the tournament, everything depends on this match, right? This is where they need to prove themselves. So 509. Let's start with 500. Can you take us through what's happening in this team?
Yeah, of course. This team actually has Red Star as a new addition that I would say substituted the ships that's actually on bench right now. And I would say that they really picked the right players, it seems. They worked in the background when it comes to the gameplay with him, how it works, how they mesh together. And I think it showed in the first match. It wasn't enough, but it's better.
Yeah, no, totally agree, because I mean, we saw glimpses again. We saw the Dust 2 with like amazing comeback, let's be honest there, because you can win map, you can demolish your opponent on the map, but it's way more difficult to do amazing comeback when you were losing, what was it, 10-2 or something?
11-3 maybe?
Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, and these are of course the 5 players from 500 that's gonna battle it out against 9 today for the Dominion. Today, for who actually leaves, for who actually continues. And I would say that yesterday, even Rainmaker was really instrumental with Cirque, especially on the second map. They were performing really well. And we have to say that when it comes to qualifications, they only stumbled once against Ants. And today, yesterday, they stumbled against Ants again. So today, different opponent. It's not Ants anymore. So the odds might change today.
Yeah, and we have to add that this roster is also known like from the years ago when they represented Team Skate. So these 5 Bulgarians, of course, with some little changes and shifts between the rosters, are playing together for a long time. They know themselves, so that's good for them. Definitely, the friendship is on point there.
Oh yeah, that's Rainmaker I was talking about. 103 ADR, 120 KD, and of course 162 impact. He was extremely good on Mirage in his position, especially in the A.
And we have him there in Kubik's armor as well, yeah. So maybe some change of jersey.
Oh, okay. So that might be some fortune telling for him.
Well, I don't think so, despite the fact he also played in the Team Liquid. I don't think he will leave for a full Kosovian team. That doesn't make a sense.
Let's hear from the Cirque, the man himself, because we mentioned him as well, that he stepped up on Dust 2 yesterday. So let's hear what he has to say about today's match.
Oh, Cirque, thank you so much for coming to the interview. Did you shake off yesterday's loss already?
Yeah, I think we shook it off fast just because we kind of felt like we didn't play our game that much, I would say, and also like it's because we haven't played LAN that long. We haven't played LAN for a long time, so yeah, we should be doing better today.
In the post-match analysis, what did you consider the biggest mistake that cost you the match?
I'd say we talked only about major mistakes. We didn't talk about minor mistakes just because, as I said, we haven't played LAN in a long time. And also we felt like the first map we didn't even play. We were just doing weird stuff just because, yeah, because it's LAN environment. So yeah, we talked about a little bit about major mistakes. There weren't that many like major mistakes. It was mostly minor mistakes. So it was quick and we're ready for today.
Did you have time to see the match between Fnatic and 9? And did you study any of the rounds of Team 9?
Yeah, we were watching it here actually in the venue because the atmosphere was very nice. So yeah, we watched, but we'll see.
9 are still a big opponent for you. How do you see your chances in today's match?
I mean, we're always coming into the match trying to win, so we don't care who is against us, right? So yeah, we're confident.
For you personally, you played 5 majors already, but what keeps you motivated? What keeps you playing the game?
I mean, I just like the game. I can't really say like, I can't imagine waking up and not being in the game actually for like, you know, even when there's player breaks, it's kind of weird, so yeah.
That's a great spirit. Thank you so much for coming to the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, that's kind of wholesome in the end, right? To not being, I mean, some people say, I love the game, I don't want to play anything else. But I mean, saying I can imagine waking up and not playing the game
it's more poetic.
That's very wholesome. Indeed.
I remember an interview a few years ago where it was an Oscars interview, and he said, "Oh, it's just a job for me. I don't really like to play it."
And he always looks like it's a job to him.
Yeah,
yes,
that's true. That's kind of true.
No offense to Tomasz saying hello there, but yeah, he definitely looks like it.
Yeah. Let's see if Faven from Team 9 has the same ambitions or same emotional connection to CS. Let's hear his interview.
Hello, Faven. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. You played really well yesterday. How fine you are with your form in comparison with your team, and what do you think you need to do better as a team today?
To be better as a team, I think we need to wake up earlier. We had really slow starts on train. Dust 2 was also rough in the beginning, even though we won it. And Ancient, we had an okay start, but we didn't even really play the CT side because we just lost some stupid rounds, especially on Ancient. I had 2 clutches, which I could have won, so I also need to step a bit more up than yesterday, and I think today we will see a better 9 than yesterday.
You beat Fnatic many times in a row online, but you lost with them here on LAN. What was the main difference in these matches?
I think we had bad mental, especially on our map pick train. We were not in the game, we had different stuff in our head, I feel like, and they just played different on LAN than they did against us online. Like on train, they played more aggressive on the CT side than we were used to online. So this is what they did really good.
Right now, you are only one series from elimination. Are you any nervous? Is that an added pressure?
Of course, maybe in the back mind, there's always a little bit pressure more. But I'm still confident that we will win today and send 500 home.
When it comes to today's match, what is the main thing you focus on? Is it the slow starts, because you were mentioning it in the interviews for the whole tournament?
Yeah, of course, we will try to win some pistols and convert the second round so we have an easier start and easier matchup then, or like easier game. And yeah, I'm looking also forward to play Zerg. I played with him in Bleed. He's a nice guy, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see him on the server.
When it comes to predictions, you are a third team in a row to win this tournament. You saw ENCE play, you played against Fnatic. Do you believe you can win the tournament?
Of course, else we wouldn't be here. I think all teams who qualified here through the online stage have good chances to win the tournament, and yeah, that's how I think it is.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you very much.
I mean, Faven said we will see a better 9 today, but I don't think we saw like terrible 9 yesterday. It was not a bad performance.
Well, we have to take a look at the train. Honestly, yeah, that was a bummer for them, and maybe that's why they are currently the worst rated statistic-wise team in our tournament. But yeah, that was
an extremity. I don't think it's gonna happen again.
Yeah,
today.
It was one. Maybe excuse my fruity language, but shitty map.
Yeah. I agree on that.
Well, Montu, Bobex, D-Rals, Kraken, Faven, these are the guys, of course. With Rals, we've mentioned him during our major sticker session. Faven as well. There in his position, he was the main face of 9 during yesterday's match. Definitely an experienced 25 years old player. I think it was because of Born on his child when he left or stepped down from a big roster in December 2023. But since then he tried to succeed in Bleed. Now he's of course trying together with 9. He came into this team during the start of this year, so really important for him. Still a relatively new home, where he is for about 5 months, so not the longest time.
Yeah, I like that we kind of saw them lifting the trophy already, because that was our beautiful trophy. But let's look at both snipers from both teams. Let's start with Mantu, because those were the players we were talking a lot about.
Yeah, yesterday. And definitely important storyline for today's match as well. Mantu didn't have his day at all. 22 kills across 3 maps. That's just so low for OP player, especially when we saw Dust there. Train, of course, map where you can find these AVP duels as well. On the other hand, Zerg had at least one good map. We saw him shine bright, really, on the Dust 2, but the other two maps weren't as good for him as well. So maybe that's one of the storylines and maybe the most important one we will face today as well, because of course you need a good sniper in your match, otherwise it's harder to win.
Of course. I mean, this will be the players to watch. There are also some huge names, Rouse we mentioned before with the stickers, very sad still, but let's now finish up with the VRS talk we had, because we still need to hear what coach of 9, Barry, thinks about the whole ecosystem we live in now.
Hello Barry, thank you so much for coming to the interview. How do you feel about the current VRS system? What do you like or dislike about it?
I think it's very rough these days. You are basically grinding every day to gain the points. It's you need to. I like that you need to visit lanes to actually gain extra points. But I think it's very hard because you need to play everything and you need to basically win a lot of tournaments to have a chance to take the next step. If you do good in open qualifiers, qualify for Astana like Nip did, then you have a lot better chances. But I would say it's very hard these days. Like I think this tournament here now in Prague, it's a very good chance for teams. Like you gain a lot of extra points with the lane. So I think the grind is hard. Winning a lot is hard. But like this, that you every tournament matter, every game matters. It's very good, I think.
When it comes to the next steps, as you mentioned, you are right now Tier 2 team. Do you feel like the ecosystem might be close for Tier 2 teams not to get to the Tier 1 scene?
Yes and no. I think you have more chances now, but it's also like I think the team that have the points now, they are safe for a long time. They need to lose many, like they need to really do bad for a long time before they're out. And the Tier 2 teams, they need to do good for a long time to be in there. So this is what I don't like. I like that it's open, but I don't like that you need to do well for a long time. I think it's very hard to be consistent for like 3-4 months and do good results all the time.
And there is another problem tied with this, and that's eliminating the online qualifiers. How do you feel about it? Because it cancels the chances of Tier 2 or maybe even Tier 3 teams to surprise the bigger ones.
Yeah, I think it's right now. I think it's very bad for Tier 3, 4, 5 teams even. I think the good thing about Counter-Strike was you could make a new team. You always had a chance to like go to the major or go to whatever tournament, like big tournament. But now it seems very hard. Like it's very rare as open qualifier. I think we only played like 1 or 2 this year. So like what I always loved about CS is that you could make a new team, you could make it, and now it seems impossible now. So yeah, I don't think it's good.
Yeah, 100% agreed. And what do you think about online MRQs? Because if you get to the MRQ, you still get to battle the issues tied with online playing. So how do you feel about playing MRQ online?
I think it's very bad you play it online. I think it should always be lane. Like you see the moments like when you qualified. And I think it's also maybe a little bit random how was it this time, and it's very like you play game after game instead of like you go lane, like you're qualifying for lane tournament, so why not do it on like they always said with the lanes. I think it's also you find the best teams this way, and the way you qualified for MRQ, I don't think it was good either. Like us in 9, we were 6 points away. But they changed the rule. We were playing some other tournaments that didn't count in the system because they were not done. So, like how they do it that is played online is, I think everything is bad about it.
Yeah. And are there any major issues in the ecosystem we didn't mention yet?
I think how they invite the teams, like as I said before, how the inviting works is like you take, for example, a ranking that is like 3 months old, and you invite the teams for like a tournament that is 3 months past this inviting thing, and then this is why you see the same teams all the time. Like as I tried to say before, like you are kind of safe for a long time, and you need to do bad for a long time to not be in there, and you just need kind of one good result to be safe again. So, and then also the seeding, like the seeding is very bad, I think, because I think we talked about it yesterday. You always play the same teams. I think from month to month we play the same team like 4 times. It just depends which seeding we're in, like which ranking invites we're in.
Yeah. Let's hope for better days then. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't think Barry likes the current system too much.
But honestly, I agree with him in every single point he made during this interview.
I would sign it as well, and in bold.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everything he said, from playing online, the MRQs, I mean, that's just, it's major. Come on, people. It's the largest thing we do in CS. That's where the legacies are built, right? I mean,
I mean, especially the fact he mentioned that you should see the emotion of the team that actually qualifies. I think that's what people actually who are watching those matches are missing out the most. When it comes to the team, of course, it's much better to play online. It's a better feeling. You have the teammates, and you have the wow effect of wow, I'm maybe gonna qualify for the major in the same setting. Okay, so it adds to the atmosphere. It adds the depth to
and
it.
Even for us, for fans, it looks like just mid-rated tier 2, tier 1 tournament. Yeah. Well played by Valve, because well, you have MRQ just like any other online tier 2 tournament, because all the tier 1 teams are already invited into major, so it doesn't make any sense for me.
No. I think this is a huge topic for, maybe we can shit on the VRS in our podcast. That's a better way to do it. Right now, let's get back to the match on hand. Let's get back to 500 against 9, and let's see the veto, because let's hope it's gonna be a little more interesting than what we had yesterday.
Well, Kote, we were already talking about it, that probably both teams are gonna ban their first picks. That's for sure, and we're gonna see if there's gonna be any surprise. But so far, it doesn't seem like it.
Well, Nuke picked by Team 9, of course, one of the possibilities. We've been talking together. 9 are a huge favorite team there. Inferno by 500, and Dust2 may be decider.
Okay, there was a topic about between us two, if it's going to be Dust2 or Ancient, or Anubis actually, and it's Ancient. So for the 3rd time in a row on this LAN, we have an Ancient as a decider.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, Cody, that I think
we'll get there.
We will, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, well, I'm kind of sad because we won't see Dust2. I was talking previously with Vango, host of the Czech Watch Party in the arena, and I was saying to him that all these BO3 series here will be decided on Dust2, and it doesn't matter if it will be any team's map pick or either a decider. So Dust2 will matter the most, so maybe in the later match. But here, no Dust for us.
No Dust for us, but we have Nuke, which I think should be very favorite for 9. I mean, that's their home map, kind of. And Inferno, which is, if 500 can play it, they play it, right? So, I mean, will this be everyone takes their own map situation?
Probably yes, unlike yesterday. I think it's going to be like that, maybe even in the second match, but let's get to that later. But when it comes to the veto, I think actually 9, at least statistically speaking, we'll see if it's in reality as well, they actually won this veto.
Okay, let's see what the veto did with online odds, because that's always important stuff, at least for me, to see what changed. And I mean, it's very even, right? It's a very even map.
Oh, yeah.
And we can see the first map winner 9. I mean, 1.8 really for 9 on a first map?
It's their own map pick, but yeah. Maybe it's because of yesterday's train. It was 9's map pick as well, and we all know how did it end. So maybe that's why the odd was so high, honestly. But I didn't like the second one, winning pistols on the first map for 500. It's just take my money, and either I win or I don't. That's just a brutal coin flip.
Is it brutal coin flip? I mean, there are teams that just own pistols. Like, I mean, I'm not talking Vitality or something, but even when you look at the Czech scene, we have Dynamo Klot, if you have Mangus, Ditor there, they just own it. They just own the pistols. And again, on the other hand, Sinners, you can always bet against Sinners in pistols. 1 year back, there was sure money, and it was always 50-50. It was like 1.85 against, you know, and you can always make money.
I mean, you don't really have anything strategic to offer too much, because you don't really have a lot of utility. So it usually comes to like, you know, the duels itself between the pistols, and it's more about off angles. It's more about luck, I would say, than anything else.
Yeah, let's talk Nuke, because that's the first map. You either from the T side perspective. Run outside through the main onto the A bomb side, or you just pop the A side, maybe split from Mahat, split from Squeaky, or just plus W ramp. So these are the three options that are pretty much defaulted by all the teams. And you have to somehow coin flip your setup as a CT side. So
is it going to be this or that? I don't know.
Yeah. So you just have prepared, let's say, 3 or 4 pistol round threads, so the enemy team can't react on the first utility or something like that, and suddenly, like,
okay,
it's coin flip.
We'll see what happens on Nuke in a bit, but first, let's introduce our teams. First time on our stage. Dafkoni, you take it over.
Tipsport Conquest of Prague is coming to its second day. We got a losers match on our hands, and sadly one of these teams we will see play today will go home after the match and we will not see him tomorrow. But the winner will buy its tickets to tomorrow's semi-final and will still fight for the title for the finals. For the first team we have a Bulgarian team consisting only of Bulgarian representatives. Team 500! Guys, you can come to me, you can stand on the podium. Oxygen, way different battle than previous matches. How confident are you on these maps?
I think we talked about some stuff yesterday after the match. Honestly, it didn't go our way, and I think we have some stuff fixed for today, so I think we're pretty confident, yeah.
So you are confident, but aren't you a bit nervous since this may be your last match in Prague? Are you nervous or hyped up?
I think it's more about hype for us. I think it's more about hype, yeah.
For you and for the Counter-Strike, it's great to hear. Thank you so much and good luck, Team 500! And for the second team playing in today's losers match, right now at number 57 in the world ranking, European mix consisting of Swedish, Danish, German players. Please welcome Team 9. Rals, as of now, every map pick has been stolen. Do you think you will break this pattern in the first match?
For sure, we have to play better. There's no excuse now, and now we warmed up, so we're ready.
Against 500, you will be the favorites. Is it the position that may suit you better?
It doesn't really matter, to be honest. We will cook today.
But still, I need to ask you, you are one series from being out of the tournament. Are you a bit nervous?
No. Not really. We have tried this many times. We have been through lower brackets a lot of times, and today is not just another day.
Thank you so much. Nobody is nervous. That's great to hear. Team 9! It looks like Team 9 might be home favorites for this match. As I said, the loser of this match will leave us and we will not see him play anymore in Prague, at least for this weekend. But the winner, we will see him in tomorrow's semi-final. Enjoy great Counter-Strike!
Indeed, it will be great Counter-Strike as 9 take on 500 for the third time, I should say, in these two causes history in a matchup that certainly looks like it's going to go down to the wire. Dwayne, I think they hit the nail on the desk, near the nail on the head there on the desk when they said that the map veto definitely favours the 9 side. Having Nuke and Ancient in this best of 3, it looks like it's theirs to take.
Well, you've got to remember for 500, they love their Mirage, but being a permaban against 9, you're always never going to quite get that same level of veto. Now, we do know that both of these teams are coming into their second LAN of 2025. And let's think about the previous history. 9 level up Lund last month. They were able to get towards a grand final, couldn't quite close it out against TNL. For 500, back in January, they won a tournament out in Barcelona. So for both of these squads to be up against elimination, it doesn't feel right with their previous results.
I mean, certainly so. You have to think about the rest of the field of competition, right? I think we were coming into this one thinking the Fnatic and ENCE were kind of our front runners of the competition in general, right? And while these two teams have dark horse potential, when you consider that, I guess in a certain sense, the context kind of shifts. You are right, though. Both of these teams would really like not to replicate, or would like to replicate, I should say, what they did in their previous LAN events. I think the cool thing about the nature of 9 sort of LAN is that was actually a ranked event. I don't think that ICE was ranked for 500 in January.
No, it wasn't. And maybe you have to look at a little bit more recency biased. I mean, this 500 lineup's been going together for, what, a core 3 of over a year now. They've got very few LAN tournaments under their belt. So the fact that they've qualified to one, the fact that they're here, they're going up against a team that at least they're familiar with, I'm sure Bubble and the boys will look at this and say, we need to take this opportunity and can't address the situation lightly. We need VRS points, and we cannot afford to go out in last place.
And obviously, you were listening to the interviews a moment ago, how everyone really doesn't like the nature of how the VRS system plays up for their respective sides, and as a result, this LAN event and the prize money you could get from it, and potentially the bounty you could get from it as well, it does look to be a very important one for all these teams. I mean, for everybody involved, I think all 4 squads had a very had varying sort of levels of disappointment when it came to their MRQ, and now their second opportunity to sort of like close out the season on a high note just before we get into the major proper. Like, this is a big moment for everybody involved. Unfortunately for 509, though, they're going to have to get victory from the long way around, because this is the elimination game. This is the one that puts you out in last place. So one of these two teams are going home, and I have to be honest, like, I do feel like 500 are the ones to sort of be the ultimate team to lose it out, at least in terms of my assessments here. Just thinking about their form, just thinking about the veto, considering that 9 have the head-to-head best of 3 record against them as well. It looks to me like right now it's 9's for the taking.
Well, I think on-the-day performance is going to be very key, and we're going to be looking at LAN players in particular. I mean, Cirque, this is a guy that they mentioned, played at multiple majors. He's got over 400 maps played on LAN. Him and Spellin are probably my 2 go-to players on LAN to always put up performances. Whereas on the other side, I think you have to look at Farfan with what he was able to achieve on Big. You have to have a look at Mantu. The problem is, Mantu dropping 22 kills on an opening game on LAN. I know that we talk about him online being inconsistent, not being maybe a strong enough AWPer at the higher end of Tier 2, but that's a subpar performance. They can't be having that today.
No, most certainly not. When it is one of the more important matches of the day here, for the weekend, I should say, really, for both teams involved. So need to hit those high notes, need to get something more more consistent going in terms of your performance, and try and hit the higher of the peaks, if you will. Over on the 500 side, I mean, you talk about the likes of Spellin and Cirque being like the 2 guys you're watching out for. That must be because they're the most experienced guys when it comes to international CS.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, those are the 2 guys that have been running it back for nearly 10 years as teammates in the past. So they've got the most accolades under their belt. I mean, take Oxygen. This is going to be his 21st map on LAN on HLTV. That's a small number for a guy that's been around the scene for years now in Tier 2.
Indeed he has, but definitely been more of a journeyman man rather than any sort of like significant like permanent placings. I mean, I know that this sort of tenure with 500 is going to be one of his more longer ones alongside Skade back in 2020 and 2021. But in terms of where he's sort of been around the scene, like he hasn't really found that stable sort of home, and maybe 500 could provide that for his own accord. Maybe this could be the moment in which they finally switch it over, because we've been looking for 500 to really apply themselves and fulfill the potential that we've been seeing out of the Bulgarians for many, many years.
And it might just come down to Red Star. He had an excellent performance against Passion UA to qualify to this LAN. They were down, what, 2-8 on map 1 of Anubis versus Passion. They were struggling. They couldn't really get the ball rolling, and then instantly he started stepping up. He closed that series with nearly 70 kills, averaged a 95.5 ADR and a 1.45 rating. Now, he didn't have the best of showings versus ENCE yesterday, but I think he's a reliable star player. He's the most consistent individual when it comes to 500, and since at least they've added him to the team, I think they've continued that threat, but they're looking to push that boundary and just how far they can accomplish.
Well, certainly a good press into a good tournament run would stabilize his position on the team. I don't know behind the scenes what's going on at 500, but officially speaking, he's only a stand-in as of right now. So his permanence may not be 100% there. If he can continue to perform, then maybe he can make that happen. And I think he really wants he's another guy who's looking for his own permanent home, especially considering how much of a journeyman that he's been over his career in the last like 3 or 4 teams that he's had not been so so pretty for himself.
No, it's funny that you mentioned the head-to-heads, Jay. I mean, the last one was nearly 4 months ago. Surely we can't look at that as anything, right? Surely we can't look at how that best of 3 went down and give us any indication for this series today.
I mean, certainly when you take a look at recency bias, sure, but the fact of the matter is that 9 have the maps over 500 in their history, and they've also got the chops in terms of the veto process. I mean, you think about the fact that they've also played Nuke and Ancient a couple times against the team in the past, and I know we're going back into history in that particular respect, but just the history seems there, the recency seems there. Like, it's just another point in Nine's favor in my eyes.
Well, I wouldn't agree with the recency. I mean, both teams have had very poor form moving into this LAN tournament. This is kind of a bit of a statement now to finally get some wins under their belt, because we're looking at, what, 500? Currently on a 5-game losing streak. They've lost to Paravision, Ruby, Spirit Academy, Rush B, and ENCE. I look at 9, they've won only 1 out of their past 5 best of 3s on HLTV. They've also lost to Spirit Academy, lost to Monty, Sinners, and Fnatic. Both teams aren't getting a lot of wins recently.
It's very, very true. That's why this one becomes the most important series for them to stay alive here in the Conquest of Prague and try and make a lower bracket run into the grand final. For me, Dweg, I'm going 3 maps. I'm going in the favor of 9.
I'm going to go 500, 2-1 in this series.
All right, then let's get it on. It's time to kick things off on Nuke, the first map in the best of 3. Not exactly a hot map for 500, but they're starting things off on the CT side. I think the first half might need to provide some excellence from them.
Yeah, Cirque just trying to take that aggressive contact. Edge of Credit, putting pressure down towards that T-Red area. You've got Red Star and Spellin that are grouped up together against the A side take, but it's aggression and it's fast down towards Secret, but not with everybody here on the T side.
Good taps from Oxygen, only able to hit a couple of tag shots, however, so it's not massive in terms of influence. It does at least suppress 9 as they go towards back outside. Ahead of the smoke, Oxygen can get his headshot in, finally kick things off with a frag. 500 posted towards the A defensive. Red Star doing all he can from that back closed vent corner, but Bobek overwhelms with a quick 4-on-4 headshot. HP's low on Cirque and Oxygen as well. This might tip the wave of the C side very quickly, but the kills start coming in from the rafters. Bobek and Kragen. Now Kragen alone, a 1 versus 1. HP massively over Oxygen, only 19 on his own play. Kragen unscathed as of right now. A kill to his name, jump facing, looking for the 1 kill shot he needs, and he'll lock it in for the pistol win on 9.
Oh, there we go. Kragen just about holding off. Everything was pretty good from the site take there from 9. Yeah, you might lose the opening casualty, trying to scale up Secret, get yourself into main from that peak from Oxygen, but out on the bomb side, Red Star couldn't do anything. The bomb goes down quite easily, and it's all about time stalling and that final connection from the Glock. I mean, even though that's a headshot from Kragen, a body shot would have done. That's red HP from Oxygen in the 1v1.
Not much that he could have done there, unfortunately. It really came down to the numbers game. And 9 will start things off on the right foot. It was an opening kill that felt so stellar as well on outside, so definitely not the easiest of pickings from 500, and a task that will be tough for them, because going into a bit more details on Nuke, like I mentioned earlier, not exactly the best of maps here for 500, and a lot of the losses you've seen in the last 5-loss streak have been on this map at times.
It's been tough because it's always historically been a weakened map for them, and it leans in perfectly for 9. We know that they pick a lot of Train. We know that they like Nuke as their second option. Inferno is their third option. So looking at the veto, even Inferno can be contention. I look at Ancient. That's been a bit of a weak map since Red Star's joined up on the team. So you need to try and put that emphasis from basically the get-go. And I like the pressure that 500 are allowing of force buying into round 2 after pretty much taking down all of the economy from the last round.
A scout involved, an SMG on a couple of players, FAMAS in play for Oxygen, so definitely enforced by territory. Does carry his risk, but equally so, 9. Just playing carefully around the defaults here. You've got rules on outside in particular. Just seen there towards that secret entrance, so he'll get forced back of angle.
It just needs to make sure that he's not getting caught on a timing. Oxygen's not seeing any walkout from door. Now, because it's been heavy outside, it means that ramp has to be open. There's only so many areas that can be contested from 500, so it's a good insertion. And honestly, Jay, this could be a 5-on-5 retake. If Rainwaker's getting no impact out here from observation window or the double doors, I think the save's got to come.
Rainwaker just backed up into the corner for now. Waiting for a chance to strike. Kragen and Mantu both take damage. Good kill in from Mantu, but it could be traded rather quickly. It's Spellin elsewhere that deals with rules to a 4 versus 4. HP pretty tattered across the board here. Mantu low, Kragen low, Spellin extremely low. But 9 have the bomb plant.
And they're just searching now. If a kill presents itself, you go in. If not, you end up going for the save. Oxygen was out there towards a ramp room. Nothing's coming towards him. Out towards Secret. There's no press from the single door. Out from the double door. Rainwaker will be kicking himself because I think he's allowed good impact in terms of the HP numbers, but he's got to at least be getting 1 kill there, potentially even 2 with the MP9.
Well, just a 1-for-1 leaves him into a save on 500. See if Red Star can get some exit frags. And several players around the corner, none of them heal. His footsteps to get 1 shot in, only 1 shot in. Bomb Blast may well take Farben, so it does make it an expensive 1 for 9, but 500 forced the issue, so they're not going to be on that great on their economy state either.
Yeah, 500 were in a state where they were having some uncomfortable results in the online qualification to this tournament. I look at their win against Partisan being extremely close, going to all rounds in regulation on that final map decider. And then against Passion UA, I mean, we cast that series, Jay. It looked like they were going to lose it. With how map 1 was going down, with them being on a massive back foot, with them losing their map pick, you could very easily say that Passion probably could have been in this best of 3, but it was the clutch factor, the late round game to really pull the Bulgarians back into that series.
They stand here instead, but will they fall at this next hurdle? Mantu striking first, of course. Not much investment from the players that went down. You have a couple of players that saved their weapons in the previous, but not around that you can expect much out of 500. No damage being done in return to 9, a 5-on-4 in the post plant, so be a pretty easy locked-in 3-0 start with 500 looking for their rifles in the next.
I sort of mentioned how Mantu had a very quiet series yesterday, didn't particularly play well in that best of 3. I have to bring the same level of criticism for Cirque. I mean, against ENCE yesterday, he had 5 kills on Mirage and 9 kills on Ancient. The only map that he performed fairly well on was Dust 2. So we've got 2 AWPers from both respected teams, Jay, that kind of want to come into today and not only make a statement with the best of 3, but show that they can bring so much more to the table.
The AWPs may well come to play for in the next round. See how they decide to play things now as the first set of rifles again come in from the Bulgarians of 500. So far it has been all 9 today. Can it remain that way when the M4s are brought into, when 9 will truly get challenged? They have taken decent amounts of damage when it came to these low buy and force buy rounds. Maybe economical shifts available against them. 500 will bring the AWP in on Cirque, but no such response from 9.
And 9 working outside quite heavily from the first gun round. You've basically just got some door util, slowing down Spellin fast on the outside. Spellin could try and break the smoke, but he just gets spammed by the in-game leader. Down to the lower bomb site, the round's basically over already.
It's just instantaneous death for Spellin and Cirque, those 2 experienced guys we highlight before we got into the map up. And oh, I mean, you're right. Like, there's no B defense, there's no rotation room, there's no angle of recovery from 500. They've just been schooled in this one, and basically with just blind kills from beyond that smoke. Both of them came towards outside. Both came from beyond that red box cross. Unlikely, but it is reality for the Bulgarians today.
And when you look at 4 out of 5 players on this 9 organization that have previously been to a major, you have to know that the results, in theory, should be better on LAN than they will online. I think this team, the cohesion of it, Jay, makes a lot more sense to perform at this kind of level in sort of the tier 2 atmosphere, going up against teams like an ENCE or a Fnatic or a 500. It's just been the limited opportunities that they've had. I mean, they had to go to, what, a BYOC LAN back in April to get themselves the first LAN of the year.
For anyone familiar with BYOC events, you'll know how chaotic those can be, and at any one point, just one bad day, one bad night's sleep, and you're getting schooled by a bunch of players you never heard of. So don't underestimate what the achievement of that second place really was to them. Rainwaker all alone out here towards the hell position. We'll get a couple of kills in the AWP that will stay in, or at least it should do. Grabbed off of Cirque's dead body, and the man will sit pretty and try and wait for more extensions. There's not a lot of cash available for 500 at the moment, so Mantu knows that he can hunt down this weapon and leave him with nothing to play with. He doesn't go ahead and overextend, though. The streak of rounds will continue for 9. 500 yet to start on Nuke.
This best of three is going to be a good test for the in-game leader of Spellin, but also Oxygen, because I feel that those two have been very poor individually across these last few months. They've been struggling, even with some of their better tournament runs, even with some of the threatening best of threes that they've posted up. It's been a little bit more of a carry show from Cirque on the York, from your hard side Anchor and heavy lurk of Rainwaker, your star player of Red Star. And these are the kind of matchups where I want to see just a little bit more out of Oxygen.
Considering the unstable state of the team, it wouldn't be unlikely to call some sort of roster move if things don't pick up.
Oh, come on, Jay. Who? Like, how? How can you make a roster move with this team?
Well, we've seen it so far over the course of the year. It wouldn't shock me if it happened.
But give me an option then. Like, if you...
I'm not saying for an option per se. I'm just saying, like, just because of the nature of how they do things on 500, I wouldn't be shocked if it happened.
Oh, well, I'd completely disagree with that one. I don't know where the Bulgarian players are. I think that's the unfortunate nature of being in a solo national team versus international projects like Nine, like Fnatic, like Heads, like almost everyone at this con.
I'm sure they can recycle somebody. There's always somebody out there. Decent damage being done by 500 here in this attempted defense. Cirque going to get one of the kills out of AWP. It's his first kill of the game as well. And again, just HP so low on 9, but not enough to get the casualties in. The Deagle sticking around here for Oxygen actually might not be all that terrible in this context. A good bullet or two. And that could be potentially up to 2 kills. He swings in, does not pre-aim the angle correctly though, so Rules puts him down. And Cirque, he was already saving, so he won't go back in. 5 on the trot for 9. 500 have a chance to rebuy, and Cirque does stay in the catch Farvan on the exit frag. So at least that AWP can hold over for the next buy.
And we heard it a little bit earlier on in the interview. Cirque was teammates with Farfan in early to mid 2024 on that Bleed organization. They played alongside Lonks and Cypher, Vladen and Hampus. To now go up against one another on LAN in an elimination game, that's got to be a great feeling for the two of them.
Especially considering the nature of how that team played out. I mean, everybody knows about the bankruptcy and the, well, I'm not saying bankruptcy, but just the lack of any sort of payout towards those players. I know that Cirque and Farvan were 2 guys that suffered towards it. We had some confusion and question marks about some of the roster moves being made. Cirque certainly turning his career around on that organization, but obviously didn't last long enough for him to truly prove himself in the international context. Maybe Bulgaria itself could be an international region. This particular team, good tournament run may be necessary to allow that to be the case, but as of right now, it is 5-0 for 9, so it's Farvan getting the better of his former teammate.
I mean, even thinking about that, I mean, what was the last Bulgarian international team? It's probably Windigo with Bubble, but 5-6 years ago? I think ever since the online era, we've never really had a Bulgarian team that's at least been core, that's been communicating in English. It just never happened.
And can 500 change that narrative and break that habit? Outside presence, they will get cut down by Red Star. A tactical pause was taken by 500 before we're getting into this round, and has worked out at least for the opening stance. They've repositioned slightly and caught Mantu off guard, but 9 still gets secret access along with the bomb.
They've been loving outside, haven't they? We've seen the variation, 1-2-3 smokes, diag, main lip smokes, basically everything to take Garage, get into secret, cross out from the back of T-Red, and it's one of the very first encounters in which 500 can work an opening kill off of that util. Cirque being the heaven rotate, trying to keep eyes down towards secret. 1-for-1 trade is decent there from Spellin out in main.
Farvan's flashing his way through this smoke, going for a solo hero journey. He has no idea about Red Star, but Red Star cannot get the most easiest of kills. Quick flick back from the AK, makes it a 3-on-3 instead.
Yeah, Farfan just needs to try and slow down rotates. He might be able to get one player dropping into the vent or either going out towards secret. Now, because he's not hearing any of these rotates, it probably tells them that it's heavy ramp from the A-site individuals.
Bubba's going to hear those footsteps instead. Well, there he is, exact positioning. Round the corner, 2 to line up. And the Swede looks for his triple. 1 more to go. Sock missing his bullet, leaves him dead to rights. And 9 continue upon this streak. 6-0. They have minimums.
I'm not really sure why Red Star's walking. I mean, that probably hurt how accurate he could probably be from the garage entrance. That should be a freebie. That's the easiest of kills against Farfen. And I'm starting to get a lot of similar vibes to that matchup of the play-in versus Na'Vi Jr. for 9J. We casted that game. We both came into it saying heavy favoritism towards Na'Vi Jr. and they just got out-aimed. They got out-dueled completely.
Yeah.
I mean, the first half was, what, a 10-2. Second map was an 11-1. Bobek had a masterclass. They were just farming them.
And it feels like that right now, even if some of these rounds are coming down to the wire, even if 500 are getting HP bars low, even if they have got a single kill between them and victory. I mean, even think about how that last round went down. If Farven had fallen, then they wouldn't have gotten the information on the outside. They wouldn't have been able to place appropriately. I don't think Bobek gets that 3K as a result. All down to 1 frag. Another frag that Mantu picks up to kick off the round. Cirque has fallen to the Orc v Orc battle. And at least the weapons recovered on Red Star. But smoked off with no vision, no access to outside, leaving Spellin basically alone in his own position, trying to challenge one player, still cannot land the kill, so it's a 2-man advantage for 9.
And something we give a lot of credit to for 500 Online, Jay, is their sharpness, their raw individual ability. So when you start seeing whiffed kills or maybe not clean connections, it worries you because that's the X factor. That's sort of the positive that we'll give them to outclass other teams in these sort of divisions.
Having a very tough time about it here today. Not even Rainwaker can take down another sitter kill. 12 HP on Rules, and still he domes him right in the head. 3-man advantage. Extending upon from previous. B site about to get taken. There's nothing that 500 can do to stop that bomb plant, to go for a retake. It would be suicide mission if they went downstairs. Even sticking around upstairs, Farben's lurking, catching oxygen. And missed shot from Red Star. Does eventually connect on a secondary, can't escape, but 9 continuing to pummel in 500, 7-0 on their own map pick.
And we're getting to a state where it's a lot of similarities from that series yesterday for 500, where it's just in-competitive maps. You've got map 1, where they couldn't take double digits. They've got map 3 that didn't go to double digits either. And then map 2, where they had a massive recovery. They were 3-11 down. Is this just an off weekend for them? Are they just struggling? I mean, we've seen Red Star basically having a highlight reel of exit frags that are making absolutely no difference to the round. The only difference is potentially giving Cirque his ult back and saying, mate, I've held on to it. Yep. You can have it. You don't have to go glass cannon in the next round.
It's like, that was an ace right there from Red Star. Like, how depressing is that? Like, it's all just exit frags. An ace would usually be something that you get hyped about, that you get excited for, because just the fact that you've made a massive difference in the round, but no difference is there. Maybe you could look at damage and economy state, but that of course requires on you finding a reset by winning a round. 500 haven't done that yet.
Yeah, it's been tough going, isn't it?
Yeah, the buy will still look strong as well for this one, and they've got cash in reserves, so yeah, it's not looking good, to say the least.
We haven't seen a lot of adaptation in terms of aggro moves, no plays out towards Africa, no lobby crunches, fast into the A side for 9 though.
Sprays through, oxygen gets 2. Bobek and Kragen going down, but he burned inside that Molotov. Did not know how far it extended out. An SMG in from Rainwaker, tries to get back towards the lobby crunch, and Spellin gets caught out towards Mini. 3 on 2 as 9 lost the 2 opening frags, but they seem to regain control of the round. Farven does get cut down by Red Star, and now he's wary of the next 2 players, but he has no information onto them. It's information that's given up to Mantu instead. Red Star making a lot of noise. Rules aware of his positioning, unawares of the second player though. Kind of locked in stalemate here. It looks like Mantu's going to have to make that move, and he makes it perfectly.
And now for Cirque, if he drops out in heaven, it will be a sound cue. It's a lack of info on where Rules is with the bomb. You know that Mantu's out on the ramp lurk, but where's his teammate? Are they grouping together back outdoor? Are they coming out hut? Are they going down ramp? Are they even coming hell? You've just got no idea.
He'll play right into his hands. Mantu shot back. That means that Rules has the info he needs to make options. What option is he going to take, though? Take the safer one and the quiet one, giving nothing up to Cirque.
But you're desperate for a clutch now if you're 500. Cirque is extremely valuable when it comes to LAN in terms of experience, but this is the moment to show that you can win a 1v1 versus the in-game leader.
Open the doors, see nothing. opening up those windows as well, just to try and get Rules' attention turned away. There's only really 2 entryways though, so it's all down to reactions to that AK. Cirque has a kit, so he's got some time to work with. Checks the rafters, but Rules, perfect headshot, easy pickings, 8-0 for 9. Yeah, this nuke, it's running away from him.
Well, for 500, they have to blame themselves in quite a few of these situations, Jay. Pistol round, they got an opening kill, 5v4, couldn't convert. We then have another one where easy kill from Red Star in the garage, doesn't get converted against Farfen. Top site lean, double kill from Oxygen. That's a 5v3 against the exec immediately. And instead, ramp rotation of Red Star's getting cut, no impact from Heaven rotation, no impact out from main. We might sit here and say the rounds have been very competitive, but 500 have lacked quality with man advantages to close these rounds down in their fashion.
It's very true. No matter what the scoreboard says as well, you just know that those numbers are very hollow. Red Star top fragger at the moment, but five of those kills came from exits. Next man down's at 5, 2 players up at 7, 6 kills for the other 3 over on 9. Fast play out into the open of the A bomb site. Farven straight in, but it's only the one player playing the rush. Outside control for Kragan as he makes his own moves. Red Star can't catch Farven off guard, so that's one pick in alongside Oxygen's M4. Rules trades back one, Spell unaccounted for as Kragan turns it into a 3-on-3. They don't know where Red Star is just yet. He's the closest player. Bomb is now trying to commit towards the site. How does the Bulgarian act?
Well, they know that he was somewhere towards door, so they've got a good idea of getting the bomb down and cutting him off after. It's all about timing on whether Red Star can find impact before dropping.
Rainwaker going to flash his way in from Mini in the meantime. Rules is watching for it. Kragan goes down. Mantu trades it with his wrap out from lobby. 2-on-2 re-established. SMG and 5-7 from range as well. The player in Rafters making noise. Cirque dropping. Spray goes awkward for Rules. It's now all on Mantu here. Cirque reads him out towards Hut and gets his second kill. A double headshot that finally secures a round for 500.
Well, there's no better feeling, Jay, than ending the streak, but it's far too late. It's far too late to even keep this map competitive. The best that you can hope for is keep the morale up, make sure the comms are decent, that you're not getting mentally tilted, and that you can respond on your map pick. But 9 will look at that one and say, okay, Red Star, look, he had a bit of a round, okay? He managed a couple of kills. Cirque manages a bit of impact with a 5-7 dropping down from that Heaven position. We'll give him one. That's all we're going to give him.
Even if they gave them more, it's still a long way back for 500 on their CT side as well. I know that their T side statistics are pretty abysmal. Even if they get 4 rounds at this moment, we have to wonder if the map is already lost. 9. But already taking that first. Bobek, the entry onto Rainwaker, downstairs into the corridors. He's just going to basically go on a solo mission to establish presence on the B bomb site. 500 are not acting in response.
And this is just hurting the stigma of 500, being known as online warriors, being known as a squad that always perform online but struggle on LAN. You're now going into back-to-back best of 3s where it seems like we're seeing nothing. 9 have just individually destroyed them on this first map of the series. Farfen's cutting more rotation, CTs are being lined up and nearly takes down the whole squad with him.
Spellen's on half HP, so even in this 2-on-4, there's nothing that he can do, nothing that 500 can do about this situation. They might even get hunted as well. Dragon's closing in. Red Star and Spellen backed up. Challenge, that's information again, and the rest of the teams are going to go hunting here, so survival is no guarantee at this moment. Admittedly, they have been pretty good at the exit frag, so there's that much going for them. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean much given the context of the scoreline. Flash blinded, Rules struggles, and Red Star gets a bit of support from Spellen, so it does maintain their lives for now, but not for long. Bobek takes down Red Star. Spellen incendiaring off the entryway. Bobek wraps the corner. Spellen does go down in the end, and that's all that 9 were looking for.
And this is where I would say a lot of responsibility needs to be on the hands of Popov post-map 1J, because let's think about what happened at the MRQ, okay? They had a really tough time, it was a pure embarrassment, and it imploded the roster. Ships got kicked instantly. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen again, because I don't think any changes are bound. However, you still need to lock in for map 2. I think 500 are still a team that can bounce back, even with one-sided results, but they just need to stay strong mentally. They really need to be able to adapt going into their map pick.
late to the good on Nine's part of things, 500. Trying for round 11 and a force up to establish anything at all in the CT side, and they're still getting nothing for their trouble. Farben cuts down Red Star, Spellin getting one trade out towards Mini. Being held on the reload, SMG in the lobby of Oxygen does find Farben next up, so there is a man advantage available, but will it stay that way? No. Bobek finds Spellin. Rainmaker caught one more kill actually, so it does maintain a 3 versus 2, but a 2v2 as Mantu gets his strike back.
And Mantu's waiting for aggression behind the edge of this smoke, and for there to be so much time left on the clock, Nine can settle. They can kind of wait for the Heaven Wrap to come in before Mantu has to take contact in from main.
Bobek now revealing where Oxygen is. He'll take that kill. It's all on Mantu now. Slow to the uptake. Wary of where that second player is. He hasn't got information on Cirque. Oxygen gives him the fight he's looking for. That could allow a bomb plant. But which bomb site?
And Mantu up against Cirque. Now, previously when Cirque was in the clutch, he tried to drop the NWP straight away. This time he can't drop it because his eyes are set towards a single door. And let's be honest, Cirque is the only reason why at least some of these rounds are being won. He had the 5-7 round out there where he dropped from Heaven, got a multi-frag. He's now won a 1v1 there. That's what you want to see from what is still a young man. I mean, it's incredible to think that Cirque is still only 25 when he made his HLDV debut, what, 10 years ago? I mean, he's been around for such a long time.
Team references back as far as 2016. Outlaws, NRG, EG. A storied career already for someone who is comparatively young. I know the guys like Donkor if you want to test that particular theory, but you are right. And hey, look on the bright side for 500. They've finally broken the economy of 9, come in very late in the half with the last round up for grabs. Tech9's, Galil's, AK only on 1. But a mass amount of movement that will see Bobek break away, but everyone make their way into site-taking position. Cirque has now seen where the Swede is, and the kill will come in from Red Star instead. It's down to that B play, Spellin to defend.
Finally some defense towards lower before the bomb plant can go in. Spellin should be able to get 1, maybe 2.
Smokes to provide a bit of cover. They're going to try and check the rafters the best they can, but they hold down. Rules with a kill. Look for the second man. Farben takes back the P250. Red Star was heard, and the man is low. Kragen gets his Galil involved. Takes one back in the back lines, and a double up on Red Star as well. Man advantage turned into a 2v2 by Rainwaker. And now they need to get a headshot on a P250, which Farben delivers upon. It's on Cirque again, alone in a clutch. This time can switch to an automatic. Farben is low. Kragen is known. The bomb needs to get prioritized here. It just got dropped. Now it's all on Kragen. He started out the backstab. He could end this with a 1v1 clutch, a 3K in the round. And Cirque is looking for his headshot, but he lands it to give a small bit of consolation prize. But still, at the turn of the half, it's 9-3 for 9.
Right here in Vodafone Playzone Arena in Prague, Chodov, you can try a lot of cool medieval activities, such as archery. So I can try my archery mastery, just like that. I think you will be better than me, but let's try. First try, of course. Never did this before. Okay, not bad. You can try yourself. And if your arrow is shooting straight, you can win this straight.
Might need to put some of the 500 players up on the archery course because their shooting has been anything but straight so far in this one. Dwayne at the tail end of the half, they did get a little bit more out of the CT side, but let's not kid ourselves. 9 have been in full control for the entirety of Nuke.
Indeed they have, and this is Rules getting as much out of his players as possible. Really good mid-rounds, excellent quality in the late rounds of just denying 500 round victories with man advantage situations. So from a calling perspective, it was an outclassman out there on map 1. And I now look at the second half of Nuke. I don't think we got many rounds being played out. I think 9 are going to close this game up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm just taking a look at the stats and trying to figure out if there's any sort of that piece of evidence to give me some sort of credence to 500. I'm not coming up with anything, unfortunately. What more do you say at the moment? 9 are just on a roll, on their map pick, which is understandable given the state of Nuke for them. Yes, it has been lost a number of times in their recent run of form, but even then you've got overtimes involved in that, and generally the last 3 months have been very good for you. Now you move into the CT side where things could very quickly just turn up 4-0 in this half. And for the starting map for 9-500. At this point, they're battling against Mental Game for the rest of the best of 3. Insertions from the CT forces. Bobek is going to get punished for that over-aggression. Kragan trades it back, though. Got players downstairs in secret, which will be able to capitalize upon a man advantage. 500 trying the quick pacing, and they get Farben as well. So down to a 4 versus 2. Royals getting challenged. He's also low. This round is winnable. It might be a pistol for 500 that keeps them alive for a little bit longer.
Excellent spacing from 500. As soon as they go outside, they just start separating. You get players down in secret, players out there towards the lockers, getting up to heaven. Players are just everywhere to cut rotation. And for Mantu and Rules, I mean, we know that 9 like a force. Even attempting this 2v4 is probably not worth it. Hold on to the little bit of util, hold on to the armor, force buy in the next round, and look to try and put the pressure on immediately.
Mantu will get flashed in to try and contest. You get one out of Rainwaker, another one out of Red Star, and we'll get that kill in the end, so doors closed. And eventually the kill comes back from Spellen, so. Second bit of headshot, nicely done from Rules. In fact, clinical headshots out of the USP. That does indeed reduce them to 1 man over on the T side. But it is again a pistol for 500.
You have to remember how the games went down yesterday, Jay. We did have some one-sided scorelines, so maybe we're not too surprised with how Nuke is coming out with it being a bit of a punish pick, one of the weakest maps in the pools from 500. I mean, the Bulgarians got, what, 7 rounds on Mirage versus Ents. They got 8 on Ancient. I look at 9, they got 2 against Fnatic on their map pick, and then even the decider of Ancient, they got farmed and only got 5. So I'm looking at the scoreboard. I'm not particularly surprised.
And these 500 are given an opportunity to try and close that gap somewhat at the opening stages of the half. A force buy, as you mentioned, from 9. Lead to potentially a 9-6 if things go well enough. 500s. Molotoving off the top of the heart, going for the upper side take. Bobek's hiding inside that smoke, waiting for backup to arrive. His pistol, no idea where players are. I think Oxygen was blinded by a flash there. Farben with 1 decent trade, but as far as it goes in terms of returning frags, Rainwaker with a double dink, a triple found from the Galil in his hands, and Mantu to hold back on that scout, keep it for the next round because this one is a lost.
No, Rainwaker had a really quiet first map. He was struggling as one of the more key entities towards the ramp room. I think he was, what, 4 and 8 at one point. He's got himself back to 10-10. And I'd probably say, out of all the Bulgarian players, he, to me, represents the scene. I know Cirque has had more achievements with what he did internationally, but for Rainwaker to achieve everything that he has in the local scene, he's my #1 Bulgarian player of history. And I look at him on LAN in this situation, and I say, man, you're the storied player. I want a really good performance out of you to prove that we can upset 9 today, that we can go on and win a best of 3 and get ourselves a little bit of a rematch, give ourselves a little bit of a chance in tomorrow's game.
Well, no man survives on the 9 side on the contrary, so it'll be a straight eco for round 15. Means the 500 will close their gap to 3. Pistol and conversions are only something. The rest of it has got to come down to how the rifle rounds play out, which will be in effect for 9 in the next round.
Well, surely Spellen's thinking if we can come back from 3-11 down yesterday, then we can come back from 3-9 down today.
It's only a positive way of thinking. And certainly the way the 500 need to think at the moment. Well, it's quite a choke there in that Dust 2. A very different map in nature, so 9 picked into Nuke for good reason. They're proving a bit more of that reason here, even in this eco, taking a 1 pick out, but it seems like it's as far as it's going to go. So just Rainwaker to fall, that rifle should get recovered. And the real weapons return now for 9.
Didn't really get a lot of pace from 9 on that T side of the first half. We had 1 rush towards the top side. We didn't have any vent drops. We didn't have any fast door explosions, even ramp rushes. It felt as if they were quite happy to use the outside smokes, run the clock. I wonder if 500 have that same sort of mentality. Now, you'd have to expect on their T side, the more pacey and chaotic that they approach the game, the more chances they have of working picks and being destructive.
Sprays of Bobek, coming up good for some damage on Oxygen. Red Star, however, is the man to take the kill. Close range of Rules, overwhelmed by Red Star again. Molotovs continue to chip away at the HP bars, but Red Star just got a triple on the bomb site entry. 500 suddenly showing up here in the second half. 9, now they're getting schooled.
Well, it's funny because that whole round is basically get into hut, wait for the top site util. What ends up happening is Bobek's got a little bit of an off angle out there to the rafters, and he starts seeing the feet of Oxygen. So as soon as he starts spamming, that's Red Star's cue to have a little bit of intuition, go a little bit away from the playbook, and go aggressive to help out his teammates. So they probably go a little bit further forward than they were anticipating, but then as soon as they get that kill, that's when you send it. You start getting the util out, you start running out from hut. It's excellent entries from Red Star. I mean, he's 18 and 11 now.
Is he going to be the element that brings it back for 500? Mantu trying to take some exits, at least make it expensive. Red Star gets his Quadra in the meantime. Farven hunted by Oxygen at the last second. Can't get to the AK though, so just the M4 that stays over for the CT side. 7 now on the board on 500. You can see from Red Star's perspective exactly how he turned this round up. Just the 3K sequence. Now 9 are forced into their first tactical of the series.
And we heard a couple of interviews from 9, Farfen, Rules, Berry. They're all kind of talking about the slow starts of yesterday's game. Now today's the complete opposite. They've had a really good positive start. They've had a massive lead. The struggle now is closing. The struggle is getting Nuke over and done with. And the more that the momentum starts shifting for 500, the more you start believing that there's at least a chance. It's not a big chance. It's certainly very minuscule, especially when we've only had one gun round in the second half. But you've got to look at the score and say 9-3 to 9-7. There feels like there's something here now.
Indeed it does. I wonder whether or not it's less of slow starts and more of just unconfident starts on the weakened halves. I know that T-side Nuke is statistically the worst of the two halves of 9. There's something about it, though, that you are right to make a mention to.
I mean, I will say, Jay, it's always very difficult to compare statistics from online to LAN because the atmosphere is so different. You've got a different level of pressure. You've got a difference of mental state playing in front of a crowd. So while we can use that as a basis and say, okay, 500 have got a weak T-side, I always get the feeling with these kind of games, and we saw it yesterday, there is an element of surprise. There is an element of unknown when you get to the LAN quantity.
We thought the unknown was going to be the collapse of 500 at the start of this game, but now it might turn to even. It might even tip the other direction. Flawless T-side thus far. 5-7's in with Bobek, trying to get involved alongside Rules here outside of hut. We'll get the 1-for-1 trades, but now we need something more to hold the bomb site defensive. The headshot is good against Rainwaker, and now Farven's M4 can strike in the back lines. Diego with the back site as well, strikes as well. Spellen, a 1 versus 3. He's got the first man, but the other two are inbound. Farven isolated, but Farven takes the fight and takes the win for 9. Their 10th is finally posted.
Well, you can say excellent tactical timeout. Not only does it slow the game down, but they've come in with a mindset of what they need to achieve in that anti-eco. In the lower investment rounds, you've got a lot of impact in terms of stalling on the defense. Coming out from hut, players are falling. You've got some good pistol actions at close range. Rules, I mean, I'm impressed about his secondary kill towards door, and then Kragan just staying alive, waiting for rotation room. Farfen with the M4 ends up getting a couple, and it's an instant tactical in the other direction now.
500 took 2 to try and recover something at the tail end of the last half, and now here they are using their last tactical to try and recover the matchup in the second. They've done well to bring the gap back to what it is. They've done well to close it. The 9 have officially gotten started on CT side, and they are still only a handful of rounds away from victory. 3 to go before they'll claim Nuke. In spite of how 500 have posted themselves up, we'll still look and remember the fact of the matter is that this comeback is enabled by a pistol and conversion set. Guns are broken out and they've done well to contest them. AWP on outside of Mantu doesn't actually get that first kill. It's Kragan instead a little bit closer and Mini. Red Star goes down. Spellin Shadow's seen. He tries to bait him into a closer angle, but Spellin wins that fight.
And Bobek getting aggressive. Should be a freebie against Spellin, but the timing's not for him. And I wonder if he gets caught, if he continues to press, if he continues to aggress.
Looking for the M4. They'll know that he swapped out weapons there, but they won't get greedy on 500. He'll just back off on the CT side instead.
It's good patience here from 500. They're waiting for a reaction. They're waiting for an info play, one of the CTs to start moving further forward. Cirque is kind of positioned to hold for the rotation down at lower. You've got your ramp player of Rainwaker who's also waiting for aggression. And they've got plenty of time to just sit here and settle.
Who blinks first? Bobek, outside access about to be discovered. Doesn't know exactly where from, though. He's wary of potentially a Hell Wrap as well. Spellin moves up, goes down. All-important kill. Turns things back to the favor of 9. He checks outside for more contention, but he'll realize that they may have started to walk downstairs here. You've got a player that is in the site defensive, and Rainwaker's there to cut rotations. When does he spring that trap? When do they walk into that trap? 15 seconds, meanwhile, for the other two players. Molotov's being sent to indicate it's going to be a lower side take. Bobek trying to get back down, and Farvan is going to get caught off. Bobek, can he get a bomb carrier? No, he can't. He'll do damage to Rainwaker. Set it up, but it's a 2 versus 3 for 9 on the retake.
And not really sure how Farfan doesn't even get one there. Considering the time, considering the position, you expect him to at least be in for a bomb plant denial. Instead, the B-site anchor gets nothing. Bobek pretty much gets nothing either. Rainwaker's been able to aggress on this left-hand side.
And he doesn't realize on Rules' part, Mantu knows now that he's got no way back into the bomb site. And 500 stave off. May have well been the worst round to lose. (11-7) denied. It's 10-8 instead. The gap reduced to 2 rounds once again. And the AWP held over will be important to Mantu and the rest of 9, because without it, the buy would look a little bit weak, and they can drop weapons now as a result. A tactical also just got called by them because they are letting this map slip out.
Well, I wonder if there's perhaps an ego problem for 9J. I mean, Farfan was talking about it in the interview about the lack of mentality or strong mentality in that game that they had yesterday. Mate, this is ex-tier 1 players that are 8-0 up, farming on the T side of Nuke. How is this game not wrapped up? How is Nuke not complete from that scoreline? I wonder if they just got ahead of themselves, just thought that it was going to be too easy, that they were going to just close out very quickly, speed run percentage, and instead, this is potentially you choking a massive lead on LAN in an elimination lower bracket game.
I mean, there's a good reason why we were saying at the turn of the half, this is going to get wrapped up in, like, you know, a quick amount of time, potentially even 4 rounds from the beginning of the half, and that obviously hasn't happened. We can sit there and say it because we've seen how proficient they've been here, and if 9 can believe in themselves to be proficient, then fine, but if you then take the foot off the gas pedal, and that's probably the reason why you'd make that assessment. Kragan trying to get a bit more active. Another tactical pause was just called in. 2 round the corner, 1 picked up. The second player with the bomb is seen, but he's not killed off. Spellin trades.
I haven't seen Mantu create impact with the big green. He's been quite defensive with that AWP as the Heaven rotate, hasn't gone for a door pick, hasn't been out in secret, hasn't been starting aggro ramp. Cirque in a position to do some topside util. Now the bomb was seen in that 1-for-1 trade from Spellin, but 500 have been quite happy after first contact to just relax and slow the round down. I mean, we saw in the previous, it was what, first contact outside, and then no one really made a play for a good 30-40 seconds or so.
Well, they'll have 50 seconds for 500 to go for their hit. They've established themselves at evens. 9. And ready for a defensive. It looks to be the upper sight. AWP of Mantu waiting, standing by in case that's not the truth. About to discover that it isn't. Bomb dropped, Spellin down, Incendiary to stall for time as he hungers down on the B-bomb site. Might have to get some rotations inbound. In fact, Farven is going to try and hold a defensive line, but just doesn't have the angle, doesn't have the vision necessary. They continue on their B campaign, and Mantu's reposition works wonders. Doesn't hit that third shot, though. He knows that they're coming in real quick, though. Rainwaker finally overwhelms the AWPer, but it's 10 seconds, and Bobek is close to hear Rainwaker to take the shot against him. The bomb's in the open. Cirque does not have control. He will not get this round. He'll get hunted down by Farven in the back lines, and 9 just slowly but surely ease their way back into the lead, back into extending the lead, and a couple rounds away now from taking the map.
Superb protocol from Mantu. Not only does he generate impact from that AWP towards Ramp Room, but notice the steps that he takes after that kill. Put the Incendiary to waste down for time, instantly reposition. Get yourself towards the back of the silo where you can put up more of that impact. From that point onwards, even with him being traded, rotates are coming out quickly from the single door of Bobek, and the round gets closed. Well done from the Polish AWPer.
500 an hour, squeaky bum time here by Stay. Can still get the rifles out for now. Mantu shuts down Spellin to kick things off. The pre-aim was good on the AK, but the gap and the smoke better for the AWPer. He locked on perfect. The advantage sits with 9 and 500 again. They've got the rifles now, but they don't have the money to sustain them in the next, so they need this round, else it will be over.
It's been 2 rounds in a row now. We've seen proper intent from 9 to fight on the outside. Previously, it was Kragan pressing from the back of T-Red. Now it's Mantu looking for the edge of the diags. Resmoke goes down just when Rainwaker could have exploited the timing, so they start maneuvering towards the outside. But these are the kind of rounds where I feel like your lobby player needs to create a little bit of impact, whether that be a bit of a door pick, maybe an extension towards Rampy. He just needs to unsettle the CT slightly.
Kragan's waiting. Smoke against the bomb carrier, perfectly timed, guts down Oxygen. Secondary kill, not quite as much, but half HP for the man. Bobek gets overwhelmed on the back of the bomb site. Rolls is good for 1 pick. He's waiting for more, though. He's dropped that bomb. Backup's on the way, but he needs to stand alone, and he does so well against the second player, not the third. It's Circa getting it in a 1 versus 3. Another clutch for him to keep 500 in the game. He's leaning into Mantu, or to connect. And for nothing to get gained, it's 12-8 for map points.
Well, 9 have used their tactical timeouts at the right point. We've seen the extension of the impact that's happened. Now, something else that we can address, Jay, all of these past few CT rounds that have been won, no bomb plants, so no extra cash injection. And that means for 500, they are going to struggle with the buy state going into what should be the last round of Nuke.
No cash injection. Tiny amount of loss bonus. Those are the factors that will lead to a broken buy on 500. I do remember one player had like $2,100 entering into the round, but that won't be enough for everyone. The AK on Cirque. Tech 9s for the other 4. This is going to be a wild round victory for 500, or their crushing defeat for 9 to finally seal the deal on their map pick.
Well, there's got to be emphasis on Cirque baiting a little bit more in this round, being a bit more lurkish and utilizing that AK to its mass effect. Mantu on the outside is a lot more aggressive than what we've seen previously. You've got to hope for a breakage of the smoke from one of his teammates.
HE's spot nothing. Clean up from Kragan just in case. He's seen players now, lines up a couple of players worth of damage. Not quite the kills against either of them though, but Red Star and Spellin definitely not in the best of positions now. Player down to the vents. Oh, Rainwaker doesn't even get the kill out of it. Spellin turns back on one player at Bobek. Kragan's waiting for more though. Caught damage, lines up more of it. Unfortunately, Farven takes him down as he's caught jumping in the midst of it because they're a little bit miscommunicated there on 9. The AWPer Mantu though locks in Oxygen. It's a 3 versus 3.
And back towards the top side. This is going to be tough for the in-game leader.
Rawls did well to stand on his own previously. He'll do well against Spellin first. 2 more incoming. Flashbang to the left, peek to the right. Knows that they're close, gets Red Star to drop the bomb. Last man standing, doesn't quite fall, but it's Cirque on 45 HP. 2 more picks to go, another 1v3. But at the 3rd time in his map up, he'll spam down Mantu to do some serious damage to the AWPer. Brings Glock out to try and catch the last man off. He is low HP across the board, across everybody here in server that remains. Bomb's been dropped as well, so Cirque has to commit to A.
He's got to try and get a distraction from one of these CTs. He's got to force a mistake somewhere.
But where's that mistake going to come from? They know where Cirque's options are. They know what his breathing room is. They post up appropriate. Quick prod from Farvan's going to give away the game and where his position is, but Cirque can't hunt him. Mantu holding his nerve the same. 12 seconds. Cirque has got no time. Needs to get this pick in, and Mantu's watching. 13 to 8 to 9 will finally lock it in. Not quite as one-sided as we thought it would be, but it's still map 1 of Nuke.
Decent work from 500, Jay. I mean, considering that they were 0-8 down, I didn't expect much of a game to happen here on Nuke. And instead, we end up getting an official where, at times, they're threatening for the map win. I just can't believe we get into a position that that's actually possible.
I know, and that's the bit that shocks me the most, because again, at the turn of the half, we were so dead set on this just being a quick whitewash opening map that 9 were going to take it with no real issues. And then as we started to go on, it felt like 500 were getting back into the game. Red Star ended up top fragging the end of that position, so a lot of positivity, I think, from the 500 side, but it's still a map lost. At least it's on their opponent's map pick, so maybe we might see some better fortunes for map 2.
Well, I think 9 have got to lock in now because they've realised that they've been tested a little bit too much. This is now an international squad trying to fight for the 2-0. They've got to look at Inferno and look at themselves and say, right, let's up the ante. Let's step up. If we've got that bigger lead in the future, if we get ourselves a similar position, we need to make sure that we're not allowing an opposition back in, because if you allow them back in, especially on a more favoured map, the chances of winning it are even higher.
Well, I said I think it's going to be a 3-map affair, and I think that's still going to end up being the case. So we're on track with one team taking their own map pick, and of course Inferno being 500 map pick. Should hopefully look to be the same thing, but we can only find out that with map 2. But first, the desk.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Sorať!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tape Sport.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
I mean, I have to agree completely with what Dweck said at the end of the broadcast there of the map, because he said that 9, if they ever get into advantage like this, they need to focus and they need to finish the map in clean fashion, because 500 definitely show us that they can be the comeback team.
Yeah, they proved that already yesterday, and today We've seen some kind of rounds which make the result closer, but at the end of the day, Nine won the map. And of course, they were starting to come back on the T side, successfully won pistol rounds, then of course next 2 rounds. After that, Nine lost their first full buy, so of course then comes the eco.
Yeah.
But after that, they were dominating once again.
Yeah, but mostly Nine was successful in denying, man advantage situations for 500, especially in the first half. There were numerous of them, and Nine were actually able to take it home. As it was yesterday against their opponents on Dust, it was the same thing. It was what actually made them win the Dust 2. So in this case, it helped them a lot in Nuke.
I mean, when we look, we discussed off players at the beginning, Cirque and Mantu. Cirque, not like visible on the scoreboard too much, but he made some like very important plays.
Yeah, but we can say that thanks to him, the result was maybe as close as it got, because he quote-unquote won the 3 rounds for 500 during the first half, especially the last round when he was able to delete Mantu, one of let's say few attempts and successful ones against the enemy sniper, which of course wasn't as active on a sniper rifle as we maybe thought, but of course sometimes you have to pick up AK and shoot with it like you shoot with it.
And of course Red Star has to have a mention too, because when it was 0-8, from the point of view of 500, he had 100 ADR, he had 9 kills. And that was the problem for 500, they were getting kills, not rounds. Yeah, and that was what Nine was successful in, denying everything else.
I think it was like 8-1 for Nine when we were talking with Storm together that, well, it seems like both teams have almost same number of kills, but the result was one-sided.
Very different. Let's look at the other side now, Mantu. He was having very good game for sure. I mean, if you just look at the stats, that speaks for itself, I think.
Yeah, so different from yesterday. We were speaking about how important it will be for the AVP players to actually take up the mantle of the Big Green and take some important frags and do some recon for the team. And I think Mantu really did some work and earned his pay today, as you could see on the stats. I mean, it wasn't even with AVP as well. Sometimes, of course, yes, but he took on AK, Galil, everything else, and usually won all of those duels.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from your all player. It just clicked for Mantu right now, the only Polak on the ex-major Polish team. We were talking about the major attendees here on this tournament, so maybe some kind of connection to that. And what's maybe special for Mantu is the fact that he almost tied the result he showed us yesterday. Yesterday against Fnatic it was 22 kills, now one map, 20 kills.
20 kills, that's amazing stats for this player. Long-time veteran of OG and then went to Big and a little bit. Then, of course, now in 9, let's check what else went down. 8-13, of course, the final score, but there were times when we were thinking like, okay, this can go all the way almost.
Yeah, and what you can actually see on the scoreboard is that the whole lineup of 9 were essentially really, really level when it comes to the KD, and on the 500 there was mostly Red Star that was taking all the load on his shoulders. Yeah, I don't think the score itself tells the whole story, to be honest here.
Yeah. I have to agree, because we've mentioned that, of course, 9 had the huge 8-round lead 2 times during the first half, but then, of course, the economy situation after a switch of the sides was unlucky, but yeah, 9 controlled this map.
Perfect. Let's take a little break before we go to the second map analysis, and let's see how 500 handle different kind of challenge.
Hello, I'm the coach for 500. We're gonna do a taste test with typical Czech food. So let's start. I start with this. It seems like a chocolate. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I would say normal chocolate, honestly. It's good. I like it.
Oh, that's good. Put it in second place.
The Coke, do I sip it in the... Okay. It's all right.
In the start, it's like Coke Zero, but then it becomes it becomes sour. So
I'm gonna put this at number 4.
I'm not really a fan. I'll give it a 4.
This seems like a chocolate bar.
In the start, I felt like it's chocolate with liqueur, and I really hate that kind of stuff. But actually, the taste is pretty good. So I'll give it a 2.
This is actually really good.
I'll put it at number 3.
So I'll try this.
It's actually really nice. I'll put it at number 1.
No, I don't like this. It's too sour, I think.
Actually, in the start, it felt like nothing. But like the aftertaste is very good. I actually like this one, I would say the most.
And finally, this was the optional one, yes?
What's that?
And this one I'm very scared of because I saw the before people.
Okay, let's see.
I don't know about it. Like, it smells awful, but it doesn't taste like that bad. It's alright.
Very particular taste. And I'm gonna put that at last at 5.
Actually, I'm not gonna try it. And I'm gonna put it at the worst. Not because I tried it, but because I saw the reaction of other people. Maybe I could have liked it, but I'm scared to try it, honestly.
I mean, I have to ask, right? Let's go one by one. What we saw. Pick out for you guys. The old toothpaste with delicious chocolate, sugar condensed milk.
Maybe number 2 for me.
Number 2
on that list, yeah.
Okay, like second best.
Yes.
For you. Okay.
Yeah, I think third best maybe. Not sure.
Okay, Kofola, the lovely, delicious
number
Czech
1
drink.
Number
that's,
1 for
that
me.
speaks to my heart.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go harder. Kofila, the coffee bar.
Number 3.
Number 3. Okay.
Throwing it out to the bin.
Yeah, exactly. That's my boy because I freaking hate that one. Okay, sojový řez. That's the soy stump kind of thing.
I gotta say, I probably have never eaten it.
Yeah, no, that's kind of low budget. You're a more posh person. And, yeah.
Okay.
I think I had it last time like 10 years ago or something like that, because we went to ski somewhere and it's like a little snack, so you can take it with you.
You suck on it.
No, you just like bite it, but I don't like that.
And the cheese one.
The twarushky,
the trademark of Olomouc, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of friends from Olomouc, so I gotta say yes to that, but no.
I don't remember myself eating twarushky, so...
Wow.
I did
barbarians
left
here.
some taste here.
I'm with barbarians on this desk. That's terrible. Okay, let's head into something that we can agree on. Second map. Is this gonna be 500 comeback like we saw yesterday?
Ooh. I think so.
Yeah.
I think that this BO3 will go to Decider. I have the storyline already set into my tablet, so I think we have to go with this one.
I think the main difference between yesterday and today is that actually 500 are on their own map pick to take it to Decider. So that's the main difference. Yesterday they can only probably, even when it comes to the opponent, they could, you know, just surprise all of us if they were able to pull it off, and they managed to do so. But today they are favorites on Inferno, and I do believe that they have the quality to take it home and take us to Ancient once more.
I mean, last time 9 played Inferno, it's not that recent actually. It's on Friday, I believe. Oh no, Thursday. Sorry, Thursday. I think against Sinner's Czech team, and they lost there. So
yeah, not even double digits. Yeah.
Yes, and not even double digits.
Sinner's number 1 pick, so
that's true. That's true. It's their house map, and they were playing here in the arena for the first time. Unusual space and everything, but still 9. Definitely, there is some limits what they can perform probably on Inferno. For 500, it's almost the number 1 map for their roster.
But of course, there's the age-old argument that it's one of those most default maps that ever exist right now. So probably 9 are gonna put up some fight, I think. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough.
I mean, you say default, but I mean, we are seeing a lot of default plays from these two teams so far in this tournament. There is nothing crazy going on. Not something like super rushy,
flashy,
super insane, right? So maybe the default is what they want here.
Yeah, but it maybe is not as obvious on the first sight, but Inferno can be a really team-based map as well.
Extremely.
Because we know that typical running maps are Dust 2, Mirage, of course, the new Mirage, aka Ancient, and maybe for some even Anubis, where you just run towards A, just throw flashes and go in. But on Inferno, of course, you need to use many utilities. The utility management is really important in there, to how to take banana or how to work with banana / mid control. So that will be really important for both teams to manage pretty well. And I think the utility here will play the first part.
So of course, whichever team actually manages to build economy, especially from the start, is going to have a huge advantage because of how important utilities are on this specific map.
Perfect, gentlemen. Thank you very much. We'll take a short commercial break, and after that, let's go to the second map.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tape Sport.
Enjoy the conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
Pretty universal sentiment that Nine had control for the majority of that nuke, but will they keep control of Inferno? It is the pick of the 500 side, a much better map when it comes to the last 3-month record from 500. So I still believe, Dwayne, that despite how awkward things might have looked at time, given the late game resurgence that we did see from the Bulgarians, we should be going to the third here.
So I disagree with that completely now. I think that this should be a pretty clean 2-0 for Nine. I've just not been impressed with 500 enough. And that's drawing comparisons to their online results. I think they can be threatening in online tournaments. I think they could be a title fight contender. I'm not seeing that yesterday, and I'm certainly not seeing it today.
Well, remember back in that end series from yesterday's procession, we did see that map 2 resurgence, and 500 did bring that comeback. It was on Dust 2, so it's not a map-for-map comparison, but I still have at least a little bit of faith. I still have at least a little something behind it, and I will admit, obviously, the nature of that comeback was mostly down to the pistol and the conversions from the second half, but we started to see a little bit more out of Red Star in that later portion of the match. We saw, obviously, Cirque being the bottom fragger, but he was the guy delivering to give at least a little bit of impact in the first half to allow those first 3 rounds to come in to not make it look quite as one-sided as it ultimately ended up being. So I have at least some faith that they can still bring it back. They're going onto home territory. The one concern for me in terms of them losing out now is the mental game aspect, because you have been stomped on your elimination game, and so given everything we've talked about from the online to the LAN environment, like, is that going to be something that will put them down?
No, I don't think that's going to affect them the most. I think it's just going to be the tactical edge. I mean, if we're trying to big up some of the players for individually getting out of trouble, Inferno's not a brawly map, is it? It's not a Mirage. Mirage. It's not a Dust 2. It's not an Ancient where you can take a lot of gunfights. It's very slow on the T side. It's very layered with the util. It's very timing based. And I feel for that nature, with how 500 have looked in this tournament, 9 were tactically all over them for the majority of that map. The mid to late rounds, we weren't seeing 500 closing down man advantages. And I think that that's something that's only going to encourage and something that's probably going to occur again going into map 2.
Well, certainly in terms of the stylistic showing, it does certainly ring true that 9 should have something some sort of edge over 500 in that particular regard. But again, consider what map we're talking about here. We're talking about Inferno, and 9's results have been kind of a bit hit and miss at times with it. You know, they have beaten guys like Astrum and Sashi, sure, but then you lose out to Sinners and Zero Tenacity and Gun 5 at times, and it's like, well, you do get some good results, but you also get some not so great results at the exact same time. And I know obviously it's not going to be 100% when translating from online to LAN, but you know, in terms of just the nature of how the map is constructed, can we look at those tactics against those teams and apply them positively against 500?
Yeah, I think so. You have to remember that Inferno is probably the third or best map in the pool from 9. So we're never expecting a lot of good consistency from them. But think back about the game that qualified them from the online atmosphere to this LAN. That was against Na'Vi Jr. And it was a really good T-side showing from them. We saw a lot of advances towards Banana, a lot of good lurking from Bobek towards the apartments. Farfan was getting really brawly in some of the mid to late round scenarios. So from what I've seen previously, I think I've seen enough to be able to allow 9 to take this Inferno over 500.
Well, certainly was a positive showing in that matchup, a 10-2 half on that T side that gave that series over to the favor of 9. Obviously, the Na'Vi Jr. match, a kind of a shocking one when it came to their qualification, because everyone had Na'Vi Jr. as winning that particular game. So 9 can certainly pull out strong performances and strong map-ups, even when it seems unlikely when necessary. So I wouldn't doubt the fact that there's an opportunity to take a 2-0. I just want to see if 500 have truly turned it around. Because as you mentioned during the last map as well, Popov has got to get into the minds of these boys and got to say, listen, last map was last map. We've got to really focus up now. We've really got to get engaged on Inferno, because it could be the end of our tournament lives. We might not even take a map out of this best of 3 unless we get something on our home turf.
And you wonder if there's maybe flashbacks to what happened in that Polish LAN back in August of 2023, their second last LAN behind the ICE Invitational they played at the start of the year. And that was basically getting eliminated in the exact same way. Lost your opening match, went into the lower bracket, went out straight away. Red Star was there, Rainwaker was there. We've got similar pieces. They've got to treat this tournament as a way to not only bounce back from the MRQ, but also an opportunity to get a bit of a taste of what it's like to be successful on LAN. I think we look at 500 in the past, there's been very few international LANs from them. So when they come, you've got to jump at the opportunity that arises in front of you.
I mean, say international lands, there's very few lands in general. That Polish land you mentioned was the last one after the ICE Invitation. That was in 2023. So we are talking a very long stretch of periods between 500 and their LAN appearances. So have to make the most of these opportunities. It applies more pressure to them. Can they turn that pressure into diamonds? We're about to find out with the pistol of our second map, Inferno, as picked by the Bulgarians.
Aggression down from mid, and the timing looks good from Oxygen to at least try and get one, but the CTs are all over them. Farfan is still fighting aggressively with the half-wall players on B.
Dragon involved as well. Bobek to 2 points of health alongside the kill on Red Star. They're getting down to a single man of Spellun. 1v3 for him to work with. Bomb on his back, and maybe could isolate the one player on the A-bomb side, but backup was rotated as well. We would have heard those footsteps. There's really nothing that he can do. I mean, I guess in theory he could do something and isolate in the individual fights, but as soon as he's given up the position, that's all that 9 need.
Well, it's difficult because there was a lack of respect being offered there towards 500. I mean, they're trying to get into their default. They've got util being set up from Spellun, and instead you've just got a crunch from both Brackets and Banana. You've got just overall pure aggression from the CT line.
You can get Bobek down at low HP, but running right into rules with utility pulled out. He will go falling soon enough to the USPs, and the pistol win will go the way of 9. Positive start on the CT side. Once again, that is 2 out of 3 pistols.
And that might make a difference when we think about the first half, transitioning to the second half, looking at what the pistol round win conversion looks like, what round 2 is as well. Especially without a bomb plant, it feels extremely unlikely that Spellun is going to be calling a force buy here.
And he does so anyway, so Tech 9's brought in on the T-side line. Tech 9's across the board as well. Of course, no automatics afforded, no Mac 10s or anything. Leaving as much space for utility as possible, but even that's in limited regard. Only one smoke available for the execution. Flashes getting used to try and get them into these positions in the first place. Spellen using another one out there towards short. The smoke over a boiler clears up. Meanwhile, they flash their way in towards Banana. Raw stands by. Kill on the first man, continues to spray for the second, and transition to the third is wonderful. USP pulled out, finally puts him down, but the rest of the backups on the way. The bomb's been seen. At least Cirque grabbed the M4, but it's a 2v4.
And that's the problem with forcing there. It's just such a lack of the buy. There's hardly any utils. They don't even have a single flash to get them through the half wall, and it makes it easy for the opposition. Cirque may have been able to get it into a 1v2, but even when you get this bomb down, there's no way you can win this clutch. The best that you can hope for is maybe look for a little bit more damage. Try and drop just a single CT.
We've seen one ace so far in this series, and that was down at exit frags. It's going to have to be a full-on 1v2 clutch with the initial 3 kills on Cirque. 20 points of health. It would lead to the round win if he can take it, but he needs to take it. First player seen and instantly domes him in the back lines. Mantu showing no mercy for the second round.
And this should be 500 buying again, 3 players to drop, bomb plant bonus. I will say that Spellen isn't as much of an aggressive buyer as some of the previous in-game leaders we've seen in the Bulgarian scene. Ships, when he used to call on this team, always liked to force up. Bubble was the same. Spellen's a little bit more reserved than those callers.
And despite that, they're still calling in some aggressive buys.
I wouldn't say this is aggressive. Is it 2,900 loss bonus? Cirque's got 500 in the bank. You're running a hero. This is the kind of round where you can work a couple of picks, maybe work a bomb plant.
A hero weapon in mind. A lot of emphasis on Cirque to pull this one up. Of course, he is doing well for the initial few rounds of this game, but see whether we can continue to post up here against 9 on the rifle basis. They've got all their, well, almost all their weapons in check. And slow to the uptake on 500 as you would expect here on this map. Rules close to his SMG. Did see that jump up. Does he register Cirque's AK? He does now. First kill comes in on 500.
A bit of a freebie there from Cirque. And now with the rotates coming in, Bobek's not going to be able to do anything to stall. So what they have to do instead is set themselves up for the retake.
Incendiary out from Kragan instead, allowed to cross. The AK does fight. Bobek expecting an extension, a jump face alongside a swing from Cirque. Actually turns it into a 5 versus 3. Trades on Mantu, only good for the 1. Kragan goes down in turn. Advantage well and truly here with 500. So this aggressive buy, if you want to call it that, it's turned into success, it seems. Oxygen falls back at the HE, sets the bomb on site. Now Rainwaker chimes in with his deagle. Farvan's down. It's Mantu in a 1v3 clutch. He'll take the first player. Unawares of the second, switching out to a second M4. The bomb on its way back out towards the A side because they know where Mantu is. He'll try and give chase towards the man, but you also see the counteraction from Spellen. So Mantu's basically getting sandwiched here.
And Mantu's got to hope that he can catch the timing to catch him in before he gets out to the boiler entrance, but you just can't beat him unless you've got your knife pulled out all the way, and then you're worried about the frag presenting itself. This is a very unlikely clutch, but it's one that is incredibly important for 9 to convert.
Manley on the other side of the board, not looking great at the CT side. Mantu on him to make a must-win round work, and he gets tagged up so heavily by Spellen initially. 14 HP, he's best to save. He knows it, he's out of there. And 500 will turn up their first round, all thanks in part, in most part, to Cirque's entries. 2 fantastic kills with that AK, and once again, he's the man that's delivering the impact.
Well, if there's anyone to blame, it's got to be Rules. First off, you're solo top Banana. You've seen the boost out there towards logs. Rather than wide swing the angle or even fall off and try and jiggle, he just walks into it. Now, he's probably hoping that because he's crouching down and he's getting close to the half wall that he can't be seen, but that's an individual mistake that is just not good enough. And it's an instant capitalization once that kill comes in.
As well as an instant tactical pause from 9 when the round goes down. They really shouldn't have lost all that they did in that one, at least to get some of the picks against the pistol players. And now the exits when they started coming in against them, and attempted retake before the bomb got planted, so time to think on 9. 500 should start to take some control back here. Mentioned on the desk, the comeback was bolstered by the economy state, so his returning streak should also get bolstered by a similar amount. You can see how 9 have only can afford 2 M4s, SMGs on 2 others, a 5.7 for Rules. It's really not that great.
Inferno being participated quite frequently from 500 across this tournament. We saw it in some of their opening games of the online stage of the competition. And getting the reps in, giving themselves, them and Mirage as their #1 and #2 in the pool right now. And Bobek a little bit more aggressive with rules this time with a third teammate, while the M4s are slightly more passive on the A-bomb side. So this is where you've got to try and pressure point the closest weapons, being in strong positions to work an opening kill. Rules comes out for the first, sees that bomb and sees mass players.
Red Star with the secondary kill that gets the man advantage in. The SMGs are trying to fight together. They know that both players are out there. The Molotovs continue to try and force them back, and they are successful on 500. Low HP for both Bobek and Krug, and they're going for that M4 and can just grab it. Now it's on Mantu, solo defender of the A-bomb site. Here for the 500 side, they've got all 4 players pouring in. Molly's and HG's down towards Pit, engaging as the first player transition to the second. Does well. Cirque and Rainwaker, the victims of the M4, and that's brought more rotation time. Bomb plant will look to get secured. They're going to press ahead of this smoke, though. Rainwaker's in trouble. Red Star goes down. Spellin involved in a 1 versus 3. He takes 2 picks back. Tech9 pulled out against Bobek, and he doesn't know exactly where he is. He spams away, and he holds his 3K for a clutch of the ages on 500.
Oh, there we go. Spellin showing up when it absolutely counts. 151 maps on HLTV when it comes to the LAN environment, and it's moments to show that quality and the X factor of the clutch. I thought as if Mantu had done enough. And this M4 just stalling for time, holding on to a man advantage, and then it's down to the in-game leader out of anyone to make that round happen for 500.
HP potential over them, and it just works out in his favor. That's a huge one for 500, because this little resurgence at the beginning of the map could have been cut down by what was basically an M4 solo holding the A-bomb site. Tactical. Give another chance for 9 also to talk. It was 500 that called it in. A very, very down to the wire start on our second map of this best of 3, but seems like we're down to breaking point for 9. $1,900 a loss bonus, so just USPs for round 5.
And watch out for some of the timings that Rainwaker's going to be able to attribute towards sort of the lurks in the apartments, against some of the players down on Big Pit, out on the bomb site directly. This is a guy that played really well in that series against Passion UA to qualify to LAN, and also really well against ENCE. It's a shame that he didn't have more backing behind him to try and make that series a bit more competitive.
4-man boost tower in from the B bomb side is going to catch 1 player off guard. HEs of the T side should be able to make sure that they don't get their hands on these rifles. Shouldn't get any more picks out of it. Spellin does full, and as does Cirque, so it becomes a bit more of an expensive one there out of 9's eco efforts. Keep the economy limited, try and reset them going into a buy of your own. We've seen the AWP come out from Mantu already alongside the rest of the rifles. There shouldn't be any expense spared here.
And we saw talking earlier about how the second last LAN was in August of 2023 for 500. Take it from the 9's perspective. They went to Level Up Lund in April, and then before that, it wasn't until, what, September 2023? So you have basically all of 2024 with slightly different iterations of your Polish lineup, and you just can't get to a LAN. You can't qualify, you can't attend. So for a lot of squads involved, not just from the VRS standpoint, but to actually play in this atmosphere, then there's a lot of people, including myself, Jay, that are quite vocal that we just don't have tier 2 LANs. It's just not in the calendar. It's not in the circuit like it used to be in previous years. A lot of these TOs have just decided to grind the online section, not put money and resources into LANs. So as a team, at a professional at this level, when you get the chance to come, you've got to make the most out of the result. You've got to learn as much as possible.
Got to perform as much as possible. That's why these matches, they are of importance. Again, for those of you that may only wish to be joining us, elimination game. Loser is out of Prague. And right now, 9 are the ones that are leading the charge in terms of the map difference. They took the first nuke pretty handily. 500 trying to give us a bit more of a game here on their pick of Inferno. Engage well enough against Bobek to do the initial damage. AWP set of Mantu, and backs a turn right towards him. Oxygen picked up first. Shoulder bait attempting to make a second shot, miss out. Spellin looking for a chance. No, Rainwaker comes out of the apartments. Farben was not there on the balcony to protect him. Sees him coming, transitions in towards Spellin and can take down 1 trade, but it's good responses from Red Star the same. 3-on-3 and a HP advantage as well over Bobek. Kragan peeks ahead of that smoke and goes down the same. Probably a safe call now for the CT side.
Considering that there was only 2 defenders on A, I think they've done as much as they can to possibly hold off against the exec. The problem is the rotate's just too slow. You've got 500 charging with pace into that bomb side, and even when that Moto smoke goes down, there's a little bit of a duel where Red Star can just get a headshot before that smoke blooms. Excellent work from 500. I will say that their flash assists look quite poor, and we saw that against Mantu out on the short access, but the way that they toyed with him, the jiggles to allow Rainwaker to come out of the apartments, that was quality.
And the angle left open by that balcony player ultimately allowed it to be an exploitable position. And the difference maker on the T side, one that should put the economical turmoil back on 9 once again, still building up the loss bonus. 2 M4s saved to give him a small amount of assistance, but only a half buy around it. Really not worth it to force the issue here. 3 players that stayed alive. Money can start to farm up, see what damage they can do. They did well with the eco basics, so any casualties here in this round, if they can make it 3, then that could keep them up to reset potential. Bulls, sandbags, turned away from flashbangs perfectly, doesn't see his contact man. Oxygen getting picked up eventually, but Bobek needs the support of Kragen with only a pistol. Both the riflers fell, and that is the round done. Any potential in the round is over. 2v4 for Mantu and Farben.
And considering that this should have been a 3-0 start for 9, in which the first gun round would have featured an AWP from Mantu, they're now down 2-5. And this is where we quite consistently talk about the impact of winning low investment rounds, those hero rifles, those lighter buys, and what it can do to shift the momentum of the game, resetting the economy against your opposition. And this has been an excellent response from that hero AK round that Cirque had into now what has been pure obliteration against the opposition.
Even to think as well that it came down to a 1v3 at one point as well for Spellens. So just individuals showing up when they need it most from 500 in those moment of impacts, those impact rounds, as you say. Could have cut this off at the head in round number 4, but no. That is 5-2 on 500. T-side basis looking far better. Rifles will return on 9. The AWP and the M4s are out to play.
And just have a little spot of information from both the half wall and from the brackets. Very pacey from 500, and Bobek is getting on the front side of it. Flash around the corner, excellent shot from Red Star. He's been hitting so many opening kills out here towards B.
Kind of utility there from Rawls. Needs to try and suppress them. The HE's coming to do some damage. We need some kills out of this. At the first corner, we'll get the first kill in. Cirque take the TK out of it as well. Advantage turns up, but is cut back to a 3-on-3 quickly. Cirque trying to find that impact again. Smokes will start sending in. Kragen's heard of that Molotov. Cirque's close. Headshot taken. Second player trying to transition away with the bomb on his back. And Mantu also at brackets will deal with the lurker of Rainwaker. 9 turned the round on his head in an instant and claim their third, shut down a streak of 500.
That's an unlucky call. I think the setup is perfect there from 500. They're working these accelerated moves. They get the opening kill. They're being stalled by the util, but they're all packing, which means they can put a lot of emphasis on trading the likes of your first Oranges player of rules, and there's just an unfortunate TK, isn't there? The numbers get a little bit awkward. You then have a position where you're cancelling, you're going back into Banana. I don't think 500 need to change much in terms of these aggro moves, because it's making 9 very uncomfortable.
They try and search for the appropriate frags. You've got Kragen leaning in towards mid. Farven, much more passive angle alongside Mantu. The initial press not providing much for 9. 500 taking it slow, as you would expect out of this one. Mantu and double dip back in, catch a boiler angle, but not catch the kill for it. Takes the tag in return. You know, be careful that apartments player as well. He was punished for that in the previous round, and smoke it off to suppress.
Just feel that Mantu's being a little bit more active than what he was on that CT side of Nuke. He's being pressed in a bit more aggressively to some of these fights. There's a bit more intent of working an opener. Now Bobek's been caught with a lot of these moves out towards Banana. This time around it's an opening spam and it's a secondary kill. Considering he's just being baited there, that Rules isn't even helping him, he's done quite well to get 2.
Farvan caught a kill on the lurker in mid, and once again 4 versus 2 established for 9. So on the other side of the map, it's turned into a major opportunity now for the defensive. Spams down through the smoke as Farvan gets another kill on Cirque. Oxygen's all alone. 1v4, not seeing the shoulder pay. That's a good shot through the smoke. Secondary player known, but the boosting player is not. So as soon as he makes his way to the fountain, Kragan's going to punish. And 9 are back on track.
And this is where, Jay, now we need to start getting into the context of the rounds that are being won from both of these sides. We had, what, a Cirque hero and a Spellin 1v3 versus a little bit more consistency. Now, I know that we haven't seen many gun rounds being won from 9. It's only been 2 since they were able to start with the pistol and the conversion. I just get the feeling that in the small sample size of rounds that I've seen so far, 9 have performed at a higher level. Now, that only means so much because you've still got to reset the economy and you've still got momentum and everything behind you, but it is a positive sign going into your opposition map pick that you can play like this.
And they're keeping more players alive as well, so money can start to build. Obviously not at the moment. With a hero weapon set in from 500, they try and counteract early. Fast execution, outshot of Mantu, not connected to the casualty. It's too close range, and the pistols can overwhelm in a 5 versus 3. Red Star, I thought that was on. Not like it matters, though. They've got access to this bomb site. Kragan can take Cirque back from range, so that will stall the bomb plant for a moment. If Nine can get another pick out to a 3-on-3, then maybe they could justify this. A couple of rifles recovered to the 2 casualties. And also low HP on the T side. Bobek going to find an easy pick. Secondary player, not known just yet. Smoke close to the bomb site. He's got a second teammate there towards short as well. They'll check out Pit. Nobody's there. In from Graveyard. Tech9 spams away from Rainmaker. Gets his kill back in. Kragan trades it. Spent it on the flank. It's now all on rules. Captain leaning forward, spray through, unable to find the shots he's looking for. He's on the defuse, tapping it, trying to force out Red Star into a fight. He knows that he's making his way in. Shots blind against Spellin, close range against the player. He's right behind him, he has no idea. And Red Star will lock in his pick. Chaos in the smoke, but it works up for 500.
We get ourselves into a round of pure chaos, and for the A-site anchors, Jade, let's be honest, that's embarrassing. That is a lower investment pistol round where they're flying out of apps, and there is just no impact. Mantu, yeah, you can say he's being caught blinded, but he still needs to get one. That AWP still needs to generate a single kill, and then Farfan, your big pit player, mate, he just gets nothing either.
Tactical out for 9, because I think the Berries recognize those problems. You are right, that should have been at least something. I mean, they shouldn't have fallen this quickly, like a 5-on-3 instantly for 500. Like, you should at least be making it a 4-on-4, a 3-on-4 or something. Just look at how this played out. Red Star, so slow and so careful to the uptake on that fight. Just knew he had to pick his moment rather than give the game away in a panic. And Rules had no idea of his position. Clutch that comes in to keep 500 ahead. Minimum 6 taken, and also all 9 can do is even up the half if they take the next 2 rounds together. Buy-ups will be available in this one to do so. An SMG, weaken a Bobek, no savings and no loss bonus, so they need to turn it into success. Swing forward, unawares, and a player in the cubby corner. Raw still gets that kill in, looks for the second man, unable to do so. Red Star gets both of them, and they're down a man.
Mantu's not seen anyone scale, so with all of that pressure going on towards Banana, no one's tried to lurk in brackets or walk out boiler, so they have to be under the assumption that there's still a lot of Banana pressure. Now, Kragan will know that HP is low on at least a few, that's been communicated over, but if they're running into that B bomb site, it's the best chance that 500 have of not only converting 7, but probably an 8-4 half.
The only spanner in the works is that HP. They play towards that B side, though. It's only going to be Kragan. Smokes at the ready. One put out towards Coffins. Second one not available just yet. Kragan's going to try dip behind that smoke and wait for them to make a move. 20 seconds. I mean, there's another option available to 9 now, is to get that bomb carrier dropped at the right moment. Time's low. Red Star's caught Spell and trades it instantly, and that threat is negated. No one seen beyond the HE. The bomb plant will be secured, and Mantu will back up the joint Farvan on the save. 500 will have a 7th. They'll have the half at least.
extremely gambly from 9 in that 3v4. Notice how Mantu is just stagnant out in long. Farfen also doesn't move from Big Pit. There's no info play. They don't walk into brackets, see what's going on, walk the apartments, maybe rotate a player out towards B and try a walk contact towards half wall or car. When you play the numbers game on Inferno, especially on the city side, you do open yourself up for the gambles and the misreads. 500 have been so key in clutches to sort of help this scoreline along, and I think that they should be rewarded with an 8-4 score at the turn.
A much better performance on this first half compared to the likes of Nuke. An important half as well for them in the best of 3. Their map picked, their moment of success. And to lose this one would be to go down in 2-0 fashion and lose out with the last place exit here in Conquest of Prague. The last thing that anybody wants. With the concerns generated of how one-sided Nuke was, you could see a world in which it could just be 9 dominating their way through, Rules being dominated instead. A number of opening frags given up by him, this one being one of them. Oxygen flash blinded, Bobek can take him, transition to the second man as well. That's all important for 9.
Well, one of the first times they've actually tried to take Banana, and it's Bobek to get on the front foot of, as soon as a smoke clearance, right, that's where we put the emphasis on. Now, Farfen has not seen any counteraction from the lurk of Rainwaker at all. Bobek is taking more and more space away, but he is alone. They do not have that second player, Kragan, to jump spot.
Oh, blind sprays at Bobek, timed so well. A triple found for him. The Orb Berserk is revealed. And Bobek sticking around right here. He might even re-aggress. The shot of the Orb doesn't even connect. He lines up a double and an ace in the round to make it 5 at the end of the half. A small recovery to ensure they do not go one-sided in the second.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Sorať!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tape Sport.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Enjoy the conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
2 rounds separate 500 from 9. A very, very good T-side half. One that should have been 8-4, but Bobek and the very tail end of things providing a round that might throw a bit more contention in. As 9 move to their T-side, Dweg, what are their chances of recovering this scoreline?
I think still fairly good. They just need to make sure that they end rounds a little bit cleaner and not give away too many clutches. I think that will be the crutch of 9 if they can't close out the 2-0, of just giving more 1vx's to the opposition.
Well, Oxygen started with a straight headshot on Mantu, so there's your opener against 9. First blood again drawn out by 500. And 9 do have the advantage of the pistols so far in this series, 2 out of 3 being won by them, but the second half pistol of the second map will look to go the way of 500 if things keep going down like this. Red Star finding Krog under the headshot. 5 on 3 established. Bobek just seen there towards the Moto angle, a peek into the USP. Now the T's are trying that, but Oxygen here at Boiler almost bottles a chance. Doesn't quite get traded, but Farman gets him in the end. Rainwaker overwhelmed to the bomb site, and this is 9's opportunity now.
Watch out for Spellen's HE when it comes to the retake of where that gets put down. You've got Red Star that's coming quickly from Moto. They're all packing and grouping. The Julies are going to be very impressive from Cirque at this sort of range.
Going to boost the USP instead for Red Star to spot a player in the back lines. Dome in rules. Low HP against him though. Look for the player out in the open. They struggle against him, but finally Farven's going to get caught. Bobek alone. Another impressive clutch from him. 1v3 to take. First kill found. No more than that. Cirque overwhelms and 500 will make it even on the pistol basis. 2 out of 4 for each side.
I'm not really sure what Farfen's doing there, Jay. Where is he? He's just in the open, and Bobek's not swinging with him. Why is Farfen not either on the bomb site or playing down in mini pit? It must have been a complete miscomm. They must have been completely off of the page on what they wanted to try and do, because that just, it doesn't feel right. He's just such a sitting duck there.
My only assumption is that he was watching short and he tried to peek into long as soon as the kill came in on the boost. I mean, I couldn't come up with any particular answers as to what was happening there in the comments for 9, but you are right, he was so exposed. 9 got a bomb plant in, so they are going to force the issue into this round. Straight for the Galil. Bobek does not get anything. Oxygen ready to receive, and he'll receive well.
And it's surprising to see an aggro move like that not being brought up with a HE through the smoke or a flashbang to try and facilitate. That, to me, is an aggro maneuver that's a bit boneheaded with light on util. And that just gives away such a freebie to start off the round. And now for 9, yeah, you can slow it in, you can start packing, going for a B-side exec. Losing Bobek early in the round may just be your reason why you weren't able to win the break of round 14.
And 13 frags of confidence from him, so will be a difference maker if you can place him right. Obviously not the right placement at the start of this round, so at least they can get the Galil back on Mantu. 9 back to the slow start, unsure where to commit to. Wherever they do commit to, though, they're going to get given a lot of breathing room. 500 are passive on their defensives.
Kragan, highest rated player, 4-9 on Inferno in the last 3 months, averaging a 1.22. He's been pretty quiet in both the first half and now transitioning into the second, so we want to see an increase in performance.
Cirque sees 1, tries to engage, does damage. Flashing from his teammate to check the angle, and Rules finally caught off. Blinded by Rainwaker's flash. Mantu can trade him though. Now Rainwaker's on the center of the bomb site. Teammate back at mini pit. 15 seconds. They engage the line up. Some damage. The kill comes in on Mantu. Rainwaker's finally overwhelmed. Bombs on site, and Kragan's Tech9 gets a kill to return. They need the bomb plant now though. Farven's out of time. He'll tap in, force that Red Star into a fight which he loses, and finally put the bomb down just in time. Spellen is inbound now. Farven's alone. Incendiary, center of the bomb site. Incendiary to return back to block off the Moto angle. A flash in that keeps Farven blinded, and just poking out the pillar will lose his life. A 9th round for the CT side.
Now, I came into this best of 3 series sort of saying Oxygen's been struggling quite a bit individually. Spellen has too. Spellen, there's a little bit more of an asterisk or maybe a free pass because he is the in-game leader. But let's just consider for a moment, he has won 2 clutches on LAN in the same map that have both had fairly big ramifications to the overall scoreline.
Talk about those impactful guys, the individuals, the sharp most on 500's part. They're now starting to really get it across the board. Last tactical called in by 9 because they are not quite having the best of times here. And seeing some smiles on the faces of 500 because they are very clearly in the driver's seat and they've got reasons to smile. 9-5, no rounds scored on T-side yet for 9. Did get them down to a single player, so they know the economy's weak and they're going to try their hand at this reset one more time. But these 4 spies are going to keep chipping away at 9's opportunities. They need to find success on one of them, else 500 will just slowly but surely edge their way up into the win. AK on Farven for this round.
We've seen the hero being thrown around for a few different players from both 9 and 500. It was mainly Cirque utilizing it on map 1 and map 2. And Farfen's now in a position where he's been given the goods. Now, Kragan's taken a lot of space away from the top of Banana. Now, this should be either retaking util for the CTs or a bit of an info play. Oxygen against Farfen, only damage out to the apartments to start.
And only damage done towards 9. Nothing returned to 500. Farvan a little bit misplaced on his crosshair. Rainwaker seeing those smokes coming out of Boiler, expecting Bobek to be involved soon enough. Molotov sent deep. Won't drive him back. Oxygen drawing attention as well away from the flower beds, but no further action from 9, just prodding away with Util.
Farfan's not caught the timing against that Apps player of Oxygen. You've then got the jiggle that's coming out from Boiler, not quite getting the angle against Rainwaker just yet, and this is another map where he's been extremely quiet. 4 and 10, so 4 and 8 on map 1 at one point, now 4 and 10 on map 2.
Time sticking away on 9 in general, 30 seconds to the clock, and they find the SMG. Rainwaker domed it immediately. M4 almost lines up a couple, but Mantu took the TK in that one. That's the bomb site overwhelmed, and a plant to be secured, and 500, they are out of there. The damage that compounds from 9 is going to force the Bulgarians into submission. They'll hold on to their 3 M4s, buy back for the next as 9 gets started in the second half.
And we get ourselves into a state now, Jay, where you start wondering whose resets are going to hit harder. We've sort of seen what happened to the start of that first half. We've now seen what 9's been able to do on the counter. Bobek is just trying to clear out a bit more space. Is it possible for him to search and perhaps get one more duel against a CT player?
Even a third kill in this context are going to cause ripples against 500's game here. By state will be severely weakened. 9 are going to push a couple of players involved, but nothing that will look to find the actual exit frags. So they'll keep their 4 weapons in check. 500 allowed their 3. Huge round for 9 to take. They finally get on the board. They finally find the breaking point. The 3 weapons staying in should, however, enable another decent buy from 500.
Yeah, even though Inferno we might look at as being a bit more of a shaky map for 9, not the most consistent in the pool, even in this tournament, Jay, they still picked it against Gun 5, they still picked it against Na'Vi Jr. It's still a map that, depending on the opponent, they don't mind picking. So we expect a sound basis from their defaults. And Rainwaker a little bit more aggressive with this MP9 than the previous round, trying to see if he can take a first contact out in bedroom.
Incendiaries and Molotovs at play towards Banana. Spellen and Red Star are on the defense. 9 taking a lot of damage on rules to kick off in this round. Kragan taking some back of his own as well, so utility start better for 500, although Red Star hasn't gone away clean himself. Posted alongside the B defensive, 3 players ready to receive, rather aggressive as well on A.
But this is just getting a bit fakey in the mid-round from 9. Pulling some distraction out towards the top of B, now putting some util down towards long from Bobek. But it's a group and a pack, and for Spellen, not only does he need to try and stall for time, but he needs to be able to put damage down to allow rotation room. Now, you've got a big info play from Rainwaker out towards second mid. They're sending everyone to stack up on B now.
9 need to move now. Here comes the utility, smokes, flashes, HE's to open said smokes. Spellen going to try and counter one on his own. Perfectly blinding out 1 player alongside Spellen and his spray. They take 2 down. Player caught up on aim punch. Red Star with another kill. Kragan's fallen down to 2 men, both of which are tagged, both of which are being sandwiched, and all 5 are alive on 500. The info play was wonderful, and they knew exactly what to do with it.
And even though we always look at the game differently, don't we, Jay? We've got the X-ray, we've got the radar. You, from Berry's point of view, and from Rules' point of view, you'll know that because there was a flank that quickly in Banana, and you were up against so much util there on B, with Spellen first, the boost up, you know that there have to be an info play somewhere, right? At some point in that round. So that's got to tell the in-game leader, we can't afford to run the clock as heavily as we did. We ran it too long in that last round.
500 exploited them for it. Cirque and Spellen go through 2. When you asked whose reset's going to hit harder, well, I think you're already getting your answer here. The AKs on Farvan and Mantu left the only 2 rifles out of 3 players. Unable to get the kill in a Boiler. That leaves Rainwaker to fall back. They've got some Banana access at least, so there's that much. But if they lose this round, they're going to be reset, and that probably leads to map point at the very least on 500.
Still got 2 incendiaries for both of these B-site players, so there's enough util between Red Star and Spellen to basically keep cancelling the exec, or at least putting damage up.
Same counter flash setup as well. Incendiaries into the Shire. Flashbang keep them blinded. They're going to burn quite consistently at that. 29 HP, 24 HP. Mantu and Farvan low. Rules have got a Mac 10 in his hands. Prioritizing the bomb plant as well. Spellen's known towards the back lines of the site. He'll fight, take one. Where's that Tech 9 player? Mantu can strike back to return, but it's a 2 versus 4 for the post plant. If they can even get the bomb down here, they're being pressured still by the 500 side. Rainwaker moving in. Mantu's gone down. Oxygen gets Rules for the smoke, and not even a cash injection for 9 now. Only a couple more rounds to go for 500 so they can take their own map pick.
And it's nice to see Spellen smiling, because even though this is a competitive game and this is a professional match, you've got to have fun. You've got to be able to enjoy the moment. And it's been a tough LAN for them already, especially with how the best of 3 went down yesterday, how the start of Nuke went. They are in a bit of a flow state at the moment. They have had, especially in the second half, mass rounds of players staying alive. And that brings a lot of confidence to a young squad.
Nine are forcing the issue into this one. Do not want to try for overtime, want to stop 500 before they get to map point. Flash into the apartments for option to check. Saw one, Farvan baiting him out, but not taking any kills for it. Certainly taking damage in return instead. Minute to play with. Smokes towards long will indicate the A play.
And perhaps it's a good sign that 500 can look this dominating without even a good performance from Rainwaker. I think if you look at any iteration of 500 or Skade, you'd say that Rainwaker is their best player. So the fact that he's dropped 4 kills going into round 18 and it's still 11-6 on the scoreline, it tells you that everybody else has stepped up to the pressure.
Oxygen with a kill to open, tailed back by Farvan, but Cirque still on bomb site with low HP across several players, and Rainwaker in support. Finally overwhelmed by Kragan and Mantu, go down as 2 players to a 2-on-2. Incendiaries on bomb site will not stop the bomb plants. And now they've got rifles to play with. They must win round for 9.
Got another incendiary from Spellen. Watch out for where that goes down. If it goes out to the mid bomb site to try and force a player in the open.
Down towards the back of the shutters instead. Apps and Red Star moving in on Spellen, still trying to prod forward. No one's watching that entry, although they're about to get a bit of a rude awakening. Spellen's going to get forced back. Now the AK looks to strike. Backside turn, but Mantu checks a Red Star, and Spellen gets domed by the pole. A triple found for him, and 9 stave them off from map points.
Just about. It takes, unfortunately, Red Star so long to walk from long through brackets into Boiler and out to the apartments that they know that it's got to be some sort of trap. So you're not really getting much of an overpeak down there from Mini Pit. Spellen's not been given much of a chance to try and work a kill. Mantu just tucks the whole time and gets just that clean headshot against the in-game leader. And 9 are just going to be battling against some strong buys. 500 are close towards a reset, but they've still got the AWP out for Cirque going into round 19.
Not to say that the buy is infallible from 9 either. Mac 10 on Rules. Holding on to that M4 for Bobek, because you can't afford the AK most permanently. Without sacrificing something in utility, so a couple of weapons that could get exploited by 500, but you are right about the reset potential. And this round could still decide it for 500 the same. No cash in reserves for 9 themselves. The loss bonus will be knocked back a peg. You go from must win to must win for the international squad. They may well get their start here, though. Spellen peeks up. The boost is perfect for Mantu, and Spellen is down.
It still could be lost, though. If they get driven into this A-site stack, if they get driven into the setup, even with the man advantage, this could still be very difficult to brawl against.
I think there's something more going on with just that one lurker out on B that goes down. 500 may get given a gift. 2 players on initial contact. 3rd man of the crossfire, and there goes Cirque on his AWP pick. Rules is down. HEs are sent. And still got Kragan on the search. They're starting to read what's going on here. Red Star picked up. Kragan's going to open up that B bomb site, but recognizing nobody's out there, so the bomb's on its way. Farvan will stick around for exit frags. We'll fight. We'll take Oxygen. And flashbangs against the last two will keep them held into the back corner. So crisis averted on 9. They will keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, all it takes is enough distraction to allow a lurk somewhere on the map. And that was Kragen's moment to basically be given the green light to start walking and making a play out on B. Once you clear CT, you clear that first oranges, coffins, and you're just not seeing anything. That's where you keep the emphasis up, keep putting util down, and then start sending in the over-rotate. Now, I expect Cirque and Rainwaker to drop here. There is a lot of T-side players on the hunt.
Shot on against Bobek will at least connect one exit frag. The AWP doesn't go down. 13 HP from doing so, though. So close to finding him. The only concern is going to be Rainwaker. Incendiary against Cirque does not quite drive them out. Rainwaker does get Mantu and get Farben. Does go down to Kragen. Tech9 pulled out, and he gets his final kill. No man alive for the CT side.
And that's a position for the T's where they're happy that almost everybody dropped. As long as the CT's economy's worse than us, that's all that matters. And now from 9, from a 6 to 11 deficit, they're in a position where they can just start threatening the map ever so slightly. Get yourself a few rounds in a row, hit back hard at the economy management for the opposition of the Bulgarians. Let's just start the feeling on whether Spellen has got what it takes to close this map out.
Tony might be calling this round out. USPs at least stacked up. Saw 9 on their CT side hit the USPs and just dish out some damage that did keep economies potentially low for 500. Let's see whether 500 can return the favor. I'll lean this bomb in towards B, so this actually could be a way up for the 500 side. See what damage they can do with the flashbang, plays pretty perfectly, and oh no, it's all disaster! 3 kills turned back, Mantu and Bobek trying to recover. Farben the man alive, Mantu got a kill from beyond the grave. Swede up close, seeing 1, no rifles recovered, fortunate enough for the 9 side. 500 still got a USP pressing on, Redstar doesn't get his kill. Spellen is picked up alongside Cirque, and Redstar just couldn't stabilize his bullets. So once again, it's crisis averted for 9, but you could see a different universe in which they stole that round and took the map point. Instead, it's 11-9.
Well, I feel for Redstar, Jay, because I think he's been exceptional in this best of 3, but he has been involved in 2 massive whiffs across map 1 and map 2. We saw it out in Garage and Nuke, and now we're seeing it here with the USP. He should get the easiest of kills against Farfen out there towards the first oranges, and he just doesn't. I wonder if that's playing on his mind at all in this series now.
You see him drop off, then we'll get our answer soon enough. The kill spread's pretty good across the top 4 players of 500 though, so is it going to make a massive difference? Cirque tagged up initially, Redstar in towards Banana. He's got his teammate Spellen instead to kick things off in round 21. Kragen is down.
And more utils coming in for the damage. We've got the spam out towards Long that did the early work. Bobek to get the entry. Now that's not against Cirque, and Cirque's normally the long player, so he's going to exploit that space and catch the rotation out in Library.
Advantage now to the man, now down to 2 players of Cirque as Ego's falling, both tagged up on 500. 9 have found their groove at last. Struggled their way through the last couple rounds, but here they are. 2 men up, no retake of 500. May well see them hunting down these last couple rifles as well.
Well, they should do. They know that these last few rounds of regulation are so key to get on top of the money game. Get a couple of lurkers out towards Banana. Now, you've got to be safe about it. Just in case there's a last-minute retake, don't just start sending everybody. At least keep 2 players defending that A-bomb site in case there is a bit of a move.
Two men up Banana, they'd opt to fall back. Keep their own economy protected. They haven't got a lot of savings in their returns. The rifles will stay in for the 2 men of the CT forces. Lost bonus will build. And we've got a tactical pause as well for 500. One of their last chances they're going to have to make a difference in this map up. Maybe even this matchup if things truly go awry. Remember, this comeback being generated by 9 is to try and go 2-0 in this best of 3. That would eliminate 500 outright.
And maybe we should start entertaining the conversation of match sharpness across the last 3 months. We have got 500 that have played just 26 best of 3s on HLTV versus the side of 9 that are at 48. I mean, that's getting close towards double. There's a lot more grinding, a lot more officials being played, a lot more circumstances where 9 are familiar in the late game of what's required from them. Has the lack of tournament invites accepted by 500 post-MRQ been a factor moving into this LAN?
Even tracks with the lands as well. 9 were really in level up Lund, which was much more recent than Ice. Michael's top of Bulgarians though, trying to halfway into this round, and well, that's the SMG combinations. Kragin getting 2 back, however. Red Star and Rainwaker have fallen. B site is under siege, and Spellen stands alone. He needs to back up and hold himself together because his 2 teammates are tagged, and they need support on this retake. It seems like the bomb's going to go down in soon enough. Blows up, spray through, gets nothing for it. And 9 have complete control of the B side. They're out of there. They're saving their guns.
Well, I'd be furious if I'm Cirque and Oxygen. We've made a play aggressively, and we've worked a lot of damage. We've caught almost everybody out there towards the apartments lurk. What's going on B? How are we not getting more impact? How are they not slowing them down against the banana pressure?
500 are pressing on here still. They're going to a 2 versus 2, so SMG and AK with Mantu looking the wrong way. This is perfect for Cirque. The round's still on here. It's all on rules now. Been part of a handful of clutches, but never turned up that impact for it. Bottom fragger of the board. Now's the time to change that. And he's just domed in an instant. Oxygen knows exactly where he is.
No time.
No time for the defuse, though. No kits in play. It's still not enough for 500. 9 will soldier ahead, and even the board at 11 all.
And these are the kind of moments where I think you have to put emphasis on Rainwaker to say, mate, get us out of trouble. We're 11-6 up. We're now 11-11. You've had a quiet game. You can use excuses, or we can at least, but there's no excuses now. Round 23 and round 24, we need our #1 rifler. We need you to step up.
From a guy as well who has been so hyped up over the last couple of years in the Bulgarian scene, the online circuit. He was doing wonderful things. And his chance at Liquid didn't work out. The return of 500 hasn't always been peachy either. And maybe he's that difference maker to raise the basement of 500 to give them just a little bit of an extra edge over 9. An extra edge may be enough at 11 all to get the advantage, to take the match point in the case of 9, and probably the match itself, because the economy still hasn't recovered for 500. They've got no savings. AK's close. Oxygen. Oh, that's a hell of a double. Not quite a triple. Mantu and Rules traded Cirque with so concerned, but Rules, I think he suicided himself with a Molotov. Kragin still maintains control. 2v2, bomb is down.
2 incendiaries for the retake and a smoke from Red Star. Mantu's going to slow them down at the post, and watch out for his incendiary. I expect that when the Moto smoke clears, that's when he'll put the incendiary up towards long.
Puts it out onshore instead. Kragin leaning close. 1 victim to take. They're moving up. Molotov's heard. Spellen's making a ton of noise. Kragin can play it slow. Swings in for the spray, but loses it. Mantu now to be a hero. Bombs planted open for him. Gets the player at long. Looks at Spellen. Low HP. 1 good burst is all he's going to do it. He transitions back. Draws Spellen into the open, but locks in his triple. That almost completes the comeback for 9. At least takes the lead and the match point, with 1 more round to go to send 500 packing.
How much more can Oxygen do? I mean, that's against an Apps pop. He gets 2 kills to start off that round, and then Rules eventually falls due to the util that's going out there towards Apps. So you can give the credit to Oxygen for getting 3 kills. Where's the help? The AWP from Cirque doesn't get anything from short. Rainwaker doesn't get anything either. That may be one of the best holds that you will see against an Apps pop, and you're still not rewarded with a round win.
Last tactical on 500, last chance saloon here in regulation, not just for this best of 3, but for the whole tournament. Match and elimination point for 9 against 500. Getting into it. returning from what was a very dire scoreline difference, a 9-5 at one point for 500. It felt like this map, their map pick, should have been enough to keep them in the series, but no, not with the way things are going down right now. They need an overtime or bust. It's straight in for Spellen, again with a double sequence, a triple found in the SMG. He may have found the odds they're looking for. Mantu's close, he will take the return back, but it's a 2v4 for him and Farven.
Lack of anti-flash, perfect setup for Spellen to get in there. And now for the CTs, they just need to establish strong crossfires. They need to settle, they've got a massive man advantage. They have got everything in their way to close out this round and send it to overtime.
Smoke on the flower pots boost are going to mitigate any chances of a CT cross defensive. Farven going to try and play around that, but where to exactly? Flash is being sent. Farven's walked up. No idea of the danger he's in. The swing on a Cirque, catch that player. Back will still be exposed towards Red Star, who takes him on the turn. It's Mantu alone now. Assumes that player at Coffins, but cannot lock in a kill. It's 12-all. We're in overtime in the elimination best of 3.
And fair play to the two players that have been struggling the most. We're talking about Oxygen as an aggressive rifler, anchor kind of player. He's had a tough last few months. We're talking about the in-game leader of Spellen, who's also individually been struggling massively. They're the two guys that are generating the majority of round wins, the difference makers across regulation of the first half and the second half here on Inferno.
Should have been a map at tactics for 9. Game of impact on 500. An impact across everyone seems to be the ultimate difference maker right now as we head to our first potentially 6 rounds. Oxygen again attempting a double sequence. The AK of Farven cuts him back before he can make it 2. Rainwaker now posted with the entire cavalry right behind him. The bomb is not committed here from 9. This is all just information utility to try and prod some sort of responsive. In the end, one player will break away and head back to the B-bomb site.
Well, Mantu was scoped up with the AWP out in Boiler waiting for the short pick. They were just trying to drive in a bit of an over-rotation, get the CTs creating a lot of movement. And you've got Kragen out on B, who doesn't have a huge amount of utils. If they want to put a pressure of a fake down, he needs a teammate with him. Rainwaker and Cirque should start re-clearing space when this smoke clears.
Mantu locks on Red Star, finds the advantage now. The AWP in his hands. He's going to flash his way out of Boiler as well. Check the short angle, nobody's there. Doesn't mean that nobody's here in general from 500 though. Flash forward for Rainwaker as he reveals himself with that assistance of Cirque. Smokes down at long will force them both back and they'll play passive on the A-bomb side.
And Rainwaker's got to get into a good pause and so does the AWP. Cirque has been struggling against the quicker maneuvers against the execs.
Only 5 seconds for 9. Made that move in. Farven. Side of that smoke in the apartment. Shots ringing out from Cirque, missing on the jump phase. Second one doesn't connect either. Third wire finally goes down. Spellen with his own trade. Rainwaker involved. Kragen trades back. And a 1 versus 1. The bomb plant will look to come in. Kragen knows that Spellen's moving close. AK in his hands needs the headshot. The damage being done by the M4 though. Continuing to compound against the man, but he turns right into that flash. And the Dane takes the first of OT.
Oh man, look at Kragen on the player cam. He's going, Spellen, what, are you retired? Are you too old? You just looked at that flash. What are you doing in that 1v1? He can't believe it. The smirk on his face says it all. And for Spellen, who's been so good in clutches across this map, that looks like a foolish one.
Mistimed his lookings and got caught by a simple PC util. And the result is now that 9 lead once again. They took another tactical as well on the international side. Of course, 1 in overtime available for both sides. Lightning fast reactions that made a difference once again, a marginal difference that does tip things back in favor of the 9 side. Think of that double came through in the apartments, things could have been so different for 500, and it's that 1v1 scenario, it could well have been them that take the advantage. The 9 lead look to extend. 500 a chance to answer back.
Yeah, Farfen just prodding slightly more aggressively this time out for the brackets. Big impact from him on the apartments lurk in that last round. Now they're up against a bit more aggression. Oxygen and Cirque's been seen. The lineup is good. Bobek, can he make it too? Can he go through the util against Cirque? He can, but he can't quite get the kill.
20 HP on the man, and Cirque on 10, though. The damage has most certainly been done to 500. It is a 4-on-4. But one player on either bomb site in a very dire position. 9 can play slow with that information in mind, knowing that there's no way Cirque got away clean, there's no way that Spellin got away clean. And they themselves are all clean on the players that are alive. 100 HP. Counter smoke's good for the CTs. It will block and stall.
Yeah, Spellin might have to drop off for this boost rather than staying up here. Pass the Incendiary back down towards Red Star. Double pump in from 9. Another Incendiary. Still plenty of time on the clock, though, for the T's.
No second wave of smokes for 9, however, so it's going to be flashed and entry in and then have nothing left for the post plant. Good flashes up the T side. Red Star moves in against them and does take down one pick. Manta with a responsive spell and struggles on the boost, but Farven takes him. Cirque from range. The Orb trying to cut that bomb off from the bomb site. It's awkwardly thrown in, but Manta turns up to the backstab of Rainwaker. Shot from Cirque does not go any further, and Farven can punish him in the open. 2 now. On a trot here for the 9 side. One more for another match point.
And not only would this be a large achievement for someone like Farfen to win a Series 2-0 on LAN and give themselves another day in the competition, Jay, but the achievement as of right now is him playing his 300th LAN map on HLTV. There is no way to be able to attempt that record than to get a 2-0.
One more round required to get there. Kragen and Red Star go back and forth in Banana for the initial fights. Map point. What 9 are fighting for at the moment. A flawless T-side half as well in OT. You know how deadly the 3-0 halves can be. But 500 on that back foot when they're fighting for elimination. And you asked if Spellin can call his way into a return third map, and I guess that would really put that question to the test. Put that captain to the test. Swing in for Oxygen, finds Rules, man advantage, extended and regained by 500. 3 kills on the trot, no trades available. Bobek, not even with the bomb on his back. It's exposed out in the open at the entrance to brackets, so there's nothing that he can do right here. He'll be going down soon enough. It will not be the flawless half that 9 are looking for.
And Bobek can attempt his very best and hope to get some individual fights. He's doing a good job against the Orba. The problem is the HP and the time.
He's landed 2 pretty sick headshots, and number comes down to the 30-second marker. And they're backing up to ensure that he doesn't go around the town. He doesn't go in for any sort of cheeky kind of plays. Rainwaker to expect for Bobek. In 15 seconds at this point, so get that pick and then immediately run up. He has no idea if Rainwaker held back towards spawn, so there goes the kill and there goes the round. A 13th for 500. They just keep themselves away from another recovery to another overtime, basically, to keep their opposition away from another match point.
You can feel positive that you've at least been able to win in overtime, Jay, but let's be realistic. They've won 2 out of the past 10 rounds. And for a squad that looked like they're on the verge of closing, that's not quite ideal for the momentum of this series. I think when you have that sort of number, it doesn't matter CT side, the momentum's just so in favor of 9. Just so in favor of the favorites now.
500 got a great momentum, and they'll do well to start again. Cirque best position against Mantu, cuts him down at the cross back over at brackets. Good shot, good opener, and no response that 9 can take.
Kragen just hoping to try and catch a bit of a timing of a prod forward. Doesn't see anything out there from the brackets. They're leaving Bobek alone on B that can maintain the half wall, play defensive. Rules is going to start making a bit more of an info play out here towards brackets and Shore.
Bash against the Dane, does not see the swing as Molotov in the way. Bash forward instead, going to try and check 4. Spellin's back his turn, and Rules can't convert on Oxygen. The Orc peeks forward and Cirque marks him. Once again, it's Bobek in an impossible clutch.
Now, Rules knows that he should be getting 2 there. You're in a position where they're blinded, they're distracted, they're looking out towards long. More individual impact is warranted from you. And Bobek is just getting no hope in this clutch at all. No one over fighting. Good discipline from 500 in the 4v1.
He's going for a hero-like play, flashed himself with that smoke position as well. Can't even take oxygen at 24 points of health. He'll maintain, I think, a triple in that round. And you're right, it should have been a lot more from Rules and that flash peek forward. If he had gotten 2 kills out of it, the complexion of the defensive could have completely changed. But instead, it all turned up to 500 once again. We are even on the board. Momentum has stalled on 9.
Excellent showing from Oxygen across regulation and overtime. This is a guy that normally averages a .99 rating on Inferno, and that's mainly because you're lurkish on T-side, or I should say more aggressive on T-side to a lot of those Banana campaigns, a lot of those Brackets campaigns, and then you're a hard side anchor on the CT side. So you don't have the best of roles to play mid to late rounds, and yet he's putting up some highlight moments. He's putting up some really key jewels across this map.
Another one of those young journeymen as part of this team. Best known for his time on Skade, of course. Also been around on some lesser successful projects like OG Academy and Entropic. Back home at 500, celebrating his year-long anniversary of joining the team this month. Running the impact is appropriate. Oh, but there's some impact from Mantu. Lineups perfect in towards Banana. Bobet's going to extend. They've got a man advantage by default. The opening kill against Kragan is meaningless now. And look at how much space they're taking. Look how much information they've got in towards the A bomb site they look to go. Mantu not getting away with murder this time, though. Rainwaker finds him on rotate. Farvan's alone on the bomb site. Sees his man, takes Rainwaker down. The bomb's been dropped as well with a strike back from Rules. Felon 1v3, not going to win this clutch. 9 are back on match points.
This has been 2 rounds in a row now in which Cirque has won the opening duel probably within the first 5 or 10 seconds, just instantly. But this time there's a response elsewhere. And if I'm looking at the 2 AWPers, Mantu is completely outclassed Cirque today. We've seen an inconsistent behavior from the Bulgarian versus good consistency and the odd X Factor round from Mantu. And the lineup of 2, a great intuition for Bobek to realize that timing. Look, it's a risk, okay? He's pressing forward via counter util to clear out space towards top Banana. But as soon as he realizes that the half-wall and car is clear and then extends down Banana and doesn't see anything, you just get mass rotations. Farfan playing out for time, Rules playing out from the archway. And that is a solo intuition play that just wins the round by itself.
And the rest of the offensive crumbles. The numbers posted by 500 players. 23 for Spellin, 24 for Cirque, 25 for Oxygen. But Mantu still top of the server at 27. Kragan charging down mid. Mantu in from Banana, unable to find the impact he's looking for. Jump phase from one rifler. Bobek's the insurance policy. That Molotov not going to extend towards him. They're sure drive the CTs back away from Banana is what they think at least. Bobek considering his own angles. Where is he going to see them? When's the smoke going to fade? Is he going to press? He'll hide back here. Oxygen thinks it's clear, and he thinks wrong.
And now there's more emphasis out there towards Banana, fighting aggressively, and Bobek lines up another. Rainwaker's now the last one left, no bomb control, and a 1v4.
Hell of a clutch from a hell of a player that has been a hell of an underwhelming man today. 13 deep in this map, bottom of the board alongside Rules on the other side. They're going to try and fight back for that bomb access. He needs to do so at some point. The smoke fades, the vertical crossfire should take hold, and 9 should do the same. 16-14, 2-0 in this best of 3. They will stay alive in the Conquest of Prague. 500 are going home early.
Nicely done from 9, and an opportunity to perhaps try and see if you can get a rematch versus Fnatic, whether that be in the next follow-up game, whether that be in the grand final. They'll look at how they performed at Level Up Lund, beating local sort of Nordic teams like your Alliance, like your Sashi, and say, mate, bring on the international competition. That's what we've come to beat.
Indeed. We talk about how LAN is the big tester for the Tier 2 environment, and here with how few we have in the competition, in the general CS landscape. It's all important to get these victories, and Nine have come here to do just that. They looked absolutely stellar on their own map pick. That much there is no doubt about, and here on this second map as well. Bit shaky at times because of 500 zones comfortability, but when you get going, you can see how Nine get going, and I'm very excited to tell you as well, Dweck, that we're seeing a repeat of that form from the online environment. We're seeing a repeat from that Na'Vi Junior matchup, which we really were impressed about them for, and so I want to see if they can try and recontest those two opportunities, those two high-level teams in Fnatic and ENCE. But for now, it's a victory for them. They stay alive. It's back to the desk.
Tough match, tough second map for 500, and they will be the first team who will sadly leave Prague this weekend, this tournament. But I think for everyone in this arena and for casters, for you seeing the match at home, they put up a hell of a fight. Popov, what do you think was the main reason it didn't work out in the end? You didn't manage to close the second map?
Well, I don't know how to explain, but they traded really good, and we had a couple of situations 2v2s that they won. They started rolling and just came back. Like, we had opportunities to close even on 11-11. I think we had the bomb, but it is what it is, honestly.
Yeah, but still, I think you made a great run in the tournament. You did upset against many great teams. How did you enjoy the tournament, the whole tournament?
Well, we're really happy to be here. We're happy that we made some good maps. We're sad that we made some bad maps, and that's it.
And what do you think will this experience with LAN do with your team? Do you think it will push you forward?
Of course, it will give us a lot of experience. We talked a lot about it, and it's going to help us moving forward.
Thank you so much for the whole tournament. Team 500, give them applause. 4th place of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Sadly, we will not see 500 play tomorrow, but we will see 9 battling the loser of the match that's coming in a few minutes, ENCE and Fnatic for the finals.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Soraj!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Na portále Playzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál Playzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
What an incredible even second map. It took 30 rounds for us to know the winner on Inferno, and it was just amazing. Now, Kotti will take us all the way back to the last round of the first half, where there is something we honestly should talk about.
Yeah, well, indeed, we'll take a long way back. It's 18 rounds since the last one we saw in last few minutes. Well, let's take a look because in this very round BobXD managed to get an ace, but it wasn't just an ace. Really important was as well the team play we've seen during all this exact round. So the situation started like this. Faven through the almost instant smoke, lower banana to block the vision and ability for Tease to push into the banana. The response was imminent from the T side, blocking smoke to try to block the push from the other side, and of course Molly right behind that. And that caused that in this exact situation banana was somehow considered to be no man's land, but then of course the shift started. We can take a look at the very stream. Molly's game, and this is the moment where of course Tease had no information in their headphones, so they decided to push. And nice timing from CTs, who threw 2 mollies in there to take the banana with ending molly. BobXD together with Rawls were trying to take the space on the map. They are trying to push in, but the clash of 2 powers is imminent. So let's take a look at it, because a few major issues were caused here. Of course, Oxygen allowing Team 500 to push in thanks to this open kill. 500 were almost sure that they will be able to take banana against 1 player, because they of course didn't know that their enemy since 9 started in freebie. So they are trying to make most possible income for them, and here comes the unlucky situation, thanks to which 9 were in the end able to manage win this round. We will see that in a second. Here you can see BobXD's flash, which will pop right in the middle of banana to blind not only Oxygen but Red Star as well. But this situation was kind of unlucky, because you can see Red Star is throwing his flash, Oxygen is playing anti-flash to block the BobXD's flash, but sadly for him, he turns right into his own teammate's flash, and easy 2 kills from 1 spray down from BobXD caused this 4 against 3 situation. So man advantage here for 9 was on point, and of course the mid-round crazy kill will come right now in a few seconds from BobXD, who will through the smoke kill 1 of his enemies. And I think it will be Spellen, who lost his life here through the smoke. And now no reaction from 500. They weren't able to utilize the man advantage around the banana. They didn't have many active utilities. No retake molly, no flash through. Nothing came in order to block BobXD's ability to push banana and to spray down all his enemies. So great showing, not only by aim of this Swedish youngster, but of course great showcase of utility, which we will talk definitely more on the analyst desk.
Definitely agree. I think this showcased perfectly the 2 main parts of the comeback, let's say, of 9, or the last push over the line that took them to the tomorrow's matches. Because I think BobXD and his performance, his clutches, his multi-kills, and of course the utility. I mean, the utility was just insane in the last few rounds.
Yeah, especially in the last few rounds. I think 9 actually tried to get a bit better at that, because on the CT side of the OT, they were using it quite a lot, and it helped in those clutches when they needed it the most. But we have to also mention Mantu. He was excellent throughout the whole game, and it was his triple kill in a rather poor buy when it was 11-6 for 500 that he opened the round, got those 3 kills, and since then 9 were steamrolling pretty much through the 500 offenses.
No, for sure, Mantu, I mean, we were talking about it. He needs to step up today. He needs to perform.
Yeah.
It must be on him. And on both maps, I think he delivered, for sure.
He woke up. I mean, yesterday we pretty much didn't even see him. As far as I remember, I think he only got like 3 or 4 kills with an AWP throughout the whole best of 3 yesterday. But today, man, that's a different player. That's a different beast. And I didn't really want to... If I was in the shoes of 500, I wouldn't want to cross his path.
But we have to be honest, Zerk didn't play bad as well.
For sure.
He had a beautiful game on Inferno. He didn't stay behind his opponent, of course. 3 kill difference, but that's almost nothing. He did a great job here, just like Oxygen, just like Spellen. Every one of these players, 24 or Oxygen, 25 kills. But sad to be afraid for Rainwaker. Maybe we had the biggest expectations after yesterday's showing from him, but sadly it took him a long time to warm up. Here we can see on the screen 17 or 18th, 19th round, only 5 kills on Rainwaker. That's too low.
And in comparison with Rolls, who was the lowest fragging member of the opposing team, it was 5-9 at that point of view, at that point of time. So of course that's a difference maker.
Twice.
Yeah, almost twice. And it was a really close match. So details, I mean details, quote unquote, in matches like this really do matter.
Oh, for sure. And we saw many clutches. Spellen. Yeah. He was clutch master, I would say, for 500 because so many tight calls he made and won them.
Apart from that one round where it was a
24th round, the first in overtime 1v1 situation, and once again importance of utility when Kraken threw his flash, he was able to swing from the default and surprise enemies in game leader. And flashes were pretty important, like you can say only $200. That's easy utility that can be maybe lost during the round, but the pop flashes made the difference. It was 11 to 12 in favor of 9 when 500 successfully threw a pop flash to the top banana and were able to send us into the overtime. And even in overtime, Ral's flash decided the 29th round, so many pop flashes and what a great utility.
As expected on Inferno, and I'm really glad that we got to see this, especially between those two teams in such an important match.
Yeah, but when you're saying it's only 200, I have to address the 23rd round, I believe. It was 11-11, and then amazing call by 500 because bomb was planted, side was taken, and we were like, okay, they have to save, right? They have to go for the overtime. But no, there was a big rotation around banana.
From Zerk, MP9 towards the back. And there was a great detail by his teammate who smoked the banana cross, so enemies didn't expect Zerk going there.
Now, amazing take of the side, but yeah, you mentioned 200. Now we're down to... I mean, don't be a loser, right? Buy the diffuser, because it was really just seconds, maybe not even,
Yes, so close. It was heartbreaking for them in the end. I think if they managed to win that, we would go to Decider, but it wasn't meant to be.
So as it now stands, we are down to 3. 500 will be leaving us, so all the remaining teams, at least some number, at least some letters in their names for sure. The only numbered one is gone in 4th place. I think they will be sad because it was all of it just very, very close. But I mean, that's life, right? That's yes.
Yeah, as Popov said, they're gonna take a lot of experience from this LAN. They're gonna learn from it and hopefully try to qualify for another LAN in the near future if it's possible for them. But yeah, experience. That's what they can take from this.
For sure. Unfortunately for them, the losing streak continues, and now we'll get to the winner's match. ENCE versus Fnatic. What a game awaits us.
We are expecting a banger, definitely 3 maps, because we didn't get them here. I'm pretty sad, because I thought we will see 6 maps today. That's not possible anymore, so hopefully at least 5.
Okay, we'll see how it happens. I mean, Fnatic and huge names that will clash here, both with a lot of, well, only 2 teams with major winners. So we'll see what will happen in a few minutes.
In this next competition, we pit the teams against each other. Each of the teams has 5 weapons to choose from. However, each weapon could only be picked once per team. Which of our teams took the best shot?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, but he hits the red.
Oh, that's my boy.
Aims me. Oh, it's in the red.
Oh, Lord! He aims again. Ooh, when he hits the red, consistent.
Aiming, take it easy, taking his time. Boom! Oh, it's outside.
That's fine as well. That's fine, that's fine.
Oh, it was so close, bro. Damn, that's a nice shot from Pavel. No! It's device in front, bro. It's device.
Nice.
Works every time.
Yes!
Okay. Better than
Let's go, let's go.
So you just decide not to perform live, that's it? Bro. Okay. Body? Ooh, so many points, bro.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Yes!
No, that did not sound good.
Yeah. No, bullseye! Let's go!
I think pistol is way easier. Oh my lord.
Yes! What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Oh my god.
Josef, take cover.
Oi! How about it's above?
At least I hit.
Oh my god! Is you taking me?
Oh, that would be a good one. Oh, the captain of NC Sports. On the knife. Holy shit.
You know, my mom used to do this.
It's good.
But she was aiming at me.
Bro, it's bro.
Oh, shit.
Ah. Take paper. That's fine.
Yeah, we're back.
Quick scope. Oh, malfunction.
With the ball. Oh! It's on the blue black. I don't know. Suka. Yeah.
We're done.
Давай, Victor. Давай. Давай.
Oh.
Aye. Okay. Alright.
Wind. A lot of wind. What can I say?
Похуй.
English interview for you, almost on a home soil. You started your career in a Team Gravity. How do you remember your first matches, first tournaments, first teammates?
Oh Jesus, I remember the start for sure. I think that was actually my first proper team. I remember Caparzo actually found me. Back then I remember I was grinding heavily when I came always from the school, faced it. I think I wanted to be first, a bit frozen the first one, but I think I was like 100 elo away on faces from him. But then I remember Caparzo brought me on Steam. I was actually hesitating if I'm gonna join or not. And I was like, yeah, I have nothing to lose, I wanted to compete, and I saw her scene, like, I think I can have a good shot. I think I'm talented enough to play in the region, and I did give it all, and it was very interesting on the beginning for sure with all the new teammates.
For sure, that's why you were picked up then by Team Brute or Team Enterprise. But what was the first moment that you thought to yourself, okay, I can make a living by playing Counter-Strike?
I think it was even before I joined Team Gravity when Caparzo brought me, to be honest, because I saw the tournaments when it comes to ESO Cologne, ESO Katowice, all over the world, I was like, wow. Also the fans and stuff. I saw a lot of partners are joining, Audi, BMW, coming with few teams, and I knew there can be a lot of money in it, but that wasn't always my first thing to look at, Of course, money is nice, right? But I love the passion about the game. Like, since I was a child, my brother taught me how to play these kind of games always. So I think I always kind of had passion for this stuff, especially for Counter-Strike. I started 1.6 and I was playing for so many years.
And with the passion came some trophies. With Enterprise, you won some kind of big tournaments on Czech soil. Do you think that was the moment you thought to yourself, okay, I can play in Europe, maybe? Or did you still try to play on a home scene?
I remember one big difference also in my career was when I was in Brute. Adays found me, and he actually wrote me. I had no clue who he is. He played before. He wasn't actually playing in our region, Adays. I call him Hadu usually, if that's fine. I remember he was playing SI Main, SI Advanced when he's friends from International, some Finnish guys and stuff, ATC, but I had no actually clue like who is it, and he wrote me and stuff, and when I heard what kind of theory he has behind the game and stuff, like a lot of knowledge, I was really surprised, and that's why I also joined Team with Brute. I think that was the moment when he also showed me that the game is even harder, I would say, but at the same time easier when you can be good learning and or fast learning, I would say, if that's the scenario to describe it. So I think Brute, I realized, wow, like actually, I think I can go all the way if I give it all. Also, of course, if I'm gonna be like halfway there, halfway on the opposite side, I'm not gonna give it all, and that's not gonna be nice. But I think in Brute, I realized there is a high possibility.
But then you gave it all in Sampi. You played there for a year and a half. You won a Czech championship. Was that happy times for you in your career? Because it was kind of a roller coaster. You had some ups and downs, but mainly ups, right?
I think when I'm gonna skip a little bit. Of course, I think the highest potential we ever had was in Enterprise with all the players we had. As I remember, it was kind of lucky, but I remember also back then it was hard to win an Enterprise because Sinners were in prime. With Oscar came again, he was still in extremely good shape. Neofrag was in his prime back then. So I think we're a little bit unfortunate when it comes to the moment. But I think, of course, the happiest moment probably in my CS career when it comes to regional teams or my previous ex-regional teams was in Sampi when we won the Czech championship. Like I was kind of a little bit crying for sure when we won that moment, especially in that way we won it. I think we were losing 2-0 and we reverse sweep the Ekot in the finals. So it was an extremely important moment for me, I would say, especially in front of all the fans in Brno Arena. So it was amazing, yeah.
Yeah, the reverse sweep was epic. Was that maybe the most intense match in your career that you played?
I think it was top three probably. First one was RMR against Ekot also. So I think in one of the two most important tournaments in my life, I beat Ekot. So it's also like, I would say it's also very not nice for them, but very nice for me. So I would say, yeah, I'm proud of that for sure.
Even before the finals with Sampi, you were signed by Fnatic. How was the transition? Because from Czech scene, you played on a global scene for the organization with the highest stakes, highest pressure. So what was the transition like?
I think I knew eventually when I finished even Sampi, I was closing the deal kind of with Fnatic. I knew I have to take this step. I remember once actually I rejected Fnatic before once, I remember, because I still thought there is a high possibility I can bring one of the Czechoslovakian teams to the major, but it was not that easy how I thought in my head it was, you know, before. But I think I needed a change for sure, and suddenly everything changed. When it comes to the players, to management, to dealing with situations, also my emotions, for example, because before I was way more stubborn, not that open-minded how I supposed to be, but if you're not gonna skip or you are not gonna be out of your comfort zone, you will never gonna change, right? Or you will never gain the experience. So I think I knew it's the right moment to choose. Even if it will go bad or good, it will not matter because eventually I will gain the experience of how it looks at least on the level above when it comes to organization and stuff.
Other than Fnatic or other Czech teams, did you have any big offers from other teams before you came to Fnatic?
I don't think I'm allowed to say, to be honest, as I remember correctly. But I think it was few more. I think it was around 4 or 5 similar level back then. So yeah.
With Fnatic, you got the happy ending. You made it to the major. You got stickers in the game. Was that a moment of a big satisfaction? Something like level or the game completed?
It was so draining. I remember every single round, I think. From the first round, it felt like I'm not playing the game at all. Like it went so fast. I remember also it was very long match, but for us, especially for me, it looked like I was playing only like 20 minutes. It was insanely draining, but I was so happy. I remember also the last map was Nuke, and we were losing 15-18, I think. So we were one round actually of going away, and Ekot would have made history basically for Czechoslovakia. So even that moment, I was a little bit selfish. I can say that I was really happy that I beat them, of course. On the other hand, I have a good friends there. For example, Forcy. I felt really sad for him, but I knew when it comes to that point, he's going to keep the consistency he always had. At least from my eyes, how good he can be, then he's going to be on the level pretty soon.
Yeah, I think nobody is angry at you. You got to play for yourself. What is your current goal in Counter-Strike? Since you made it to Major, so the next big step is winning a Major, maybe?
Yeah, I think that was always one of my on the top, you know, first hit the major, but I need to look at it step by step. It cannot go, you know, in 1 second or in 1 year. It's a longer path than that.
And for the last question, how big of a deal for you is to play in these colors in Czech Republic before the audience?
It's really nice. It feels like, you know, of course I was not really sure how it's going to go with fans, but I was really surprised for sure. I was hoping kind of course, that they were going to cheer for me, and I'm glad I was right. It was a really nice feeling.
Okay, great to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Huge take back down the memory lane with Mattis. I remember him at the beginnings of his career, and now, of course, fighting for Fnatic. I was glad he mentioned Caparzo because that's honestly, like when you look at the players he brought to the scene, he can do scout for like top tier team in the world. I think it's amazing.
Definitely, he even I'm not sure if he still has it, but he had a organization called Gravity that actually managed to pull through all the talents. So I think the name itself was encompassing his efforts to actually pull out the best talents.
But I think it's a little bit different right now, the whole situation around the grassroots growing up towards the top scene. I think it's a situation where now it's not that much about Face-It Elo. Of course, maybe on the local scene you can somehow impact that, but on the global scene, Storm, I don't think he will be able to, let's say, follow this trend that he will just give the best players into one team.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it either. Anyways, when it comes to Mattis, yeah, I'm a huge fan of this player. Even you could even see that in the interviews, he's always vocal about everything. He can express his thoughts awfully well. So maybe one day he's gonna sit here and talk and yap about the game because he has a lot of experience. But there's still a long time to do it because he's still so young, and Fnatic, of course, are building his team around him, Jumbo, and all other youthful talents.
Let's see what they're up against, because we're going for our second match of the day, the winner's match of second day of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Fnatic will face ENCE. We saw these two teams kind of struggle through yesterday's matches. It wasn't as clean as they hoped, I guess. Both two matches went to third map, so we saw many deciding engines yesterday. So today, what can we expect from these two? Will it be again 3 maps? I think you both said yes, it will.
Immediately,
so.
yes.
But the winner is kind of unknown, because I did a little pilgrimage through the arena and asking a few of my friends how will this match end, but they didn't get the same winner after all. Some of them said ENCE, some of them Fnatic.
And that applies to what we actually think, because it's really 50-50. Maybe not on paper when you like see it statistically, but honestly, Fnatic are playing in a really good form, as well as ENCE. So I think this is a coin flip about who's actually going to win.
Yeah. It seems to be. Let's now listen to what one of the biggest legends of CS era has to say.
Hello, Crims. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Tough series yesterday, maybe unexpected from your side. Did you shake it off yet?
It was fine. We just sloppy on those two, but the rest felt pretty easy.
You're playing against home or in front of the home audience. Do you enjoy playing in front of these people?
Yeah, it's been a lot of energy in here. It's been super fun. And, yeah.
But still, isn't that an added pressure to not only win these matches, but show a good performance?
Nah, we always focus on ourselves no matter what, but it always brings a little extra if people are hyped and stuff, so it's just a bonus.
You are playing ENCE today, kind of prestigious match. Do you still enjoy these big matches because you are used to way bigger matches? So what does this match mean to you?
I mean, I like competing in general, so it's always fun to play games, official games, take them as serious as any other game, so looking forward to the match.
So personally for you, you are still being motivated by competing and having fun on stage, but is there still something you can or you want to achieve?
I mean, for sure try to get back on top. It's a long grind, but I'm just having a good time. So.
Against ENCE, who is the player you are most cautious about from the enemy team?
I think no one, to be honest. They're a good team. I think everyone can shoot, so yeah, just be prepared, I guess.
Doesn't matter today's result, but do you think you will still meet them in the finals?
I don't know, actually. We have to win this game first, and then we'll see.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. You just gotta love Grims. I mean, what a legend. I mean, look at his career, look at his stats, look at everything he did for Fnatic, and now he's still here and still carrying this Team Storm.
Yeah, and imagine he would like follow his tattoo on his neck, and we would put crown on him after this whole event. That would be great.
And I think what's the most insane thing is that in the opposing team, of course, there's Glaive. So when it comes to Legends of the Game, of course, Crims has been here for a bit of a longer time on the Tier 1 scene. but still, Glaive has 4 major wins, and he has, I think, 14 major attendances. So it's insane that we actually can host these legends at the same time against each other, pitted against each other in one match.
Yes, but let's not use the F word again, the firepower. What can we expect from Fnatic?
Well, of course, they recently let go their coach, promoted independent from assistant to the main coach, added 2 youth talents from Bastion UA, changed playstyle to fit Fierce, new IGL role. He brought new options, new opinions, he's following the meta well, and Jumbo, a sniper to finally depend on. These are the recent changes, these are the recent prolific moments for Fnatic that actually happened, and that I think propel them, or will propel them, to the top of the top. And when it comes to Mattis, we have seen what he can do. Yesterday on Dust 2, he had 20 kills in like 13 rounds. Ace, quad skill, a lot of impact, even on Train. And I'm of course gonna use the word firepower because we simply have to, as Blame even said it in an interview yesterday. You cannot talk about it. You cannot not talk about it because you have Blame, you have Mattis, you have Jumbo. Even Fear can frag well. So you have a nice cocktail of experience in youth that if you drink, you're gonna feel really well.
Yes. So apart from Mattis, I mean, as you said, the firepower is just insane. But what is gonna be today against ENCE? Because they need to bring more than just firepower.
I think that a great plus to these players will be Jumbo, who somehow, for me personally, was the best playing op player during the first day of this tournament. Plus, maybe the potential duel between 2 in-game leaders, where we consider Fear to be the more, let's say, star player-like with some of his positions and his playstyle and so on. So I think this could make a difference if he will, let's say, continue in the results we saw from him in the last matches.
Okay, let's now hear from the interview with member of team ENCE.
Hello SDI, thank you so much for coming to the interview. What did you do yesterday after losing second map to restart yourselves? Because the series was maybe surprisingly harder than you expected.
I mean, we didn't do anything special. We knew that sometimes this game is like this. In Counter-Strike version 2, you need to be focused in every moment, and sometimes your opponent have snowball. So we just focus on what we can do the best, and that's it basically.
It looked like on a stream you kind of defaulted after trying something for 3 rounds. What did you do to restart communication at least? Because you looked like not a team playing by team play, but only by anti-strat.
We talked about what we can do better, obviously. We tried to adapt, but as I said, everything we do didn't work. They were better at the moment, and that's how it goes.
In the third map, you looked way better individually. Do you think it's a big positive for your team that if the plan A fails, you still can count on your firepower?
I think it's really important right now in CS2 to have strong individuals. Otherwise, you cannot win the game. And even if your team play is full perfect, it's you will never win against individuals who are just better. So this is a very important part of the game.
Today you are playing Fnatic on LAN. It's a kind of prestigious match. Are you looking forward to it? Because to play Fnatic in front of an audience, it's not happening every day.
Yeah, I always love to play on LAN. That's my favorite scene in Counter-Strike player career. So I hope it will be a fun match, and I think we always have close games against them. So.
Obviously, your team and Fnatic are the biggest favorites to win the whole tournament. Do you think, doesn't matter the result today, you will still meet them in the finals?
I can say it's a big chance of it, but don't underestimate 9. They were very strong online lately, and if they bring it tomorrow, it could be a fair match for anyone.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the match.
Thank you.
I mean, it's true what SDI said, because team that loses this match will have to go against 9 and then against the maybe not so, but then definitely the finals. So it's going to be hard tomorrow to win 2 matches in a row.
When we like to connect names Fnatic with Firepower, we can't underestimate ENCE for sure. Because currently in the top 8 statistic-wise players, 4 are from Fnatic, 4 are from ENCE, so it seems kind of dominant. So let's talk about them. Of course, Netju, the biggest star of this tournament, 141, but Kaspersky not far behind him, actually only 0.01 rating points behind his French teammate. So very good showing by these two youngsters. And the third one, we already spoke about him earlier today, SDY man himself, who was already on the interview, is, well, doing great. During this entire tournament, even in Swiss stage, he was a part of some important rounds for ENCE in order to save their unbeatable status. So I think they are playing really good team-wise. And Netju, as I've mentioned, the statistically best player in here. And maybe not the favorite or the most favorite, but I pretty like him and his showing on this tournament.
And you said the unbeatable status. Yeah, they were so close to actually losing in the qualifications 2 times in the plane and before the round. So I think it was against Maestro. I'm not really sure right now, but it was 2 times in Dust 2 overtimes. Insane. But they managed to pull through. And of course, when it comes to Fnatic, they only lost 1 map. So they came here, lost 1 map each on both the first rounds, but so far I think they're gonna lose the second one, both of them. At least 1.
You mentioned Dust 2. Will there be Dust 2? Just say yes, no, because we got the veto ready.
If yes, a team which will win Dust will win the whole series.
I agree. I don't think it's gonna be there. We're gonna see.
Okay, let us see. Nuke Inferno are out.
And that's still a possibility, and here it comes.
It's fixed. Okay. It was, of course, something that we were talking about as well, that it might come to this. The first bans were expected, and a Train as a decider, that's something we haven't seen yet. And I think as a decider, this could potentially be a huge plus for Fnatic, because in the recent times, these two teams, of course, met in the online tournament. And yeah, ENCE was much better. They won 4 maps. Fnatic won only 2. It was extremely close. One of those was Train. But we have to say that all 4 maps that ENCE actually won, Fnatic didn't get didn't even one time get double digits.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic's Train yesterday was just clean. It was easy. Phenomenal. It was what was the quote from the Fnatic manager? It was
almost their A game.
It was. Good beer, good CS, good life or something after Train or halfway through Train. So
I mean, Crims is enjoying local beer, so I guess I think that's the fuel to go on. But jokes aside, yeah, they just obliterated 9 on their own pick.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see if something changed in betting odds for this match. Of course, our title partner, Tipsport, Fnatic. Oh my God,
50-50. So
I mean,
even they won't help us.
I mean, this is insane because when I looked yesterday, I think ENCE were favorite, like 1.6 or something to 2.2. So a lot has changed during the night.
Maybe it was the way the Fnatic actually played. Like, yeah, they did both lose Dust 2, but how Fnatic actually managed to win the first and the third map is the deciding factor here. The recent form.
Yeah.
I think it's like when you don't know how high odds to put, you put 1.8.
But so I think that's the first time we have actually seen that both teams actually have the same odds.
No, that's for sure first time in a long, long time. It's not just this tournament, but for a long time for myself. Yeah. That's that just shows that this match is gonna be incredibly even. Can we expect overtimes, or will it be more even on a map scale? Let's say, okay. You know, 13-5, 13-5, and then decider, or will it be even maps?
Well, considering the history, yeah, probably, at least 1 map. I'm not sure if we get the decider if Train is an overtime worthy map between those 2 teams, but Dust 2, hell yeah, count me in, because of what we've seen. A lot of mistakes during the previous rounds. Massage is needed, of course, here.
Yeah, that's also utility, you know, usage. Real life.
And it costs nothing when you do full buy. You don't have to invest in this.
Well, this massage
only
pistol.
Love. It takes only love.
But this massage pistol is pretty expensive, so you need to invest.
But not for the player.
I'm not sure what rule says about like massage during the actual rounds. So
Could be distracting, maybe.
Yeah, I mean in poker you can definitely do that. So no, but honestly, let's get back to the match. Fnatic, we said firepower, of course, many times. ENCE, is that more tactical approach to the game then? Because I mean, SDY, he said firepower is super important in the interview. You said Nettie, of course, one of the best shots here. Kaspersky as well. SDY.
Well, they are showing strong individual performance as well, so I think here it will be more about the team play than yesterday when sometimes we saw the really aggression, which meant, oh, we feel safe now, we'll do some aggressive play to
especially
show
on CT side.
that we feel confident in our map picks or in our bids. All in all, I think we'll say that this very matchup will be more tactically approached than the yesterdays.
The only thing I would still need to mention is that they actually met in Austin Major MRQ. It was 1-2 in Swiss. ENCE went on top, and SDY had +33, 100 ADR, and 176 rating. The best map for him was Anubis, which you're not going to see today. Maybe that's why. But he completely obliterated Fnatic and their chances.
We will see Anubis.
Oh, we do?
I think.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I just.
By ENCE.
Oh yeah. That's
or
my.
Isn't it?
Yeah. That's probably it. Yeah.
But I'm gonna now move towards the possible decider. Because is there some advantage for ENCE that they just saw Fnatic play it?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Fnatic play it yesterday. I mean, that's very fresh information. Or was it just such a roller coaster from Fnatic that ENCE can just. Yeah, they won everything. Sorry, there is nothing we can work here there. Well, it was very unique style from Fnatic, right? It was very aggressive, pushing forward. So can ENCE work with this when we get to Decider?
Steady defaults, good aim, and hope for the best, because it's really hard to counter this aggression if you're not worried about it beforehand, if you're not prepared for it. But of course, ENCE are gonna be prepared for it. Fnatic, there's a lot of data about them, even now with the new editions. So it's been quite a lot of online matches. So I think there was a preparation. Both of those teams definitely expected to play each other today. So yeah, aggressive style probably will be countered.
Okay, let's see what happens. Let's welcome our teams again for the first time in the arena on the stage. Dafcone, take it over.
The winner's match of Tipsport Conquest of Prague is upon us, and what a winner's match this will be. You don't get to see organizations like these two battle in Prague on this stage every day. Not only every day, but you don't see them battle here every week, every month, every year. It's a big pleasure to see them play against each other. So let's welcome the first one, Team ENCE! Glaive, once again you meet on LAN with Crims. How do you feel about competing with such a player or with these players on one circuit for over 10 years?
I mean, it's pretty funny, right? We are both old guys now, and I mean, he's still a good player, but we'll try to show him how we play CS now.
How important for you as a team is to skip tomorrow's semifinals, since every team can upset each other, so how important is to play only finals for you?
I mean, it would be, of course, a pleasure to play the grand final. I think it's not about skipping the consolidation final. It's more about just getting into the grand final and secure that spot. So, of course, that would be nice. That is our goal, and we will do everything we can to get there.
For sure, Fnatic will have home ground here, home fans. But is there anything you can do or you can tell the fans to maybe cheer for you as well?
I mean, not really, to be honest. They can do whatever they want, but we will show them a good game for sure.
That's great. Thank you so much. Team ENCE! And as I said, Team Fnatic will definitely be the home favorites because this crowd loves them. Not only because of Metis, but other legendary or upcoming players. So let's welcome them with a huge cheer. Fnatic! Matis, big match ahead of you. Would you say it's the most prestigious match you ever played on a Czech ground, Czech soil, since in a jersey of Fnatic you will meet another kind of a legendary organization, ENCE?
I mean, it's just ENCE that we're here to win, so.
When it comes to meeting players like Glaive, does it feel kind of a dream to play him in front of your friends, in front of your family and people you care about?
Yeah, I mean, of course, he's a legend of the game, right? I think he has won multiple majors, so he's a legend of the game. So it's gonna be always nice match. Either it's gonna be like online before we lost, of course, so we're gonna try to take the revenge now in the most important match so far.
What is the most important thing you need to focus to beat them convincingly?
Show more firepower.
Thank you so much and good luck, Fnatic! Historically, these two rosters met each other 2 times. ENCE was victorious for every time. But these matches were played online. On LAN, everything can be different. So let's see and wait who will buy their tickets to tomorrow's finals.
Well, everything can indeed be different on LAN, but that doesn't take away from the fact that ENCE have had the one-up over the Fnatic side in previous history. A matchup early this month with the exact same maps in today's Veto as it was back then. The MRQ that sent Fnatic ultimately packing out of the competition. There's so many things that ENCE have over the Fnatic side. The only thing is without that LAN win.
And knowing that you've been eliminated twice by your opposition, this is the perfect way to get into a grand final because, let's be realistic, LAN is a different atmosphere. And this Fnatic roster is built to perform on LAN. You've got Crims, that's an ex-tier 1 player. You've got BlameF in the same conversation. And you've got Matties that has played a lot of local LANs in the divisions of both Enterprise and Sampi. So I would say that on LAN, Fnatic should perform at a higher level than what ENCE should.
Indeed, they should, but we've also looked at Fnatic in general and seen them as a team that should have performances in much wider contexts in the Tier 2 and even the Tier 1 environment. I think we put them as a team that obviously should have made it to the Major as one key example of that. So is that still going to apply here and now against an ENCE side that have had the one-up over them? Are they going to underperform again? You know, like that's my sort of question to the front of my mind.
Well, it's tough to get a judgment because since the MRQ, which was, what, 6 odd weeks ago, Fnatic have played just 8 best-of-3s on HLTV. They're not accepting that many tournament invites. They're utilizing getting Fear more familiar with the system, Jambo more familiar with the other players. Whereas for ENCE, I mean, they've been peaking recently. They've won 11 out of their past 13 best-of-3s on HLTV. I don't think their form could have been any better going into this tournament than what it is right now.
Yeah, like there's just so much green, like you'd be just contested by a simple like Rolling Hills background desktop, right? That's really what you've got in the case of the ENCE side and what they've been doing recently. It puts them up to number 29 in the world as of this morning on HLTV on VRS rankings. So they've got a lot going for them. It does mean that on the other side of Fnatic, a victory over them could allow some bounty points to be reserved in terms of the VRS rankings and opportunities available in that respect. But it's just like, you are right when it comes to looking at ENCE coming into this tournament. Like, you couldn't ask for a better run of form. It's now about translating that onto LAN, which is always the big thing to talk about with players as new and as young, as inexperienced as they are in at least 3 cases of the roster.
Well, let's just look at Glaive as an example. I mean, he's struggled to win almost anything since joining up on ENCE, and he's been here for quite some time now. You look at SDY and what he brought out on Monty. I think he's an exceptional LAN player, really good rifler. The problem is you've got a lot of youth, and to expect Potty, Kaspersky, and Naitu to constantly perform best of 3 in, best of 3 out on LAN, it's not easy to put that pressure on those 3 young players.
No, but at least for the majority of the players, they have at least had one LAN title on their in their pouch, right? That being the Elisa Masters Expo at the tail end of last year. In fact, Kaspersky's first tournament with the team was that Elisa event. So you've got at least something and proof that they can do it when push comes to shove. But when push comes to shove against Fnatic is another thing entirely. I will say that to the credit of the Fnatic side, they've always made it 3-map affairs, right? The last 2 head-to-heads do favour ends, but they've always been 3-map affairs. They've always been down to the wire, and they have always gone the distance when it came time to go to Fnatic's own strengths. Thinking about how Train went to 16-14, or during the MRQ, the Ancient went to 13-11. So we're talking about some very sort of closely contested map ups from the Fnatic side, and something I think that could still give a bit of a fight right here on LAN.
See, it's funny. I think it's going to be a 2-0 for Fnatic, Jay. I just think the online versus LAN is too much. I mean, look at for Fnatic. I mean, even though they haven't been to a single LAN this year as of yet, this is still them that qualified to the last major with the same core, still them making top 4 at Rest Regional Champions. I just feel that with Fnatic's LAN results, they completely outweigh what ENCE have done online recently.
I mean, I can understand where you come from with that respect, but it's just like, at the end of the day, you have still got a team that are peaking right now. So that really is the ultimate difference maker, is what you think about the LAN performance that could potentially come through from the ENCE lads. And as well as that, I also will say that in terms of LAN so far this year, remember, neither side have been towards LANs as of yet. Like, it's always been the end of last year where we've seen them obviously go towards the Elisa event and the major itself, which obviously is going to be a point in Fnatic's favour, but we are talking back like 5-6 months ago now.
Yeah, we are, and that's probably where both of these teams are so hungry for a title. I mean, for ENCE to basically bring Kaspersky and Naito in, win a LAN instantly, and then not see another one for over 6 months. It's like, come on, what are we doing? We're grinding in Tier 2, we're trying to qualify, we just can't make it happen. Both teams weren't able to get themselves to the major. Both teams haven't even been that close in a lot of closed qualifiers or any Tier 2 tournaments that has a LAN from some sort of pathway. So the fact that they're finally here and they're facing each other off, you can be realistic and say it's probably going to be a rematch in the grand final from the upper bracket final, but you've got to play the teams in front of you, and you've got to win when it's required.
And so you must look at this sort of matchup as being potentially a thing that might decide a little bit of favoritism for that grand final, right? I mean, we talk about the fact that sometimes results that happen so close towards each other can often end up repeating in the opposite direction. So, you know, is that going to be an advantage or a disadvantage for the victor today?
Oh, look, you might have to address that once the series is over. And I think once you get that series tomorrow against 9, you just have to kind of treat each game as it comes. And for Fnatic, I mean, even to talk about the veto, I find it hilarious that they sort of started the tenure with Jambo and the team by perma-banning Dust 2. They just weren't playing it. And then slowly, they've been introducing it into the map pool. They've been banning Nuke instead. And now, as of recently, they've just been picking Dust 2. So it probably tells you what Fear has as a caller and what Jambo brings in comparison to Bermalov on how Fnatic can change their map pool as the months continue on and as they can participate in more tournaments.
You want to look at that sort of map as being kind of like the key strength in improvement, I think, from the Fnatic side, because it goes from being a third map decider in the last head-to-head during the Thunderpick event now to here today, where it is their most default map pick. Now, in terms of the map up itself, how does that weigh up for ENCE on the contrary?
I would say Dust 2 is a pretty good map from them, but then can we really say that if they were up 11-3 versus 500 yesterday and didn't close? I mean, who gets yourself in a position like that? Who takes responsibility? Who takes the blame? Because I can't remember the last time that I've seen an 11-3 on LAN not be converted into at least an overtime.
I think I actually might have one that comes from ENCE.
Yeah,
like
in 10 years.
No, not even 10 years ago, because I remember one of the things we always used to talk about with ENCE is the fact that sometimes their tactics seem to let these sort of advantages slip. I remember back during the Sky Esports Championship event that we did, Dwayne, it was a similar case that popped up there. I think it was on an Ancient at one point during that group stage. So I think that is something to be concerned about for ENCE in general, but for me, I see them as being too strong. I'm going to go 2-1 towards their favour.
Kaspersky fast out towards Log, gets that first encounter, and SDY's trying to help him out in the process.
Fear getting a decent trade together. Fnatic holding on to the man advantage as well with Jambo and his strike back. SDY trying to back away from contact. Blind shot coming in from Fear will remove him from play. So it's a 2-on-4 situation. Glaive backing up alongside 90. Both players at spawn being contested by Matties, the hometown hero in this LAN. And with his efforts, with his presence, ENCE are going to back away. This should be a pistol win for Fnatic.
What an insane performance Matties had in that best of 3 yesterday. 59 kills, 35 deaths, 113.6 ADR. He was all over 9 in that best of 3.
Indeed he was. to show up even more so, to provide that performance here in this matchup, the more important of the overarching games that you could play out here between the competition. Look towards that highlight, look towards that performance, look towards that consistency. See where the Fnatic can apply it even more so. Pistol wins on their board, so they're going to start things off right on Dust 2.
And when I think about the Eklot series that we had in the online environment, the play-in game to qualify Fnatic to this LAN, Jambo had a really good performance in that one. He was getting a lot of opening picks with the AWP. We were seeing a lot of consistency from him in mid to late rounds. And it was Matties that had a bit of a poor series. So I think we know at times, even though we look at BlameF and Matties as some of the best riflers in Tier 2, there is enough backing power, especially with Jambo coming in that AWP role, to be that finishing blow, that final touch to try to make Fnatic a little bit more threatening than what they've been in previous iterations.
We talked up this side as having a lot of firepower on their squad. A lot of great individuals versus the tactical element of the ENCE side. Some concerns maybe in some departments there. How much performance could continue to get delivered as well from the ENCE players? They were talking about SDY in their last head-to-head meeting, or not the last one, the one during the MRQ. Really delivered such an incredible performance on SDY's part. So you can continue to do the same thing here, and now Enter on the back foot, so he's only got a scout out for the second round. Have forced into it though.
Going aggressively, trying to take lower tunnel space, trying to have a little bit of a crunch, and Matties just respects it instantly. He hears those footsteps, know that a lot of CTs are coming towards him, so you try and stall out for util, and the aggression from the T side now starts bringing pace from top mid down mid.
Good shot, blinded against Fear. An HP advantage for ENCE, they won't know that they've got it yet. Minute and 20 to play with. Naitu is trying to prod around that middle face and look towards the short access. Jambo's AK instead towards top. He's going to try and take an engagement, dish out some damage, but it's minimal for the time being.
This is a tough read for ENCE because there's a lack of info in terms of the default. Fnatic haven't been using a huge amount of util. Even Kaspersky can get aggressive up towards short. He's got a good timing against the Galil, but he's being sandwiched and not really getting a lot of help from Poddy. So because of that, they have to end up backing off.
Naitu gets away. We'll hold on forever against the Fnatic side, who are letting this clock run rather low and establishing themselves now towards mid. Smoke down that mid doorway, look to the short access. There isn't much aggressive contention from ENCE. They have got 3 players on the outside defense though, so see what they can do, especially with Glaive being closer to 5-7. Needs to get at least one headshot out, and Crims goes down. Vet on vet action, but the new gun of Jambo takes the trade, and Matties will strike back on short. Poddy at range, and SMG good for a pick at least. Matties trades him and makes it a triple as well. SDY to fall in turn. Bomb's going to get planted. This round is going the way of Fnatic.
And Naitu with that FAMAS, not got the pre-aim, and BlameF capitalizes upon it. And I just get the feeling that there's a lot of pressure on Fnatic, not only, Jay, to be able to kind of win this game and get yourself into a grand final, but to actually prove that you can at least be a top-end Tier 2 team. With the players that they've got, they should, in theory, be a Tier 1.5 squad. But we know how difficult the online environment is. We know the lack of opportunities that this organization has had on LAN. So when you get here, you need to prove to the organization that this project was worth buying out guys like Jambo and guys like Fear, and that all the progressions that we've made with the roster changes recently is going to make us a title contending roster on LAN.
It's what it's all about for both orgs. The Fnatic doing well enough to deal with the eco at the moment. Only eco pistols, however, for the ENCE side. And an R8 and a 5.7 involved in the buy-ups, and I mean, it's not enough to contest around. Didn't quite get the damage output as well as the mid-stack either, just BlameF to full. Crims could be a victim of a later tag, as well as could Fear. They'd actually get the kill on Crims. SDY traded, Matties goes down as well, so actually they are making a bit of a go of expense here against Fnatic. Jambo's running out of ammo as well. Glaive fought upon, however, he will go falling. So all's well that ends well for the Fnatic advantage. The 3-0 start, but 3 players to fall. Going to leave some reset potential for ENCE.
Now, I'm just going to go back on something you said, Jay, about both teams. So do you think that ENCE should be a title contender in Tier 2, at least in the LAN circuit? Like, I'm just curious.
I mean, in terms of, do you know what, as an organization or as a team?
as a team, because they haven't really made any good signings. Like, nothing's caught our eye recently.
They are definitely trying to invest in the future in my eyes. So in the future, I could see them doing something there.
How much more time are we going to give, though?
That's a good point. We know that they have been on a bit of a high note as of late. We know just on the basis of who they've got as the veterans in this roster that they are going to gun for something much greater than just grinding Tier 2 online cups. They set the major as a benchmark for their performance, didn't quite hit it back then. In spite of what you might say, they are still one of our two front runners, the other one being Fnatic at the moment here in Conquest of Prague. Shot on from Poddy, connects on Fear to kick things off in the rifle round.
And BlameF wants to take this moment to start accelerating, start putting pressure on elsewhere, and out towards short. SDY is just in the open.
Kill on from Poddy though, returns to his double. BlameF to fall, Crim's looking to act out of this long house. Glaive takes him once again. Jambo can trade it, advantage stays with Ensto. Now back off for a moment, try play for the retake because they're a little bit spread out. Quick swings in from Glaive, getting Matty's next up. It's all Jambo, all alone. That new young signing, or newer young signing, but unable to apply on the clutch. It ends to start things off for their own CT side.
Well, at least Poddy's showing up, because that round looked quite uncomfortable there for Mens. You've got the AWP with breakage of the smoke, getting an opening kill, instantly transitioning out towards a car angle and making it two. SDY just got caught so flat-footed, and it helps that your long player is able to sort of discipline the likes of Crims and not give an opener. Fnatic will be happy that they got it into a post plant, but they'll look at that and say, yeah, we gave a little bit too much against the AWPer. So an opening round comes through for the international squad of Ends. The rebuy looks okay for Fnatic, not quite the harshest reset just yet.
Oh, what a shot for Jambo. Well reacted to. Naitu first to fall. One man down the side of the CT forces. A very difficult shot to hit as well towards mid door. Fnatic will press on with their aggression. A little bit more proactive now. They're a player up.
And clear out the majority of that pit angle. SDY could put down some returning util of the smoke, and because they've given long, they have to take map control elsewhere. You've got Kaspersky getting a bit aggressive down here from the doors. You've got your short players pressing up, and Poddy's just hoping to see if he can catch a bit of vision of maybe a boost or some spam on the edge of that smoke, and he's been able to catch the first player on the left-hand side of pit. There's still a lurk from BlameF outside of the upper tunnels and towards B, so they don't need to commit long to A on this.
SDY could have been involved there to cut those rotations off, but he has started to back away. So that option does reopen for Fnatic, although they don't seem to have their hearts too set on a rotation. We'll back away to the long house, so there's that much, and they've also posted Kaspersky on the CT side, just in case there is something going on there on the B site. Jambo starting to walk up, trying to win the AWP battle against Poddy. Lost to a leg shot a moment ago. Swinging in, shot connects from Poddy, who delivers a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Poddy needs to try and get that refrag, and it's still a lack of info whether that was just a lurk or not.
Missed shot, Kaspersky goes down to BlameF. Mattis gets another kill out of this one, and another tag comes in for the AWPer, but Crims will dome him. SDY, all that remains, caught out towards mid, dealing with a lurk player at BlameF, and Fnatic will answer back to enter start.
And I know a lot of people have had different opinions about MRQs being online versus LAN. I said it at the time, and I'll say it again, Jay. If the MRQ was LAN, Fnatic qualified to the major. Like, I know it's easy to play fantasy, right, when you don't know, but I'm that confident in how much better they can perform on LAN than online. Even if the results haven't really shown it because they don't have any LANs under their belt, there's always an expectation. There's always a vision of what you can see from these kind of rosters when the environment changes.
Fnatic, currently the ones that are leading their pick of Dust 2, going well on their T side. Early tacticals called in by the ENCE squad. Moment to talk to NKJ and see what he can impart to his team. So they have had some good moments. The one round that Poddy really highlighted on his AWP, continuing to do as much as he can even when they're at the disadvantage.
Is that a scare though, Jay, that the 2 rounds that look impowerful have only been because of Poddy?
Well, certainly in the early matchup as a benefit to ends, but if it carries on like that, then yes. One positive, at least, against that nature is the fact that Glaive is top fragging, and the 2 frags that Poddy also got on that A defensive was backed up by 2 more of Glaive at the same time. Both players are on M4, so the AWP won't be a factor for ENCE in this round. The concerns will be on the SMG and the Deagle. It's a harsh investment for ENCE, but they can still bring out a little bit of firepower. Can they apply that firepower, though?
Haven't seen much action towards the B-bomb site at all. There's been no lurk attempts, not much pressure out towards the mid doors for a split. Fear with a straight-up duel slams the likes of Naitu. What an opener!
Put some fear into his heart. Naitu will be careful about sticking around there from the near future. Jambo, his AWP shot will land a leg of Poddy next up. The damage being done as Kaspersky goes down to Jambo. Glaive will finally pick up Matties. Glaive with another decent trade. SDY involved, but still a 3-on-2 as a result of the trading game that Fnatic took control of early. For Poddy and SDY, it's just best to hold on to their weapons and save.
And you can definitely feel the vision has changed from Fnatic over the previous years to where we are today, in which they made a lot of safe signings, didn't they? A lot of guys that were maybe average in Tier 2, hadn't really achieved a massive amount, to then finally putting their foot down and saying, no, we need a proper signing. Now, Matties has easily been one of the best signings that this org has made in probably the last 5 years or so. But the time that it told me that they were being a bit more aggressive with the moves was when they signed BlameF last year. And then what they've done towards the tail end of last year and moving into this year by putting their foot down on the rising Passion UA2 players. So there's definitely been a change of tact recently in comparison to the previous international iterations that they've had.
Yeah, Matthews was most certainly a diamond in the rough that they've been able to refine rather well, and rightfully so, as you mentioned, one of the best signings that Fnatic have made. Never would have thought that a call up to from a team like Sampi would have given them the kind of star that they got, but here they are.
Well, considering they've had guys like Dexter and Mezzy and Alex, doesn't it feel insane that Matties is their best signing? Like, if we're looking at all the different players that they've picked up over the last few years, some ragtag local talent has been the #1.
Just telling how great he really is.
It tells you how important scouting needs to be in Tier 2. You've got to have a good eye for all these young talents.
And you could argue that overall, with exceptions aside, Fnatic haven't always done that perfectly.
I'd agree to that.
Look at this from Poddy, straight in for Fear. Didn't need any scouting on him for ENCE. They got him out of the academy side, and he just applied a perfect headshot to kick things off for the ENCE cap. Jambo's been tagged down by utility elsewhere. And SDY is hoping to finish off the job his teammate started. Poddy with another kill. Blind wallbang headshot right to Jambo from beyond a smoke. This guy is on another level today, and SDY will deal with BlameF next up. So we're down to 2 men on Fnatic. This has been a crumbling round for them.
The problem that Poddy's going to find, Jay, is that you can only make aggressive moves so many times. You're not going to be able to consistently press out there from the mid doors, try and work an opener. I find that the riflers need to show us a little bit more, because at the moment, Poddy has been an incredible X factor, and he's been generating round level impact in terms of his opening kills. But who's going to be the backup dancer when the AWP is being silenced, when he's maybe being smoked off, when he's being mollied, when he's being flashed off? And that's going to be my next second player that I'm watching for.
Wow, barely even a head being given up by Jambo there, and just enough information to grab the kills. But you are right. Right now it is the Poddy show. SDY's got a secondary AWP though. The AK's involved as well from Naitu, taking down Jambo alongside Kaspersky on the back of the bomb site. A rush tactic that doesn't go all that well for Fnatic. One trade from BlameF is all they're going to go on that one. And now ENCE may start to really get into the game.
Well, that's insane that they've started 2B. I mean, that's a hell of a call from Glaive to be able to have perhaps the read on the scenario. I mean, you very rarely see rush Bs. It's been mainly one B site anchor for the majority of these rounds, and then the one round that Fnatic try the accelerated play, you've got Kaspersky and Naitu. Where has that come from? Fnatic have to now go down on towards the Light and Deco.
Something that ENCE should deal with pretty effectively. Any damage that we take in may count for something. And work their way back into an even stance. Should be a 4th round at least. The 5-5 would come off the back of an actual rifle win. And Fnatic really is taking their time with this one. They have some upgrade pistols, but Kaspersky has 1 tap, and he applies them perfectly to Jambo's head.
Yes, Kaspersky had a decent game in the play-in matchup against Partizan that we saw in the online stage of the competition, dropping nearly 60 kills, had a 95 ADR and a 1.32 rating, so I'm keen to see if he can continue that. I mean, the series that he had yesterday was pretty impactful against the likes of 500. SDY is always going to be the more veteran player, the more anchorish player that we look at of being able to make a difference at this level. I mean, he's got, what, 355 LAN maps played on HLTV. Next one down is Poddy at just under 70, Kaspersky at 28, and then Naitu at 22.
And look at ratings in general for the last 3 months as well. SDY and Kaspersky are the 2 highest rated players for ENCE, both online and offline, of course. And you think about that, is that you want to see who's going to be the guy that will be the backup dancer to Poddy, and surely it's one of those 2 guys, right?
Well, you'd certainly expect so. I mean, we know that SDY does a little bit of secondary AWPing on Dust2, and we're seeing it instantly now that the money's in a strong enough position. Poddy looking down there towards the lower tunnels with the boost up, whereas SDY is playing it as the long anchor.
And a lot of long presence from Fnatic, so post up one of the AWPers there at least to try and get the shots against them. We've got 2 rotators that can provide support when, or if he does go down. Of course, not a lot of trade potential with that setup, but fortunate for him that no one from Fnatic is going to try and press too aggressive. Poddy's just seen one and times his shot so well. Flashbang and smoke blinding him off, but he doesn't need vision against BlameF. He's first to fall.
Fnatic are doing everything to make it uncomfortable for the AWPer of Poddy, and yet we're still getting opening kills out of him. Now, Glaive is repositioned to try and help out SDY towards long, which means that the AWP can now start moving out towards the car angle if required.
And Glaive getting out towards bomb site defensive, just saw one head. I'm seeing the second man as well. Flashbang forward, spray was a little bit all over the place. It does collect a lot of damage on Fear. He needs extra support because Mattis is moving up and he's a threat that SDY can neutralize from range with Glaive support and all. Bomb plant can't be denied. It's on the other side of the short boxes. Might see exposed on Fear. Glaive can deal with him. So we're down to 2 men. 1 man as Kaspersky strikes back. Crim's going to get caught by the man on the second. So ENCE are going to equalize.
And when we think back about the last Dust2 being a 13-8, that was in the head-to-head of Thunderpick just 25 days ago. You start thinking about the momentum shift. Fnatic having a really good start, having a lot of success when it came to some of the opening duels, to now a bit of a streak building, economy getting a bit more uncomfortable for Fnatic. And this is ENCE stepping up to the scenario at the plate.
Fnatic taking a tactical timeout, because they have just lost their lead, and ENCE going to take this chance to try and surge ahead. You know that they must have a game plan up their sleeves, and I guess one of the key things they're discussing right now is how do we neutralize Poddy, because I could just see him being now the guy that ultimately just makes just everything much more harder for Fnatic, and it becomes the MVP of the series if this keeps going up, if he keeps performing like this here on Dust2.
And maybe a bit more difficult for the new interim head coach of Independent out on Fnatic. This is a guy that's meant to be a second dancer. This is a guy that's meant to maybe facilitate with some of the analyst role and some of the anti-strat, but now with Castle basically getting the kick and getting out of the org, he has to step up in all of their officials to be the guy that's going to take leadership.
It's like an assistant coach is his original role, so I'm not sure like specifically what that entails, whether he's just there to provide the coach extra materials, but I'll come back to that in a second, because Jambo's just struck against Kaspersky and neutralized the top fragger of the ENCE side. It's 1 man to fall, and then Fnatic are just going to back up. But going back to what I was saying as well, like, you know, it's obviously such a role change, because you don't see assistant coaches in that coach slot on server. You don't see them standing behind the men of the players on LAN. Fnatic gonna have to make a change as a result of that, and they're making changes well enough. Jambo, another great pick. BlameF's Deagle strikes as well. The hero AK has played with the B site so well that they have fallen to pieces, and Crims be there to lurk against the rotators, ensure that they cannot make any progress into that B-bomb site. This will be a round for Fnatic, and even damage done on SDY, the cherry on top.
A little bit of history that Independent was the head coach of the Prodigies, and the Italian analyst that Ents have right now was also the head coach of that same organization. So you've got guys that have kind of made a bit more of a name for themselves in the lower divisions in Tier 2, trying to jump at the opportunity. And most recently, Independent was the head coach of the Guild female side. And Glaive is just hoping to try and see if he can trap players into the bomb site. The money's so strong, you might as well attempt it. Draw more players in, got yourself your first kill. The AWP is also being caught there from Fear. So decent work in the end. I mean, the economy's still pretty solid going into round 12, unfortunately. And that's Fnatic overwhelming the B bomb site, something that they've struggled with in the past.
And Jambo doing a lot of the brunt work there on the AK in his hand. Extremely well placed from him, extremely well played from him. Means the Fnatic are going to have 6 at least at the turn of the half. Will they turn it into an advantage, though? Once again, early fights in mid have left Jambo in a bit of an awkward spot. Sprays from the M4 getting close from SDY, but that flashbang ensuring he can't stabilize an accurate bullet means that Jambo's not going down just yet.
Potty, breakage of the smoke, doesn't quite abuse the angle entirely. And Fnatic have done a decent job in these last few gun rounds of when they're scaling mid, not being in positions where they can get caught off by the AWP when that HE comes in.
Evading the common angles, SDY hidden behind that smoke. Potty posted for someone to go aggressive here. No longer looking for the mid fights, expecting Fnatic to have made some progress. SDY might be the first player up for contact, and indeed he is. Jambo catching him as he had his attention turned towards Suicide. It's actually Manol's top mid entrance, so advantage now for Fnatic.
And Potty in a position to start rotating up to put emphasis elsewhere. Now, Long is not being held entirely. So as you walk contact and fade this smoke, you start clearing out the pit, you start clearing out that close right-hand side. You've still got lurkers, you've still got Fear in mid, and your top lane player of BlameF outside of the B bomb site. So plenty of time to be able to stall and get them involved in the late round rotations.
And Glaive's backing off just in case. Kaspersky did catch one of those lurkers, so there's a 4-on-4 to establish. Could also see a walkout from BlameF, indeed, out to that B bomb site. Naitu's caught him, and the advantage now sits in with Ents. 15 seconds for the bomb to commit. It's the last man of the 3 players, and Potty's AWP is watching, seeing Molotovs come in his direction. The Molotov will drive them both back, and so they will have enough space to plant safely, retake on.
And Jambo's got a single smoke that he could put down towards short, but they need impact, and that's why Crims is a bit more aggressive.
You can see the feet of players coming in. He can spray down 2 men as a result. Kaspersky and Glaive, the victims of the veteran. Naitu starting to move close now. His M4 fought, but Crims lands a triple. In rounds like this, he's still got it. Potty, 1v3 impossible clutch to make happen. You thought that the damage done to Jambo could have given them away into the round, but instead it's been all the riflers that step up to the plate. 7-5 for Fnatic, an advantage at the turn of the first half of Dust 2.
In the arena, I met Martin, head of marketing at Playzone. Do you feel proud seeing teams like Ents or Fnatic clashing here in Vodafone Playzone Arena?
That's for sure. That's for sure. You know, it's so great to see players such Glaive, you know, one of the legends of Counter-Strike, to be here in Prague and play here in Playzone Arena. That's for sure. And also Matis, one of the key players from Czechoslovakian scene. It's amazing to see them here. And then, you know, guys, I think this is just the beginning of a great new era of Vodafone Playzone Arena and Playzone tournaments here in Prague.
Love to hear that. How do you feel about this medieval look of the arena? Will it stay this way?
It will not. It will not. But, you know, it's awesome. And all the team, they just really made a really great job, you know, of all the stuff that is going on here. It will not stay this way, so if you will have some time, definitely come to Playzone Arena today or tomorrow, and you have to see it in person, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. 100%. Thank you so much, Martin, and enjoy the rest of the match.
Thank you, guys, and have fun.
Definitely want to be there for the grand finals at least. It may well be a repeat of what we're seeing right now. Fnatic leading by 2 rounds at this present moment. A very good T-side start from them. ENCE didn't manage to bounce back though, Dwayne, so how do we feel about their T-side?
I think right now it's been a bit of a 50-50 first half, and even translating into the second, I don't think there's been much to separate the two teams. I'm looking for key rounds, and I'm looking for Poddy to be a consistent threat again.
We saw how great his AWP can perform with, and he is going to be the first victim of the pistol rounds. Jambo fighting fire with fire and landing a perfect headshot. Aggression from him and Fear going well. Now they turn their attention towards the lower tunnels alongside blameF, who's also posted. Won't be able to see anything just yet. They're going to try and get an elevated angle to look down into the tunnels. Don't see contact just yet, though. Again, they're very careful on ENCE.
And that smoke in mid's kind of been wasted after losing that opening pick. They've now only got a single molly to continue. Jambo's taking a lot of damage, but it's him still managing one before dropping to Kaspersky.
Kaspersky's also low. It's been an easy pick for blameF. A body shot's all he requires here. It's a headshot on the contrary for the Glock. blameF is going duel for duel at the moment. Eventually he's going to get forced back with a lack of ammo. Fear, meanwhile, in the back of the A bomb site, gets SDY down on elbow. Advantage extended to 2 men. Matty sees the bomb carrier, will tap him up a little bit and make call for some backup. Kaspersky needs to provide some support. He just can't do so. Glaive has gone down. Kaspersky's all alone to get this kill, to recover the bomb from Long. He hasn't got time to do all that and plant as well. So Fnatic will claim this pistol.
Really sharp from the 2 Ukrainians. We see Jambo making a bit more of a statement, walking up mid, putting emphasis on fighting Poddy straight away, and then for him to return, get a secondary kill, and then your in-game leader to get 3 on the A-side defense. And that brings a lot of confidence up from Fnatic. And I just look at the potential of the 8-5 up against the anti-force buy. If this isn't converted by ENCE, we're looking at a 10-5, and from that scoreline, I expect Fnatic to close this game down pretty quickly to start off the series.
Does feel likely. ENCE either need a steal here and now or to trade back when the rifles get brought in and they have to pull up a stellar comeback similar to what we saw in the last best of 3. 9 returned and we're able to take over that second map from 500's 5-round advantage. Similar-esque here for ENCE. They've got a Galil and a Scout though. Kaspersky and Poddy, they'll be the hero makers if they are going to be heroes at all. And Jambo may be the victim of said heroes. He's doing battle with the Galil player, and the Scout also reveals, but neither player goes down.
A blameF with the HE is a little bit too late, unfortunately, to see if it landed the position. ENCE are now in a state where there's not a huge amount of util to follow. All they've got left is smokes and flashes. So they've got options to short fake, go in mid to B. They've still got a lurk in towards the upper tunnels. It needs to be accelerated. They need to try and take as much space away as possible as they can get those sort of pistols up close and personal.
Time's running short on them. ENCE moves up, the smoke's down, awkward spray from Jambo, flash blinded and smoked off. Now they make their way into the B split. Good flash in, Matt is going to get one of those kills out of it, but Teknod of SDY domes and Naitu takes Crims back from point blank. Scout player provides a little bit of cover, but only stalling for so much time. 3-on-3 with massive HP advantage for Fnatic on a retake.
A good re-smoke just to try and waste out the timing. Glaive is in a position where he needs to try and get some impact out of this from Arse. The problem is he's got no armor on this post plant.
That's the big concern. SDY's too low to keep the aim punch from having much of a difference here. It's close from Glaive, spray back with the Tech9 support, and Glaive can get both of those kills out. Massive helping hand from Naitu there, and Fear can fight from range, take one pick, but no more than that. SDY does get his piece of the pie, and that is the steal that ENCE were looking for.
It looks as if Crims just got full pre-fired out there on the edge of the smoke in the upper tunnels. Fundamentally, that round was played quite nicely from Fnatic. They had some really good timings. The issue is Jambo just gets nothing out in spawn when that smoke goes down, and then Matty's goes 1-for-1 and Crims doesn't find anything. I think individually they let themselves down in a round where they had a good read and a lot of players to counteract towards B.
This won't be so clean for Fnatic anymore. ENCE doing what they need to do to survive. Taking the slow approach as a result. You've still got your weapons. You still got a force buyback from Fnatic, who could also counter steal. Ents need to play this pretty carefully.
But you've got yourself a state where you're starting to gamble because of the weakened weapons. You've taken long, you've stacked up B, you leave mid open, you leave short open, and you hope to drive an opening kill, a return where you can pick up a rifle. If it ends up being a short take into what will be an A exec, it probably is just a full-on save from Fnatic.
Scout shot from Jambo, well placed onto Glaive, so that's a HP advantage to start alongside a 6 shot on Poddy from up top mid. Noise being made towards that B bomb site, indicating that it's going to be the B play, and at least the Lurk has done that enough for Fnatic to rotate away from the A site almost entirely. The 2 long players, considering wrapping all the way around as Ents start walking their way in, they will put the bomb down. Man advantage for the retake, extended, not quite. 4-on-4 as Kaspersky trades Fear.
It's just not enough in this round. You need to get a kill in quickly. And I think Naitu is going to be the difference maker. This late lurk in the lower tunnels is going to be so difficult to spot.
And he's the only 1 or 2 players on 100 HP. The other 2 of Kaspersky and Glaive are extremely low, so they need to just cut these rotations off as much as possible. He'll get his kills in on a double up secured as well. No further action from Fnatic. Grab the Galil for Crims and run for it. Next round will be a harsher eco, so have a rifle to work with in the next. Ents just about getting away with this one. Several opportunities which Fnatic could turn it back on its head though. It's 1 to the good.
Well done from Naitu. Bit of a slow start from him, and he's a player that I think struggled quite a bit since making the transition from MOUZ NXT over to Ents. The different level of competition, the more frequent appearances on deeper runs in HLTVs has not been easy for the Anchor. But he had a good series against 500 yesterday. 60 kills, an average of a 1.41 rating. So we know that he's got what it takes. It's all about being consistent in the matter. Poddy doesn't quite get the opener, but Fnatic will treat this round and say, right, we've got very few upgrades. Let's try and maximize the potential between Crims, Jambo, and Matties.
Flash in the Jambo, he's just as blind as the T side though, still gets Glaive and gets SDY. Turn back towards Poddy, but the AWPer shuts him down. That's still an advantage gained by a single man of Fnatic's side though. Ents to work back a little bit harder.
Well, I think we're seeing a bit more X factor from Jambo over Poddy, aren't we? I mean, Poddy's been more consistent on the AWP when it comes to just holding angles and working picks, but Jambo's got this flair about him. He doesn't mind getting aggressive. He doesn't mind making those extra maneuvers. And in a round where you don't have a lot, that's a perfect start. That's the unbelievable beginning that you're hoping for.
There's a reason why people are so excited when Jambo entered this Fnatic roster. In fact, there's a reason why people were so surprised that he didn't join Fear when he initially moved over. Now that he's here, he's done great work, and that round is a perfect example of the work that he can do. Pistols now looking for further fights as Fear finds the angle on Poddy. His back was turned. Now they've got to just charge into that A-bomb so get the bomb plant down. There's a number of rifles that could get picked up. You can see it, BlameF already extending towards top mid, grabbed an AK. The one thing that Ents have over the majority of players of the CT side is the Kevlar. Fear and BlameF will be without that Kevlar. But it's still a 4-on-2 retake.
As soon as that smoke clears, they're just going to have to gun it, even if a resmoke goes down.
Resmoke does come down, but towards long, they take some fights. Then Naitu will be able to win out in terms of the damage. Kaspersky, good transfer of the kill onto Matties into the damage of the second player. Naitu deals with those 2 long players in the end, and Crims can only do so much. Well recovered for Ents there.
Disappointing from Fnatic. Yes, it's a difficult round because you're right, there's a lack of armor, there's no kit, there's hardly any util. It's still a 4v2, and in those sort of moments when rifles are picked up, you're hoping and you're almost praying that you can convert that round into an eco win. So underwhelming that it doesn't quite come through. The long players don't find the impact. They're being spammed up through that short smoke. Ents, well, you could say, get themselves off by a close shave.
In the short term, yes, you can be disappointed with not winning a 2-man advantage round, but now your attention's got to turn towards the backup plan, the reset, because you've still got a ton of damage for what was no investment. We'll see what the economy state looks like for Ents in a moment's time. I don't know if it'll be a full reset or not, but Fnatic's about bouncing back with the rifles that you will now have at your disposal. There will be a little bit of cash in reserves for the Ents side, but A lot less available for Fnatic, so a pretty important round to win regardless.
And what contact from the first two encounters out here towards the upper tunnels, but because of the counter util, you can't do anything. You can't shift a play, you can't work a timing. And at 8-8, you start looking at your star players and you start looking at your role players and say, okay, is it going to be consistency or is it going to be X Factor that gets both of these teams across the line? And these are the kind of rounds that you look at, Jay, that could potentially be the difference on whether Fnatic close map 1 or whether ENCE do.
Establishing those riflers up towards short. A lot of utility being put up by BlameF now. SDY will tank that right in the face. Half HP for him.
And now it's starting to get quite slow from ENCE. They've been chipped away by this util, and Jambo's going to start getting aggressive behind that short smoke rather than giving the respect.
Does SDY expect it? It looks like he might do. He's playing blindly though, so hasn't connected any of the damage. Waiting for the move of Jambo. Incendiary will come in instead, so the man will just back off, and we'll have other ideas about their overarching round plan. Smoke at CT, one also out towards the mid to B access, so Matties will see nothing, but ENCE are going to go for the mid to B split.
And Matties is in a tiny little off angle. Now, previously, Crims has struggled to hold down this B bomb site. This is going to be the test for him.
Two players to deal with on the site, and Crims from beyond that smoke can read well. A couple of frags back on Naito and SDY. A 5-on-2 established. Glaive flash blinded. Jambo has read the wrong angle, and Glaive is just exit frags at this point. Matties will take him down as Fnatic on their next rifle round have been able to respond towards ENCE wholeheartedly so.
And it's amazing to think that a few years ago, Jay, we used to have so many Ukrainian players only in national teams, but yet now we've got Fear and Jambo that are out here on Fnatic. We've got SDY out on ENCE. And it's the coming of the old to the new, isn't it? I mean, SDY, a lot of people will know for the last, what, 5, 6 years maybe of his career. For Fear and Jambo, you probably only know of these guys for the last 12 months.
And the rise on Passion UA, one that people will long not forget. The least of which would be those two players. Shanghai will forever be a highlight of their careers. Over new highlights here with Fnatic, and well, winning Conquest of Prague will be the first, hopefully, of many tacticals that are being called in by ENCE, who push back on the back foot, still want to try and return fire. They know that they're lacking in the X Factor department. The consistency has been there for them. The rebuy will be weakened somewhat. Still without AWP on Poly, still got the AKs on SDY and Naito.
Kaspersky getting aggressive up towards short, just after BlameF put 2 HEs down towards the lower tunnels. Now, it's a shift of rotation. You've got a double spawn play, which means no one on A directly, and this could be a timing of exploitation. Kaspersky's holding out for the boost and will start to scale because he's got teammates behind him.
There we go, Jambo on the initial contact to the A defense. Considering the long take here for him and Fear. Utility sent over from short will indicate that ENCE are going to take this bomb site, so they'll back off and start to regroup for the retake. It'll be a 5-on-5 retake of that. Once again, in a situation where you've got a lurker on the ENCE side that could provide all the impact that could make a difference in the round.
Should just be a safe call here from Fnatic. Unless they catch one of the lurkers towards short or lower tunnels quickly, they won't be going for this round.
Well, they're flashing their way up long, and Poddy's caught Jambo, so now they almost certainly won't do, especially as Poddy's hit a double. There's that AWP prowess, looking in for a bit more. The Galil fighting, looking to take all these weapons out, so not even a safe call out for Fnatic. Tentative about going for the retake, but doesn't even reap the benefits of a passive call, so ENCE will take their 9th, equalize the board again. BlameF may well get hunted still, and Kaspersky is going to get the information back. His 2 teammates over at tunnels may well hunt him down. Doesn't seem like they'll get to him in time, so just 9-all.
Really is incredible from CSGO to CS2 how much Dust 2 has changed from a calling perspective to the slow, methodical T sides to how it can very much be like Inferno on the City side, in which there's just a lot of saving, there's a lot of gambling. And that new mid-smoke that scales up all the way, it just gives such a lack of an info to the City side consistently, and it's something that ENCE have been putting down quite a lot. Poddy, the finishing blow to give ENCE 9 a tied up. SDY fast out towards a blue bin, but hardly any counter util towards him. It's easy for him to take that space.
Jammer trying to take space out towards mid as well. Poddy's reading. Oh, Deagle. Perfect against the AWPer, down and out. What a way to neutralize what has been one of the key impact players right now for ENCE. Kaspersky's top fragger, though. Maybe he can start to make a difference with a mass number of CT forces around the corner there on long. The smoke start coming in, and now he's about to face in with SDY. Lineups are there. Sees 3, holds back, tries to draw them in a little bit closer, but Fnatic are smarter. They back off.
That's well done there from SDY, because you could just feel that if the CTs get brought into that trap, they'll just start mowing them down. And that's just an experienced player making a very quick, lack of hesitation move.
And now Naitu is going to start walking. Main T-side force having their heart set on the goal. What kind of distraction can the Frenchman pull out here? Now to pull out soon enough because they're on their way in. Javi handed towards the A-bomb site. Naitu is struck against Fear. The Deagle is to try back for Jambo. Naitu and SDY combining with the casualties on opposite ends of the map. They've reduced it to 2 players on Fnatic. Matties, however, the insurance policy incendiaried out of the backside will take 1. Needs to get that close range player. Kaspersky deals with him, and it's Crims all alone. Deagle from range, fought upon, damage done. Kaspersky makes it a double. And ENCE are now in the lead.
And all things considered, we're not quite getting that impact out of the star players that we normally deserve from Fnatic. I mean, I'm looking at the last 3 months of Dust 2. blameF is averaging a 1.29 rating. Matty's at a 1.19. Jambo's given us that X factor. We've seen what he's been able to produce in upgraded anti-ecos, in gun rounds with the AWP. But I wonder if this is now a bit of a kick up the backside for both Matties and the likes of blameF to say, lads, we're now at the deficit. We've now given the lead over towards ENCE. We need more out of you.
It's funny to make as well because you had concerns that no one from the ENCE side was going to start to back up the AWPer Poddy, and now it feels like no one from Fnatic is going to be able to back up Jambo at the moment. On the opposing force, Kaspersky now at 20 frags, closed down the round on the site take, swinging in for a 21st and a 22nd as well against Fear. blameF good to trade it, but the pole's done his damage.
And even out here towards B, there's not going to be a huge amount of help there from Crims. The AWP doesn't quite get in a position to trade it out, so you can drop the util, try and reposition, and Jambo is still keeping eyes and intensity towards mid.
Fights for blameF for range, M4 versus AK fight, and SDY pulls one out of the hat for the ENCE side. Another advantage taken in the round. Now it's Jambo's extension, and it could be a juicy one as well if he gets the right player at the right time. Poddy also acting out towards the B bomb site, head turned away from Crims. Jambo looks forward, sees the bomb carrier, but Glaive takes the casualty. The AWP shots missed, and Crims is known about. But Glaive, he's looking for a first fought responsive fight, takes the spray, and Crims takes him down. Now it's on to SDY, 23 HP, but Crims has the bomb contention, and SDY doesn't know where to pre-aim. Big mistake from Glaive, costing ENCE the round.
Oh, that's a fumble. That's a big one against the anchor of Crims. That's a scenario in a 2v1 when you fought against the AWPer and you know that Crims is the B-type player where you just need to pack and group. You need to make sure that if there's a bit of an exploitation, if there's a bit of a timing, you can get that instant trade. That may just cost them the map and potentially the series, Jay, because if they're not then converting Dust 2, you go a map down, you go into your map pick. I'm looking at this round saying, well, that should be you getting up to 11, potentially 12-9 up. That's the ticket to try and 2-0 the series.
As soon as Jambo goes down, you think it's over because they have all the information they require. Tactical pulls in from Fnatic to keep them in check. It's a good time for NKJ also to insert himself and say, like, Glaive, what's going on, man? Like, you shouldn't have made a call like that. You're far more experienced to make a mistake of that nature, and it comes back to some of the concerns I've had in terms of some of the potential calling that we might see from ENCE. It's a pretty basic one to make, and therefore a basic one to clean up. The short-term ramifications already cost them in the buy state. The MAC-10s are out for night 2. But it's SDY again engaging the opening frag out towards this long position. His numbers don't quite match some of his younger compadres, but he's getting going in this matchup now. Kill onto Matty, he's flashed against. Mac-10 sprays, keeping the man blinded. SDY from beyond the smoke, though, beyond the flashbang blindness, still picks up Fear. Night2 caught BlameF. The A site is looking mighty weak at the moment with Jambo and Crims in a 2v5.
They left SDY fairly solo, at least in the opening attempt. He wasn't getting support with teammates, he was only getting support of Util. He eventually gets a little bit more of a backup after he's won that first encounter, but that's not easy from SDY. That's good crosshair placement and that's good agility. Crims long range with an MP9, excellent spam and little spray transfer from SDY. And for ENCE, you can say that it's an excellent tactical timeout. You've had a round that you should have won that didn't get converted. You take the breather, you mentally reset, you come into the next, and it's just pure decimation.
And what could have been a blunder that cost them the map has turned into a resurgence again from the ENCE side. Number 11 should go up on their board, Fnatic. Hoping that Jambo can save the AWP into the next round. I mean, he's been a stellar player on all the weapons, but just he wants to be on his signature gun. Kaspersky, close range, and finally forcing a missed shot from the Ukrainian, giving ENCE their 11th. Fnatic built up a bit of lost bonus over the course of the streaks that ENCE had gained, knocked it back a peg in the last round though, and there were no savings, so I don't think this is going to be a defined buy if it is going to be one at all.
Well, we're on track to cover what happened yesterday in which both teams lost their map pick. We saw Dust2 being picked by ENCE versus 500, Fnatic also picking their Dust2 versus 9, and it was how they responded on the opposition map pick and the decider that won them the series.
Going into an Anubis, however, the ENCE have won twice over against this side. You said before the potential of a 2-0 right there, so Fnatic opting to go with the forced buy status and disallow the map point. Let's try to do so, but Kaspersky still fragging, taking Crims down. BlameF trades to a 2 versus 2. Bomb is still safe on the back of Glaive, and Poddy is there to try and deal with the Dane. Minute and 20. Time is short against them. Fnatic trying to find a certain pick, but they don't know where to extend to, and if they extend too far, then they could be goners.
Well, I like the patience here from ENCE. You've got so much time. You're in a 2v2, just settle. You know that BlameF is aggressively out there towards the upper tunnel, so just wait. Wait for him to make the move.
And Poddy strikes against him. Jambo all alone, a 1 versus 2, trying to find that AWP, trying to find his backup, and he turns away from Glaive at the wrong moment. And Fnatic fought valiantly to get that force buy into effect, but it didn't work out. It is map point on Dust2 for ENCE.
And perhaps this is maybe the concern of moving into Dust2 as a map pick when both teams pick a lot of it. Like, I'm thinking about the best maps in the pool. ENCE, they pick a lot of Ancient, they pick quite a bit of Anubis. I look at Fnatic, they pick quite a bit of Mirage. They also pick quite a bit of Train. You've gone into a map that both teams have picked yesterday. You need to convert, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Poddy strikes instantly with the AWP.
Another AWP kill that looks so great from him. Only 15 kills deep, but that's 15 kills of pure raw impact. SDY wants some of his own against Fear. He will get traded back by Matties at least, but the advantage stays in with the T side. The scout of Jambo started and staggered and very shaky with his crosshair placement. 4 shots ring out, none of them connect. The 5th one finally puts him in the grave. As Night2 takes control of that B-bomb site, the bomb is on the way. BlameF and Mattis can do nothing about this. Can't deny the plant, probably will likely not get the retake either, minus miracles and massive mistakes from the ENCE side, which Poddy is making none of. A tag on Mattis, a reface that does give up the kill, but still a man up for the post-plant for ENCE.
And with another molly and a smoke, you just draw out the time, don't you? You just keep blocking, you make it so uncomfortable, no one's overfighting. There's just no chance here for the retake.
Mattis will flash BlameF in, who tries to generate the best chance he can. Knows that Glaive is close, and a player on the bomb site as well. Kaspersky gets his kill and doubles up to end off what is a top frag performance from the man and give ENCE the opening map.
Jeez, how frequently do we see such a drop-off from both Matties and BlameF on the same map? Sometimes you might get one of the performers that doesn't do quite well, but for both of them, that's unheard of from Fnatic, and that was definitely one of the main reasons why they couldn't convert their map pick.
Yeah, certainly so, and you talk about pressure, obviously, in the LAN environment. One of the reasons why you had Fnatic rated as the favourite in this series, and I mean, there's pressure that could come from other aspects as well, with Matties being on what is essentially the home stage. He really wants to perform, and he wasn't quite able to deliver in that respect. expect. BlameF has said in the past that if the Fnatic are going to get back to a tier 1 space, he wants to be the man to do it. So this is the kind of environment you prove on that. So maybe other factors that don't contribute towards experience, maybe pressures that the players apply to themselves, having something to do with Fnatic showing here on that one.
Well, certainly a wake-up call. They'll realise that they need to lock in and counter when it comes to map 2, because for ENCE, it was stylistically a pretty good game. I think we saw impact across the field. And for Glaive & Co., considering that they probably could have closed it earlier, they'll look at this result and say, we've played well today. This is an excellent start to the best of 3.
And potentially a 2-0 best of 3 as well, with Anubis coming up next. It is the ENCE map pick, and one that they've beaten Fnatic on twice before. Yes, online, but now there's a map on LAN as well. We'll head to a break and set things up for our second.
KFC patří ke hře. Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Sorať!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tapesport.
And for Fnatic, honestly, it seems like CT side on Dust 2 is just not their cup of tea this weekend.
Sadly, but at least closer match we've seen here. Like both teams were struggling to take some longer lasting, let's say, streak of rounds.
Yeah.
So I think the match was pretty close. I think the fans in Arena enjoy that really much. And for ENCE, definitely good news after the struggle in the first match. I think that the scenario helped him that they were still focused, thanks to the switching streaks on both sides. So they didn't get like slapped thanks to the huge lead.
Slapped in the face, yeah. I think they actually took the experience from yesterday to today, and they didn't crumble. And they were actually leading. They weren't leading, of course, by that margin as yesterday. Yesterday against 500, where it was, I think, 11-3 or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. But today, of course, a much, let's be honest, much harder opponent on Dust 2. And Fnatic, I think the main problem for them was that yesterday it was Mattis that put everything on his shoulders, on Dust. Yeah. Today it was Jumbo, but there was no BlameF, there was no Mattis. At the end they both had like 11, 12 kills, nothing out of ordinary. But something out of ordinary is exactly what you expect of them.
Yes, we can look at Jumbo's stats. Beautiful 0 KD, 1-0 KD. I mean, he performed with whatever weapon he got. It was deagle kills, it was op, it was assault rifles, it was everything.
He was definitely the man who carried Fnatic at least to this result. He had beautiful individual performances during many rounds. We can see one of them with ops
Yeah, multiple. He had 7 open frags, 119 ADR in 17th rounds still. So he was hard carrying his team. He really took, again, the lesson of Too Hot from yesterday, where he was nowhere to be seen on Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, like 5-7 double open and the same position again with Deagle.
Yeah, exactly. twice. It was separated by like 1 or 2 rounds, and he managed to get another kill. So, as you'd said, of course, with every other weapon he probably picked in his hands, he was successful in duels.
Yeah, you've mentioned that 7 successful open duels. Overall, he took 10, most active player in the statistics throughout all 10 of them. So. Good job by him, definitely something we have to take into consideration for the next map, because open kills will be maybe a difference maker on Anubis.
Yes, so the opens were there for Jumbo, but I think it was Kaspersky on the other side who had the closers, right? So many clutches, so many multi-kills. There were situations like 4v2, yes, 4v2, where they just held the site amazingly and just mashing down Fnatic as they came.
It seems like it's a staple of his game. We could have seen it yesterday against 500, where he was on Mirage behind the default. He got the 3 kills. Today, I remember on B side, he got like 4. I think I'm not sure if it was a deco from Fnatic, but anyways, he was able to stand his ground, actually get those kills and help his team. And you can even see it in the statistics that you actually saw a bit before, because Kaspersky had 26 kills. The rest of the team was 16 and below. So yeah, of course, kills are not one of the. They are one of the most important things about statistics, but not the most important. But still, thank you for the production. But still, that's such a gap, and it shows how brilliantly he played.
Yeah, great impact, 2.11, and of course, HLTV rating 171 for him. So now he raised his hand in consideration in the conversation for the MVP, probably for this tournament, because he was consistent yesterday, 140 rating yesterday in the first BO3, now 171 on the first map. So we are definitely looking forward to what we will see from him on Anubis.
And especially when he spitted against the Blamef, when he spitted against Metis, because yesterday, from yesterday, the stats were around 170 mark for both of them. Yeah, Metis 168, Blamef, okay, 150. So yeah, even in this competition, he shines. That shows something.
Yes, so despite Fnatic taking both pistol rounds on Dust 2, it was ENCE who took it down and claim their first win today. We'll take a little break and we'll be back with the second map.
Hey guys, Prince from Fnatic here. I'm here to try some Czech candy and some drinks. Kofola. This is the best for amateurs. That smells not that friendly, to be honest.
That's fine.
Sorry, but 4.
That's a 2.
I would say 1. For me, it's for sure 1. Number 1. Next one, we have Pika. Oh yeah, that's a golden one. I used to have all of these when I was young.
Cocoa something.
And how do I eat this or drink it? What?
Okay, it's pouring out. Black. It looks like orc blood.
A lot of calories, yeah.
Okay, it tastes like chocolate.
I almost forgot how it tastes like after all these years, to be honest.
That one was good. That one's banging. Okay.
1? That's fine.
The taste is really nice. I'll pick it as number 2 because of the taste.
I think it was quite good.
Next, what is this? Is it coffee?
Nice and chocolate. Okay, if it's dark chocolate, this is not gonna be my favorite.
It's not bad.
For me, number 3. I think people will like it.
Okay. No. That's a 5 for sure. Oh, fun.
This one.
Oh, I don't like this one at all. I remember.
It was quite nice, but I could see more older people liking this.
This also be number 5 for me, the worst one. I never liked this one.
That's fine as well. It just tastes very sweet, maybe a little bit too sweet for my liking. So 2.
It's more of a grown taste, I would say. Solid 2. And now to something very dangerous here.
Almost cheesy, if I'm correct. Or people do one mistake, they smell it before, and it's awful. It's awful.
Oh, fish.
You smell it?
No. Sorry, 5, insta 5.
No, I don't really think that tastes that bad. I'll give it a 3.
I'm not the biggest fan also of this one. Maybe some people will, but I'm not sure. I would say a middle one, 3.
it's lovely to see Mattis react to, for him, very known, well tasted before foods. Yeah,
I'm surprised that Kofola didn't get much thumbs up.
Yeah, there's the caramel taste. It's a bit different than Coke, right?
most of the international players in this regard are used to Coca-Cola, and it's so different between those two. But for us that actually grew up with it, I think it's the difference maker for us.
Yes, and let's be the old man. I mean, Kofola changed quite a lot in the years. But let's get back to our match at hand. We're going to Anubis, gentlemen. For the first time this weekend, we're going to see the desert map, and it's of course a pick from Ants. They took the pick from Fnatic, so they can close it off here on Anubis.
But well, we need to remind ourselves of the fact that only 9 were able to secure their own map pick during this tournament. So we have some kind of fashion here to swap the map pick, so maybe nothing will be out of these orders we've set during the first day.
I wonder if we're gonna follow suit with this one, because in my head I was doing calculations if we could actually get a 2-0 out of this one, and what were the chances between those maps. And I think this is one of those situations that actually 2-0 might happen, because Ants are really strong in Anubis. They know why they picked it, and between these two teams, they played it 2 times. Ants was successful in both of them, especially in the Austin MRQ. They beat Fnatic 13-4, and I gotta say that Fnatic's CT side there was completely atrocious. Of course, it was not the same lineup as today. There was no Crims, but still.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of making myself here giggling because I read some of the comments on HLTV. So maybe one of them for fun. Why is this the new El Clasico?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So for our tournament, definitely.
Oh, for sure. And we can maybe have it one more time tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. But still, the Dust. I mean, it's not the most played. The Anubis. It's not the most played map for Fnatic. When we look at HLTV, only 8 maps played there in the statistics. For Ants, 24 times they chose this map.
Difference.
24 times.
That's difference number 1, and a huge problem for Fnatic, of course, as well. But the main difference is that throughout the 8 maps, Fnatic won 4, lost 4. On the other hand, Ants, they have 62% win rate during 24 maps. That's pretty cool number, because usually when we have this huge list of matches on one map, we see those statistics around 50%, so 62 is really a strong number.
Yeah, it's I would say well above average for sure. I think the statistics speak for itself, as you said. But of course, Fnatic, I wouldn't throw their chances out of the window, because even when it comes to the Conquest of Prague in the qualifications, they played twice. Twice. It was against Passion UA and Cybershock. Both
no lightweights there.
Definitely, especially Passion UA, who actually were favorites to actually get here in the late rounds at least. So yeah, I think we still have a match going on here. I don't think it's gonna be 2-0 easily. That's for sure. But I mean,
lots of results between these two teams.
Yeah. They kind of point in some direction.
For sure. Okay, let's get to it. Before we go to the last map, one small shout out, or huge shout out maybe, to Eternal J and Dwag, because they are just amazing commentators and they definitely raise the level of this event. So thank you very much, guys, because this may be the last time we hear you today, actually. So good luck to you, and take us to Anubis.
Always love having my ego stroked. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, it's time to get into our second map up, this Anubis, which, you know, patterns do obviously repeat sometimes in competitions. I mentioned, of course, with teams not winning their own map picks. Like, even you mentioned it as well when we were transitioning away from Dust 2. So it does feel like it's on track to do the exact same thing. But we talk about the fact that we've seen it quite a lot on Anubis from ENCE, 24 times played in the last 3 months, 2 times that they played against Fnatic, and they've beaten them both of those occasions online. 13-4s and 13-8s. So there's a lot to overcome for Fnatic to bounce back in this series.
And they haven't proved anything recently to show that. And that's because they're just not playing this map. Like, I know I kind of came into this best of 3 saying lack of tournament invites that has been accepted from Fnatic. They're not really playing many best of 3s, but they're just not playing Anubis. So what are we banking the results off of? What's happening in Prague, which doesn't always equate to official results? I think it's very difficult to look at Fnatic with a realistic chance to say that we are going to go to a third map decider.
Yeah, if they are going to do so, it's going to be quite the turnaround from the last map up. Only really one player going as ham as we really wanted him to. Only really one guy unsupported by the rest of his teammates. Jambo is going to have to be a performance deliverer, but it's not just going to have to be him for the Fnatic side to return fire, to return the favor. We're going to have to see a fundamental shift in the way they're going to approach this map up in my eyes. It's going to be a very tough ask.
I mean, just to even take a look at Matty's yesterday versus 9, he dropped 24 kills on Dust 2. Today, he's dropped 12. That's a huge drop-off of individual performance.
Now's the time to turn it around. Now may be your last time to turn it around in the upper bracket at the very least. Winner of this next map up, if it's ENCE, is going to go to the grand finals by default. Fnatic are on the T side start, and Naitu close quarters with his USP in the pistol round, taking Matty's down. Jambo can trade well. Kaspersky with a decent responsive. It's a man advantage for ENCE, negated by Jambo. Back to a 3-on-3. They back away for the time being on the CT side, but Poddy is prodding from range. Can't hit the headshots he's looking for, though. ENCE back off.
Well done for the aggressive moves to not only be able to drop the bomb, but to make Fnatic's util basically naught. I mean, now that they've used it, they can't commit into an exec anywhere. They had to go back and pick up the bomb. It now starts tailing into a little bit of a slow round, and one where there's an info play being made from Poddy outside of B. This is giving the indication that Glaive should go into camera and set up 2 players on a crossfire towards A.
Slow wraps will begin. SDY backs off, takes a couple of shots into that line. He's going to wait for his teammates to go ahead and join him. 60 points of health and the tag damage that the Fnatic have done there. Smokes try to block some vision, but they don't quite block entry to the bomb site itself. Glaive now involved with a kill on Fear. 1 man down. Bomb tapped once. Jambo backs away with Blame F. They'll look to tap up the heaven individual. SDY with a quick peek prod and kill. Blame F 1 versus 3. Now time for him to deliver. First frag in the match found by him. Grabbing that bomb and running all the way back towards the B bomb side, just indicating so. And ends the bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Go right back into the fight though. Blame F involved with some more taps. 15 seconds, time is against him. And ENCE just hold their nerve. They know what they have to do. Play for the timer, play for Blame F to make the mistake. But Poddy goes down, looks for Glaive, but doesn't hit the kill shot. Close affair on the clutch, but not to be today.
And not only can we look at this being a historic battle between the 2 organizations, ENCE versus Fnatic, we have to look at 2 ex-teammates. We're looking at Glaive and Blame F on Astralis from November 2021 to June of 2023, and together they made the final of the Pinnacle Cup Championship LAN, they made the semi-finals of IEM Cologne in 2022, and they even played at the Antwerp Major together.
Both have been in similar roles as well. Famously captain, of course, of the era-defining Astralis and Glaive, and the time after that taken over by Blame F before he himself got ousted for Device to take over the top end of the scene. So both players understand the kind of pressure that they'll be involved in terms of leading a squad, but only one of them is involved in leadership today. The eco frags coming in easy for ENCE. Fnatic haven't really brought anything into this round, so expected easy cleanup for the 2-0 start on ENCE. Now look to the rifles earlier for Fnatic. No force buy potential. No need to force buy in previous rounds in the previous map either. They won both those pistols, but not to be the case here at Anubis.
And at least, even though we haven't seen a lot of Anubis recently from Fnatic, we have seen some good Anubises from them in the tournament so far. When I look back at the online stage that we had, they played it in the best of 1 versus Cybershock, had a really good 13-7. They played it against Passion UA and was able to get a 13-9. So not being taken to double digits in either of the online games.
I'm seeing some one-sided Anubis performances from ENCE. Be very characteristic if they do the same thing here today. Crimson strikes first on his T side rifle basis, but Kaspersky and Glaive get 2 trades right back on that B bomb site. Fast plays out from Fnatic, not going all that well. blameF could catch Naitu on the flank, and indeed he does, dropping in towards the canals. And the Frenchman will fall to a 3-on-3. Jambo now finding some support with the smokes down. The bomb should cross safely and get planted.
Just try to clear up as much as possible, but the MP9 just starts running through that temple smoke. Kaspersky's also gone quite aggressive. Glaive can even set up a wraparound where he can get in towards B main.
blameF trying to deal with SDY here, finally overwhelmed by Crims. He's still with that backstab indeed closing in against them. They've dropped that bomb, so they've stalled for some time. So even Kaspersky can reposition. Fnatic don't really know what's going on at the moment. They've got 0 information. And their backs may well be turned to the wrong place at the wrong time. Bomb planted in the open. Glaive can deny that real quick. It's blameF all alone. Both of his contactors have been tagged up. Kaspersky more so than Glaive. Fought upon Kaspersky, will take him down. Look for the fight against Glaive! And blameF shows exactly why Fnatic are going to get back to tier 1. It's down to his efforts.
Oh, blameF plays that perfectly. Now, he knows that Kaspersky was out there towards CT. He knows that Glaive's out there in B main. There's no point even tapping the bomb. You're not in a position to do so. So what you need to do is try and fight one of the angles, deal with that player, and then try and get back towards the bomb site. And he does exactly that, extends through towards Temple, catches a good timing. Before even thinking about getting the bomb down, you have your AK drawn, you get ready for the fight, and the swing comes in. Had time to even go back towards getting the bomb down anyway, so yeah, excellent 1v2 there from blameF.
One that gets Fnatic started here on Anubis. But when the traditional T-sidedness of this map, it certainly applies the statistics for the Ents camp, so Fnatic taking as much away as possible. It's Poddy the first to fall to Matties now. Glaive, utility in hand, a flashback to try to block him, a Molotov that will drive him out to the open. He tries to get the kill onto the forward player. It's only blameF to burn him from beyond the passive angles of the defensive. It will be a bomb plant that I don't think Ents are going to contest right here. Kaspersky, SDY, Naitu, 3-on-4, all with M4s, all with no cash in reserve. It feels best to go for a save.
Just beat him by pace in that round. Matties takes in a dry jewel towards Electric, wins it out immediately. And then if your Glaive rotates a slow, you've only got an MP9, you've got a single flash to try and hold off. Maybe you can go 1-for-1. That seems like the very best. And it's unfortunately only HP damage against Matties. So Fnatic will make it 2-all and look to try and take the scoreline in favor of a lead. Ents will treat this next round as a lightened buy. Maybe a Canal Crunch setup. I mean, I'm looking at 3 M4s being saved. I'm thinking you probably want to get on the front foot, want to try and take some space away, want to make sure that you get opening kills. So whatever it may be, it's probably going to have to be aggressive within the first 10 to 15 seconds of the round.
Glaive led his squad to the start, but now their lead has been quickly equalized. Tacticals called in. And these tacticals have been effective so far for the Ents camp, so right time to make one when you've got some rifles saved over from the previous. Money should build into a respectable buy, not an amazing buy. But the 3 weapons definitely helps them in this case. That's why they went for that save call so early. We will see a scout in from Poddy and SMG for Glaive, so those are the weakened elements for round number 5.
Going in heavy means that you're throwing a lot of resources at this round. You're putting a lot of risk involved. And Fear, with the anti-rush util of the Molly, stop any B-main aggression to the start of the round.
Kaspersky swing forward, sprayed through. It's the scout of Poddy that finishes off Jambo, though from beyond that smoke, an advantage is taken for Ents, and very little is sacrificed in return. A quarter HP damage done to Kaspersky, and everyone else is unscathed.
Well, it certainly wasn't a Canal Crunch, but it was Canal Pressure. Smoke off the T-con area, get bodies down. You're now going for a search with a mid-flash. Naitu and SDY don't see anything, so the flash isn't required. Poddy can now start moving out, and there's the further info play. Kaspersky and Glaive have taken all this space outside of B.
Now the scout sees contact in over at A main, so they fall back. Poddy does hit one of those shots, close quarters as well from Matties, who's one of the 2 players that were tagged, the other one being blameF. Bomb should commit for the plant, and man advantage on the retake for Ents. Still waiting for the backstab to close in from Glaive, but when they do, then they should be all home free.
SDY's flashes are going to send them in.
HGs against the CT side will start dishing out some more damage, but nothing significant. Kaspersky peeks dry, and BlameF can still take the kill back for it. Swing finally comes in, Mattis goes down, Fear, another responsive, a 3-on-3 established. Scout Apodi can't hit the kill shot on BlameF. Fear struck, and BlameF punishes a second missed shot from the Scout player, so SDY is all alone. ENCE a man up for a retake and still couldn't make it work.
Well, they'll be frustrated with that one, because you're right. Man up and the tag from the Scout that came in from the players crossing towards A main. That's unexcusable to be losing that round. You've got decent amounts of Kevlar, you've got good weapons, even a little bit of utility support, and you're just not closing that round down. Post-plant meant that Fnatic didn't really overpeak. I think Fear towards A main was crucial to the rounds, but also BlameF at the pillar, just not really moving, not giving much of an opportunity.
It was a perfect round for ENCE to collapse on Fnatic's returning streak. Instead, Fnatic now have the lead, and ENCE are going to have to work back to return, because this round is not going to be any sort of contest at all. The M4 from SDY is the only thing that holds over. New SPs, 5.7s, P250s, really nothing else to work with here. And Fear is ready to deal with the CT players out towards B main. Good HE, lands some damage onto SDY. Stops the progress.
Yeah, Fear just knows that it's going to be a bit of a gamble somewhere. So get ourselves in a position where we can keep searching. The walk out towards A generates the A site anchor, and then even the rotator of Glaive gets caught by util. So A site's open, bring that bomb over, and then we're not running into any kind of trap. We're not running into a setup where we might start losing mass players.
The hunt from BlameF coming in here as well. They're smart to account for the lurker. Could well take him down indeed. He takes two players out, Poddy and SDY. And try and recover the gun. Have to get the kill on BlameF soon enough. And actually Kaspersky will land him. So there's an AK to work with for the next round as well on the ENCE side, assuming they stay alive, because the hunt is on for Fear. Making some noise, fought upon, damage return, but nothing that leads into the casualty itself. So seems like ENCE will maintain their protection for now. Will there be a last second swing? Will they protect their own economy line for Fnatic? And it seems like they will, so a couple of rifles for ENCE to get away with here in the eco.
And I look at BlameF and think what a difference he's made with that 1v2 clutch out there on B, with now the ramifications of what happened with the 4v5 post-plant. Just key moments being taken early in this T-side half is swung momentum in their favor. They're starting to get a really good economy float going. It's going to be tough for ENCE to sort of answer back in this first half, at least from a scoreline perspective. I'm kind of thinking that an expectation of maybe 5 CT rounds is probably the best that they can offer themselves.
They've got their rifles to try and establish the third round for now. If they can convert upon them, that's great. Fast execution into that B bomb site. Poddy is baited for a shot, and he's going to get forced back away with damage being done. Extension towards the electric angle as well for Fnatic. It's going to clear out a lot of angles of aggression from ENCE. They get the kill onto Naitu and Glaive fall to the back line. So B site, a key weakness that Fnatic are happy to exploit time after time. A 5-on-3 established. And, well, it's probably another save call for ENCE.
Indeed it is. There's been a lot of lurking from Fnatic on this T side, and pretty frequently they're all cutting rotations. They're making it very tough for any of the CT movement when an exec comes in. I mean, just so poorly timed by the two B-site players. You've got util being thrown between one another. They're sort of crossing past, re-maneuvering on the bomb site, and then they're just already out in B main, and they're not in a position to deal with it.
The second time they've been caught on pace on the B bomb site defense. Yeah, and Fnatic may have found a weak point. What can ENCE do to recover and adjust against said weak point? 5 on the trot right now for Fnatic. They are leading the charge. Max loss bonus will be in effect for the CT side though, so should be some buy-ups, and I imagine a tactical is getting called in by the ENCE side, because I don't think that NKJ is going to be one to let this go so easily, and indeed that is the case.
Well, the problem is if Poddy's not generating impact, then who is? I mean, the start of Dust 2 was basically just him working openers. The issue is, how do you play CT side Anubis with a big green? There's only so many areas that you can work an opener. Playing mid on the house, which you constantly get blocked by util. So you think, okay, well then I'll go in towards dark. But there's not been that many crosses out there towards the water angle. And it's high risk for an AWPer, especially with the pace that's coming out from B main. So it's not as if they can plug and push Poddy in a position to just work an opening kill and guarantee a 5v4.
At that point, you look back towards the Riflers then, and remember, Kaspersky did top frag in that last map. By quite the margin. Him and SDY, currently the two leaders of the board for the ENCE side. And Poddy's AWP will still return here. Look at Electric, he's cut down by Crimson in an instant. Third frag for him in this map up. Swing back from Glaive, runs right into the AWP of Jambo. They are having a tough time of taking these fights against Fnatic. It's not even just against the key star of blameF at 11 picks. That was the veteran and the AWPer who is still on low numbers. SDY does get one pick back towards mid, though. Fear has fallen. Knight up the task. He could line up two, and he gets both players worth of damage. SDY chimes in with a 3 versus 2 and a 2 versus 2, but not to the 1 versus 2 that he's looking for. Kaspersky instead, disadvantage on the retake.
Yeah, getting support from Jambo of that resmoke out towards heaven. It's going to funnel him in towards bricks and towards the stairs.
Fight on Blame, but Blame has his number and he dials it in. 13th frag of the game for him. And for a man that fell off over on Dust 2, it's very keen and key to see him stepping up to truly lead the charge on Fnatic.
And I know that we can always have a little bit of a laugh about blameF and his play style. Yeah, winning a lot of anti-eco frags. He's now overtaken the frags that he produced on map 1. And he's been involved in round victories in map 2. So I almost look at that number and I say, it doesn't even matter if it's 13 or whether it's 20. If he's winning a 1v2 and he's winning basically a solo 1v1 on the bomb site where his teammate in A main's not helping him, mate, I want that blameF. I want the one generating impact of rounds.
And that's the one we're getting right now. Fnatic quick in towards mid this time. SDY cuts down blameF. Matties can't get the trade. Okay, so you've lost your key fragger, you've lost your key impact man. Let's see how Fnatic deal with this right here. Talked a lot about how some of the stars of the last map could well find themselves without support of the rest of their teammates, and this could be one of those examples. You get into that A bomb site without much contention. Backstabs inbound from Kaspersky in the meantime. Catches the player at Ruggs. Knight who caught 2 on the A play as well. So that's a defensive that holds over at main. Jambo is all alone. And Fnatic will look to concede their third.
Well, ENCE do a good job of slowing the round down because of the counter blockage of util. You've got Glaive that repositioned out there towards the temple angle. It kept them at bay towards mid, and it just allowed a little bit of an info place. Kaspersky just needs to get aggressive, wrap around the lurk out in Ruggs, and then a bit of an off angle for Naitu. He's been struggling against the A site hits, but a multi-frag comes in from him, and for Jambo, you might as well have a little bit of intent in the round just because the economy's so good and you might be able to drop a few more CTs. You're also thinking, will they use my secondary AWP? Because remember back to Dust 2, SDY was doing a little bit of secondary AWPing.
He's doing it rather well as well. And Jammer will swap out to the AK, see if he can get one more pick out of the round. He knows he's a goner. And they have got cash available, so it wouldn't be too much of a dismay to see him fall, even after time to fall. Can't get Kaspersky though. Kaspersky has him on lock, 2 to his name. And the streak of Fnatic is finally broken for ENCE. Can they generate a streak of their own now?
And I think back to when ENCE were able to get a 2-0 versus Partisan in the play-in to qualify to this LAN, it felt extremely unlikely. And map number 1 is comfortable on Mirage. They go into their map pick of Dust 2, and they were, what, 8-12 down? They had to kind of claw it out to force it into overtime and get the job done. So this whole route of going from online to LAN, it's not been easy by any stretch from ENCE. They've had targets on their back. They've had teams threatening wins. Right now, at 3-6 down, they need to start generating a comeback again. They need to try and maximize the potential in this first half.
Very heavily grouped up towards one particular bomb site, and Knight's about to receive the entire onslaught of Fnatic. Back line smoked off against the Molotov, down a half HP though, needs some backup. Blind with a flashbang, but still, Matties is found by Naitu. Glaive on the outskirts of the Tarts will take a kill of his own. BlameF and Jambo trade those two players, so it's a 3-on-3. Kaspersky in the open, finding a fight, looking at the center of the bomb site, sees his contact, takes a double, can't get the triple. Fear's got two of his own. He's on for a triple of his own right, but SDY just holds that final pick and just keeps ENCE in that round, just keeps the fourth running. And now two more to the goods.
And I think that round demonstrates how tough being an A-site anchor on Anubis really is. If you're Naitu, you smoke the molly, bro, you just can't even see anything. Like, there's so many flashes coming in. The best that you can hope for is get on the edge of your own smoke, get one. Glaive is just sending himself in. He knows that I need to support my teammate, so let me get in quickly. Let me rotate in from camera. He ends up getting one. It's Kaspersky and SDY that sort of closed the round down, but beaten by pace to a 3v3, but then good repositions from the CT side. And Fear comes in close to winning the clutch, transitions very difficultly out there from heaven, out there to the bricks, but just can't quite hit that headshot.
Just a little bit more would have made the difference, but works the difference instead to the favor of ENCE, who are now contesting to the tail end of the CT side. You said 5 rounds would be probably the best case marker for them. I mean, it could still stretch to 6, given the way the economy has worked up for Fnatic. They have lost all of their reserve funds, and it also applies in reverse for ENCE the same, so a bit of a swing round. It could well lead to a 6 apiece or an 8-4 in the other direction. Fnatic would love to do that right here.
Yeah, they really would do, and it comes off of what I would say is first encounter. I mean, we've seen with a lot of these rounds from Fnatic, they've been high pressing, but now that they've slowed it down in the default, where does your opening kill come from? You're not targeting mid, you're targeting the canals. You're holding players outside of B main because you've seen the info plays previously. Now we're getting to what, minute 15 on the clock, and there's not even been a duel between either side yet.
More of a careful approach from Fnatic. ENCE have been trying to get a bit more careful of their own right. They were happy to take wide swings in Electric, but that's not the case anymore. Kaspersky, his SMG is the first port of call, smokes down towards B main. Utility starting to pour out of Electric. Prim was just seen there. Kaspersky's hunting, and he gets his pick for it. Secondary from range. A triple almost found. A half a casualty on Matties. SDY follows up on BlameF beyond that smoke, so it's a 2 versus 4 established. SDY is low, but Glaive is still unaccounted for here. Jambo trying to get rid of that AWP. I think he knows he's already lost the round. Matties can finally take the play back at Glyph and get Poddy to a 2 versus 2. Just seen by Glaive. Glaive takes him, transitions back towards Jambo. And the captain still got the control of the 5th.
Not only is it good util there from Glaive, but it's the protocol to set up the MP9. So B-main is smoked off, and they know that there's players in towards Electric because of the tag of the Incendiary. So that's the cue for Kaspersky to play around the util. I mean, how frequently do we see, Jay, that playing around Incendiaries, there's sort of like the little smoke, not a smoke grenade, but the smoke of the molly. It makes it difficult to fight against. So Kaspersky at that sort of range, that's his cue for, mate, get in there and start brawling a little bit. Start strafing left and right, ADing. He ends up getting 2 kills, almost a third. It just sets up the round entirely.
One more round of the half, and ENCE have seemed to lock in their 6 apiece. All quick sprays up from SDY. Sees 2 transitioning from beyond that smoke. We'll get 1 ahead and 1 beyond. Fear can trade, but Poddy's right back on Crims. And down to 2 men up Fnatic. 2 men up for the ENCE side on the contrary, and only 1 real avenue of access. The smokes are trying to cut those avenues off though from ENCE. BlameF leans forward, Poddy puts him down, bomb's been dropped. There's no way back for Fear now.
None at all. Molly to try and come out against Glaive, players all around. There's no chance of this 1v4.
From a 6-2 advantage on Fnatic, ENCE have posted up one hell of a recovery right here. Double dink from beyond the door for Kaspersky, closes it out, and it's dead set even, 6-all at the turn of the half.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tape Sport.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Enjoy the conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
It was an excellent recovery from ENCE to make it a dead set even half. We go to the second now, where Fnatic will look to lock up their defensive line and will need to post up all that they can in order to stay alive here in the upper bracket. ENCE lead by a map, or they lead by the rounds now. Initial Gooch is on towards Jambo. We'll start off. We've got Julie sets in for Blame F. Upgrade pistol as well for SD1 on the other side of the board. Jambo's taking a lot of damage here in mid.
Kaspersky's waiting for aggression outside of B. Now, as soon as he gets contact, he needs to try and tuck and just get that 1-for-1. Struggles with the first, but ends up getting it. And now all the distractions are being pulled because they're starting to excel towards mid instead.
Jambo and Crims get the returns. Frags back to amount advantage here for Fnatic. Poddy rotating away from mid. Matty's revealing nothing to himself. SD1 is going to charge him right into the man. Low HP. That kill comes in quick. Poddy returns fire. They need to go back for that bomb, though, and neither player's really in a position to do so. Poddy will lose the mid access as he goes ahead and regroups with Naitu. But where do they go from here?
Well, they're limited for options. They just need to pack and group together. They need to either take A main or take Canal. They can't really mess around with the time. At least Poddy's got a single smoke, so you can go in contact and then smoke yourself off when the bomb goes down.
And Glock leans forward. Jambo's USP waits and baits and looks for position. He looks away at the wrong moment, though. Couldn't have timed that worse. Leans in and loses his life. Poddy with a straight headshot to a 2-on-2 we go.
Now, the smoke should go down towards camera. Now, what we're seeing is that the smoke is in a position for Poddy and Naitu to take space. They're going aggressive out towards the position of storage, trying to go out towards beach. There might even be a wraparound attempt that can come in from Naitu.
Smokes will fade. Poddy will lose his cover, but he'll spot Crims, take some damage in return, dish out some more of his own. Look back in with a shot against the veteran, and now look to deal with the last man. Blame F at 14 kills, needs 16 to close his pistol on a win for Fnatic, but he's being chipped away at the peaks and prods of both Poddy and Naitu. He's also dead out of time. No kit on his pouch. He cannot win the round, and he knows it. He's out of there. ENCE will take the pistol.
Oh, here we go. ENCE in a position where I don't think anything was going for them in that round, was it? They got a 1-for-1 trade outside of B. The bomb gets dropped in an awkward timing. There's man advantages being held. And then all of a sudden, I feel for Jambo because he does just get caught at a timing. He starts moving away. He re-peeks back in. He dies instantly. And then not only do they give the bomb down to the T side, but Poddy hits a hell of a shot to be able to recover it against Crims. And then Blame F, he's just not really being fought upon. Both of them on the T side, they're just jiggling. They're not giving him a fight.
One big start-up for the ENCE side. SDY charging into that B-bomb site with no resistance and not going to post up much in the first place. Fnatic again down to the Eco pistols. Lost both the pistols here on Anubis. Matty's all he's trying to do is sneak in a cheeky kill, sneak out some sort of discombobulation that might sneak a rifle away from the round or just do some damage, but just nothing's coming through for him or his teammates. We got a knife kill onto Glaive, that's potentially an option. Or somebody else in Kaspersky and SDY, both men about to be seen. Just the P250 shots instead to take one, not the second. Nice try, not to be. And certainly nothing in this round either. 8 on the board of ENCE. Fnatic will go to their gun buy.
That cash injection of the knife felt so good, but both of those fights, whether it be towards default or out there in the canal, they're just too far away. It's just not possible. And I'm sure Rules and Nine are sort of looking at the occasion and thinking, are we going to get a rematch versus Fnatic? Not only did we play them yesterday, but we played them online in a few officials recently. They've always got the one-up over us. this is our chance. This is our opportunity tomorrow in the opening game to be able to kind of get the revenge.
Especially considering that it looked pretty good in today's proceedings against 500. If they can carry that momentum forward, then they could well indeed return the favour to Fnatic. Well, things are looking on that way at the moment because ENCE are right now in control in almost all regard, except for the man advantage. Matty just took that away from them with the kill outside of B main. He's starting to get going now, trying to match BlameF's numbers. 12 kills compared to the 15 of the leader. Daenerys of SDY go ahead of him. He's still stuck here in Electric. Swing forward towards Matty's, puts him back in his place.
And now for Fear, he's getting no help. Jambo is so slow on the rotate. Fear needs to do it by himself, and he's doing a good job of isolating these fights, but only gets one kill. It's just damage onto the others. And then Jambo, finally on that rotation out from Temple, gets caught by the in-game leader of Glaive.
Mac 10 overwhelming that main man. Advantage now for ENCE most permanently. It was a great effort from Fear, but he just needed a little bit more in the kill shots, a bit more in terms of the frag counts, and they probably would have been able to hold the site down himself. Fnatic now, man down on the retake, walking right into Naitu, who puts stake on claim of Crims. And BlameF will almost follow suit. He'll lose his HP advantage, though, with that casualty against Naitu. It should seal the deal on ENCE's round victory. I'm starting to look at worst case scenario now for Fnatic, for this T side to be a complete runaway T side for ENCE. We've seen it before. Not just in this head-to-head in terms of previous affairs. The MRQ was a 10-2 T-side half that ENCE took over Fnatic and leading to a very one-sided map there on that Anubis, but also just in general, their T-side statistics, something to behold.
And forget the stats, where's Crims? I mean, if we're looking at Fnatic on LAN for their first LAN of 2025, he should be the consistent element. Now, yeah, he's a lurk on T-side and he's an anchor on CT side, whatever, role player, he should still be consistent, Jay. And I think out there on map number 1, he looked mid, he looked average. On map 2, he's on 4 kills. And it's like, this is meant to be your guy, your major winner, got over 1,000 maps played on LAN. Where is he? This is such an important series. This needs to be won in the upper bracket final.
He was saying before the series in the interviews that he's not playing with any pressure. He's just competing because he enjoys it. He wants to obviously get back to the top, is something he also said during that matchup. But you're right to point him out. If that's the standard he's going to set for himself to get back to the top, and you're going to deliver, was it 4 kills in the moment? It's not good enough for this competition, let alone the tier 1 environment. ENCE are going to exploit that, especially because now they've found answers to BlameF, who is still top fragging and is still posting up the opening pick against Kaspersky, but he's being traded. Fear, good to get back in towards A main and take the man advantage back. Matty's P250 on the B bomb site in the meantime. Gonna try and make something out of this eco because 4 on 2 now looks to go their way. Fear applying his AK towards Glaive next up, and now Poddy's all alone. Big response from Fnatic here.
It's been incredible today to see how many tactical timeouts have then adapted into a round win instantly. I think we've seen it in a lot of these anti-half buy to early gun round opportunities. A lot of movement, get the rifle aggressively towards A main. I think SDY has even made the right play. I think the extension out there towards B, worker timing, worker lightened bomb site, and he just gets caught. Poddy now can try and clutch up, but it's uncomfortable against the next player. And Matty's with a P250 was kind of the king on B. That was the kill that defined the round entirely.
And the pistol that changed it all. The hero weapon that BlameF held over should have really just got himself a little bit out of the 1-for-1, but ended up setting up a hell of a big round for Fnatic. Virtually no investment. And they get away with damage for days, a stolen round. A rebuy against the ENCE side, which will also exhaust their own funding state. There's no savings for anyone really, except for Fear. Big swing opportunity as Kaspersky loses that first fight. Got close against BlameF, but no cigar.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated with that one. Had the jump on him. And that should have been the opening kill. Fall back, play defensively with the man up. Instead, you've given a little bit of access to the CTs, and they're going to prod even further.
Swing forward, seeing several players thinking down his own teammate. That HE will not catch Poddy. Will get Glaive back in the MAC-10 instead. He'll fight from range on that SMG, do a fair amount of damage, and eventually isolate Matties to a kill. But both players now being low. That Molotov on Fear is going to have to drive him back because they do not want him to stick around there at main. 2 low HP players to an AK. BlameF going to start prodding in. That M4 low HP picked up, and SDY can take Fear back as well. That's the B site completely fallen to the extensions of Fnatic.
A resmoke goes down, which just slows them down even further. Now, the timing is against Poddy poor for the CTs on the wraparound outside of B. They haven't quite caught him before that bomb's gone down.
HP advantage pretty rife for these last 2 players of Jambo and Crims. Crims dives in on Poddy. 2v2 now. HE sent close, doesn't connect towards Glaive, who's playing hidden. SDY, similar story as well. M4 leans up, flashes turned away from, no peeks in, smokes down towards the bomb plant position. It's SDY that goes down next. Glaive all alone now to protect the bomb. Incendiary sent, Jambo, defuse, tap, spray through, blinded. Glaive hasn't got his man though, hasn't forced them off either. Jambo gonna hold his nerve. Crims can't get the knife kill, but Fnatic will get the round.
Oh, Ents will be frustrated at that one. Now, for Fnatic, that whole round is shaping up in a lot of added pressure, working out towards B main, holding on to the man advantage. I think fundamentally they made the right call of leaving B main and putting pressure outside towards Electric and the canals. And they just get unfortunate on the timings that they couldn't really get Glaive, and they struggled here against SDY, but with a man-up situation, that's the ticket right there for Ents. That's the 11-7 round in which you start closing out the best of 3, 2-0. Pressure, perhaps, lack of info. I mean, you have to recall, in that kill against Poddy J, he didn't see the second player, did he? He only sees that first player widened on the angle, and that's why Glaive and SDY's attention is still out there towards Temple and towards the canal, because they're still searching on where the second player is.
Well, the easy runaway of T-side bias is not going to apply fully to Ents at the moment. Force back in for round 18. They're going to go heavy-handed with the rifle. Saved over on Kaspersky, passed off by Glaive and AK in for Naitu. MAC-10s for SDY and Glaive. Very broken by state. And they go into defaults, nothing quick, nothing fancy. Trying to isolate that first kill, but Fnatic are giving them nothing.
An opening man advantage might just be the key. Break into the smoke. Naitu struggles. He's done well, very well. And now we start seeing the Excel towards mid. They've actually dropped. They're going to be splitting into B instead.
Going fast up. Matties in the back side alongside BlameF. Matties overwhelmed with an instant. BlameF spray only gets damage onto SDY. Then a 13 points of health goes the Ukrainian. And the bomb will get planted safe as a result. A 4-on-2 as Ents get everything they were looking for. The round steal, perfect in the force buy. And they will push on to number 10.
See how even the HE didn't properly break the smoke in B main. That was a straight spam kill from Kaspersky. That was not ideal for the D side. The best ideal situation is that they can break the smoke and sort of pull attention in 2 different directions. Keep the CT's eyes towards both Electric and out there to main. A little bit of luck on their sides and just the pace against the rotators. I mean, even Jambo, I don't think we've had the discussion. 6 and 13 after the performance that he put down on Dust 2. What's going on? Why even have the NWP? Why warrant the investment if we're not getting any impact out of him?
I'm talking about drop-offs over the course of the weekend in terms of those big veteran guys that you look at the most, the 2 top performers on Fnatic. But in that last map-up, you're right to highlight what Jambo did and compare it to here and now, because he was the difference maker for Fnatic over on Dust 2. The guy that kept them in that matchup, the guy that provided the impact, unsupported by his teammates, and now he is unsupportive of BlameF and Matties, who have finally gotten going, but maybe too little too late. Ents lean forward as Jambo's AWP looks on for the shot of Naitu, lands the opening blow. That's a bit more like it. Take that criticism on board and make something better of this next round. Advantage for BlameF. Almost going to get extended upon here. Glaive, Poddy, the third player also around that corner. Kaspersky checks it and BlameF goes down. His teammate contested. Jambo is all blinded by a smoke.
just pack and grouping ENCE. They've got no lurkers. They've got no one that's cutting rotates. They are heavy towards mid, and now they can settle. Now, there's not a huge amount of util, but they're still watching out to see if there's a further press elsewhere. SDY is going to be left towards the house. They've got the bomb being regrouped out towards the T-stairs area. And for Fnatic, because it's a weakened investment, they need to make info plays. They can't afford to sit back and play defensively.
Swing forward of Crims indeed will get a bit active and take down Poddy. And find an advantage for Fnatic. Matty's at range. Is he going to start swinging? Him and Fear on the B-side defensive, and they're not going to look to overextend. The M4 of Crims gets involved with another fight. Can't quite get the kill against Glaive, but knows where that bomb is. Kaspersky around the corner, pre-fires it and still gets the pick on Crims. Now Jambo's in a very awkward spot. Low HP, wraparounds inbound towards the canals. Needs to get this AWP to drop soon. Glaive hears him coming, knows they have to commit. SDY involved, but Jambo lands his kill. Matties charges forward with the smoke at main and mows through 2 more to seal the deal on Fnatic's round, just about taking it over ENCE.
And the local hero steps up when it matters because, well, the AWP wasn't hitting anything, consistently missing shots, getting baited. It felt with a 3v1 on the bomb site that was basically a round over for ENCE. All they had to deal with was the AWP. The issue is it takes them a while to get into the bomb site. It takes them a bit of time. And before you know it, the CTs just start sending it. Here it is for Matty's just charging with a pop flash through that A-main smoke.
A wonderful sequence from the man. Hell of a moment for, as you mentioned, the hometown hero of this Fnatic side. The reason why they are the home crowd favourites. But ENCE at this present moment in time are still in the lead, only by a small amount. 10-9 is the scoreline, plus the map in favour of ENCE on Dust 2. A good round win to cripple the economy state of Fnatic could still send us into that 2-0. ENCE will know that. Quick into the M4s, the AK's leaning up, and they're going to find Kaspersky real quick, real aggressive. Fnatic really looking for the fights. Nades will return damage. Glaive is going to get the hunt involved. He may well do so. Matty's involved against Nightjuice, double up against SDY. Glaive finally gets towards that B-bomb site, but it's a little bit too late with that double. Still a 3-on-2, a 2v2 as Poddy strikes elsewhere on his lurk play. Glaive recovers an M4 in the meantime. He's got the bomb on his back. He needs that support from Poddy if he wants to try and plant it down safe.
Oh, timing's good against BlameF. This looks promising from Poddy out towards the T-stairs. Oh, nearly the recovery of a 2v5. Glaive should be able to get a freebie and run it in towards A. He should expect Jambo to already have rotated towards B because of the pressure that was applied with that double entry from the in-game leader.
Jambo's time to shine. Underwhelming over this map up, but can he step up and provide impact now that it's required, or will Glaive end with a quadra? What was a broken buy-up from the ENCE side. Jambo's got smoke and a flashbang. Which one does he use? When does he use him? Glaive has no idea, no information. Hunting for all the angles. And tucks himself into the bomb site just in case he's inbound from main, but Jambo's taking his sweet time with this. Walking his way up to the site, Glaive. The Great Dane, here's the footsteps. He stands right on his head. He gets the kill on Jambo. Holds number 11 and 4 kills in the round for ENCE. They are closing in on the win.
And for Glaive, that was such a nuts play to be able to re-aggress. He is solo outside B with the bomb, but he realizes the timing. Because they've gone aggressive, you might catch them sandwich. Now, the sandwich out towards Electric is kind of poor, isn't it? Matties gets 2 kills, Glaive comes in with 2, Poddy cuts the rotation, but that is a 2v5 round going into almost the last few rounds of regulation. On LAN especially, you almost never see that.
Huge moment from the captain and flashing himself in towards mid to try look for the opening fight again here. ENCE facing the counter broken by Fnatic, who are desperate to hold themselves in this matchup, who are desperate to keep themselves in this game. Gone back and forth for a few rounds now, neither side breaking the stalemate, but ENCE could well do so right here. And if they do so right here, then that will seal the deal on this series, put them in the grand finals, put Fnatic down to that lower bracket consolidation match. And 9 are lying in wait. ENCE posted up, ready to hit this B site. Matties is backed off as of his teammates. Smoke's involved. Can he hold any defensive? Can he get any one of these kills? Not at the moment. The bomb is on its way, but it will be a little bit of time before it's planted.
Unless they get a kill in quickly, this should just be a safe call. I mean, they've played retake B. They've gambled so heavily towards the A bomb site for Fnatic.
He's getting closer, though. Finds a fight on Kaspersky. It doesn't get the kill against him. AK against one of the only rifles they had. Flash in for Poddy. Keeps him blinded, but still, Crims can't even close out against his teammate. Knights also involved, and Glaive flanks on Jambo. Ents are all over them. They've swamped Fnatic. And there's nothing that Fear can do. He put fear into hearts of Ents over the course of this series, but for this round and for this best of 3, it seems like he's the fearful one. Finding Kaspersky for one exit, but that's as far as it will go. 12-9, map, match, and upper bracket point for Ents.
Yeah, Ents just time it so well. And then even the flash play in towards Electric, it just doesn't help Fnatic out at all. It's tunnel visioned, they don't clear that close right-hand side. Ents have shown that they have given more quality and more emotion in the late rounds, the key rounds that just changed the difference of the momentum and the economy. They've got chances to close, but there's no better feeling than doing it right here and right now.
Fnatic put everything into that previous round, all their resources, every part of their buy. And it came out against them.
And because of that, Jay, it's going to have to be gimmicky in this round, isn't it? Yeah. Like, if you don't have the buy, you've got to start thinking, well, what are your options? A main aggression, canal crunch, B main aggression. Whatever it is, it can't be by the book. It's got to be a pocket strat.
What do they have up their pockets, though? Where will it come from? And how will it affect themselves? It's nice to see the contrast as well between the two sides. Glaive happy and smiling given the current state of things. A 3-round advantage, 3 map points, 3 chances to close versus Fnatic that need to make 3 in a row happen. But they want to take us to overtime and stay alive in this best of 3.
Well, it looked like SDY was having more trouble with the AC button than what he was against Fnatic.
Well done. Well done. And to be fair, it is true. Fnatic may have those performers, but Ents seem to have consistency, and that's the thing that's gotten them past their previous online series and here today as well.
I mean, just imagine being Crims and being BlameF and thinking, boys, we haven't even taken a map versus Naitu, Kaspersky, and Poddy on LAN. Like, come on. We're meant to be Fnatic. We're meant to be tier 1 players. How are we in a best of 3 series, no matter how competitive it is, that we're not even taking a map, let alone the series?
As we said before in previous broadcasts during the online season for Cold Quest of Prague, Dwayne, they might be tier 1 players, but they're not always playing at a tier 1 level. Case in point in this matchup where Ents' youngsters from scattered academy sides come together to beat them not once, not twice, but may well be thrice here on LAN in Prague with rifles in their hands and very little in comparison to speak of for Fnatic. SMGs for Masters is the best weapon they've got on Matties. The defensive line needs to hold. They're not going to try anything gimmicky. And SDY will lose his life regardless. Matties will start things off. That's what they need right here.
That's a cancel for the moment. They're waiting to see if Naitu can generate anything. When this smoke clears, that's going to be the green light for him to try and activate.
It's up for now. He will wait it out. Fnatic very handed towards that B-site play, and they're going to get some of the rotations back away from them. 2 players looking at Knight, who looks away at the wrong moment. Fear can pick him up. And survival's on the table now for Fnatic here. Kaspersky spotting a man, but can't take Crims out towards mid. Poddy can, however, towards B-site. Oh! And BlameF runs right into the spray. Survival may have just been wiped off the table for Fnatic. as Jambo's gone and Crims is all that remains. A miracle required. Can get Kaspersky at least to drop that bomb for the time being. Not even that much goes his way. ENCE have done it in style in a 2-0 fashion on Anubis and Dust 2. Fnatic won't be out of the competition, but it's ENCE in the grand finals.
And it may have been October last year when they played their last LAN, but this is now 2 back-to-back LAN tournaments in which ENCE have made the final. The second trot on now, Jay, is whether they can get the full prize, whether they can go back-to-back with titles.
That's the one thing that they would require in this competition, the one thing that would really prove their mettle when it comes to being a squad. I talked about them being talents for the future. I talked about them, of course, having the respective sort of like youth around the academy rosters. You know, Polly coming in from ENCE Academy. You had young ninjas that had Kaspersky, Naitu on Mouse NXT. All these guys with such youth, with potentially great futures, but in the here and now is what we're looking for performances for. And they're well set and ready to try and do that right now. They are in the grand finals, and it was a stellar performance over Fnatic to make it all happen.
Indeed it was, and you'd love to try and see if we can get a rematch with how frequently these two teams have been playing each other online, with how Nine have struggled versus Fnatic in their last few best-of-3s. This is now the opportunity to see whether there is going to be a rematch. Down towards the stage, let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first finalist, Team ENCE. Puri, great match from your side. What do you think was the main difference between the matches online against Fnatic and offline?
I don't know, it was pretty much the same, like kinda close matches, but we come up on top like in the end. It was good, we played our game and that's it.
What was the main thing on Dust when you stole Fnatic's map?
I don't know, we played confident, we had a lot of good individual plays. Yeah, that took us far, and last time we played online it was like back and forth all the time, but we could keep the momentum this time.
You are the biggest favorites on paper of this tournament, you are still unbeaten, but isn't it a bit of added pressure for the finals, because in the finals you can't afford to lose that one last match?
I mean, I wouldn't say there is pressure, we just play our game, and if we play like good our game, we focus on ourselves, I think we will win for sure.
You think you will meet Fnatic again in the finals, or will Nine put some pressure on them as well?
I don't know, I mean, would be nice to play against the Nine since we didn't play against them yet on LAN, but yeah, I think they will have a close game and let's see who will play against us.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck. Once again, Team ENCE, first finalist of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. From the stage of Vodafone Playzone Arena right here in Prague. That was all for today. Tomorrow we will come back with the semifinals and the finals.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tape Sport.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
Not like this. I mean, the last round, definitely not representative of what we saw. That was just a very ugly dot after the effort Fnatic showed us.
Especially for Crims, I mean, it was an unlucky second map. There were a lot of situations that went quite by his head, I would say, and unusually so, especially compared to yesterday. But yeah, Pody 3K on the at the end. There was a lineup. I think it kind of summed up the late phase of this map.
But for Pody, we have to be honest, what a way to end this map. Beautiful sprays on 3 of Fnatic players. Heads down.
For sure. But definitely ENCE took this map in as their own. They proved that their pick was justified, for sure. I mean, overall, nice team effort, but there were 2 players that stood out out of the roster. SDY and Kaspersky, of course.
Exactly. Mainly the second you've mentioned, because a Polish youngster definitely stood there as one of the most important reasons why ENCE won 2-0. So for me, kind of unlucky scenario. I thought we'll see all 6 maps today. So at the end of the day, we can say that only fair for were played, but still, good job for all teams who participated today, because despite the fact we saw only 4 maps, I think it was pretty enjoyable CS.
I'm just gonna add to Kaspersky. I mean, I agree with you. 158 across the 2 maps we actually played today, plus 20 or 109 ADR. I honestly think that he's one of the biggest right now candidates for an MVP of this event, because he's consistent. And consistent enough to make me wonder how he's going to perform in the finals. Yeah,
he has family support here in the arena as well, so that's making him stronger.
Oh, for sure. So ENCE took it. ENCE advanced straight to the finals for Fnatic. It means either 1 or 2 matches tomorrow. Same goes for 9. Some predictions, gentlemen. Is it based on what you saw just now on Anubis, before on Dust 2, is it ENCE as a big favorite for just tomorrow's matches?
Well, hard to cook something, because of course we know finals are something different, and you know the team who they faced will be already warmed up. Maybe tired a little, but most definitely warmed up.
I mean, when it comes to the tomorrow's match between Fnatic and 9, it's going to be very hard to decide who's actually going to come on top, because 9 surprised me a lot this event, and I think they really showed their merit, they showed their value, their quality, and in the first match they really did a number on Fnatic in quite a number of ways. And I think, given that Fnatic lost today, they're not gonna be. I'm gonna say they're not gonna sleep well, and I'm gonna say they're not gonna be really well rested, and 9 can actually surprise them.
Okay, let's hear from coach of 9, of course, about this past match, and maybe even something about tomorrow.
And KJ, coach of ENCE, how happy are you with today's performance of the team?
On a scale from 9 to 10, I would say 8.5. There were a couple of rounds that we gave away in a silly fashion, I would say. And I feel like Anubis is always kind of scripted for us. We are always securing either 3 or 6 rounds on the CT side. So once we got to 4, we knew, okay, we're gonna win 6 rounds here. And yeah, in the end of the day, we were a bit lucky with a couple of rounds on Anubis, I have to admit. But then again, they were also here and there a bit lucky on Dust 2, so it kind of equals out.
You keep stealing maps from your opponents, but finally you kept your own map pick. Why do you think that's so on this tournament? Is it something special for LAN tournaments such as this?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it's something special. It always depends on your daily performance, kind of, or how you are in shape on this particular day, right? Today we were in a decent shape. We went over Dust 2 today in the afternoon right before the match just to review our CT halves, because both against 500 as well as the prior day or the previous day against Parivision Online, we were struggling on our CT side. We were addressing some things, and yeah, luckily it paid off. And today I think, yeah, we were just in a better shape when it comes to our individual performance, and it doesn't have to do anything with the LAN environment or anything with a LAN tournament that you sometimes steal enemies pick. On this level, anything can happen. You see it online all the time. Any team can beat any other team at any given day. It's really weird. Like one day Parivision beats us, next day they lose in a best of 5 against Nexus, and then the next day they play against Nexus again and they just beat them 2-0 in the best of 3. So it's really weird. But yeah, today overall I think we're just really happy with the win.
Yeah, then that's important for you. You can chill tomorrow. You don't have to play semifinals. That can be tricky. What will your program look like for tomorrow's day before the finals?
Yeah, so right now we're going to be going to a strip club, of course, and no, we're just going to chill. Obviously, going to be eating some dinner together right now, if anything is still open. Probably get full smashed as usual, right? Drink a lot of Czech beer, which is really good. No, but just gonna chill, debrief the game together, sleep long. I'll be coming here tomorrow first thing in the morning, 10 a.m. again, start preparing for the game. The boys will sleep out, I'll take care of the prep, and then we'll just, yeah, either play 9 or Fnatic again.
Yeah, that looks like the best schedule possible. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations for the finals and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I mean, he was kind of joking, but was he joking?
I don't think so. I don't think so. No.
I don't think so.
We're gonna keep an eye on that.
Let's look at the stats of the past map. Anubis, I mean, basically what we said before, right? Kaspersky again continued his performance from the previous map. 1.5 KD,
Insane.
huge impact.
Yeah, Polish player, and maybe he's the reason why I would like to see the match between 9 and Ants. One of the reasons, because of course we have Polish Mantu on the team of 9. And what's maybe more spicy, both organizations had their Polish rosters. So for me, I live next to the border with Poland, so it's kind of not important match, but interesting one definitely.
But yeah, I agree with that. I honestly think that 9 might be able to pull it off. We're going to see tomorrow. Fnatic are not going to be easy opponent to beat, that's for sure. But what I wanted to add to this match, at least the second map, was that Jumbo was not performing. On the previous map, he was everywhere, but on Anubis, it was like he was nowhere to be found. He was maybe consumed by the river Styx, I guess. But yeah, the thing is that Fnatic lately show that it's either Jumbo and someone or Blamef and Mattis who actually frag out and not together.
Yeah.
So they actually pick their poison, essentially, who frags, who doesn't, and sometimes it doesn't mesh well with the final result.
Okay, let's now take a look or hear or just listen to what independent coach of Fnatic has to say about this past match.
Independent coach of Fnatic, what do you think was the main key part of your loss today?
Probably connecting the dots in the late round, in my opinion. I think we had very good idea how to play early round, especially on Anubis, on CT side as well. We just kept losing advantages, honestly, not only on gun rounds, also we had a chance to win force rounds. On Dust 2, similar situation, we had a big lead. I think we lost second round. I think, yeah, just connecting the dots and understanding each other better in the late round, because the bounce was not as good as it was yesterday between the players.
Do you feel like maybe ENCE players were at their A-day because they were pretty consistent, all of them were pretty consistent when it comes to openings, when it comes to closing the round, so do you think you just met the opponent at their best day maybe?
Potentially. I don't know how A-game looks for ENCE, to be honest. We haven't managed to crack the code last 3 games against them, but I think we are getting closer and closer, and we can still manage to play them in the final, but now we have 9. I would say it's El Clasico already against 9. It's going to be a banger match. But yeah, for sure, ENCE played very well, and maybe we played too sloppy those advantage rounds, and while they played very, very cool, you know.
We'll try to mix something in the Wedo for tomorrow's matches because there is still some consistency when it comes to your team playing maybe same maps all around, all over again. So do you have something special in your sleeves when it comes to Wedo?
Let's see tomorrow. I think we have very clear idea how we want to approach every single match. It's all about executing the plan. It's not necessarily focusing on the outcome, but how we execute the things we have. Because while yesterday everything, not necessarily everything, but most parts were okay, and we managed to win 9, but today it felt like we were a little bit sloppy, a little bit maybe careless in some situations, or we thought that we won the round already. I think we have all the ingredients to win the tournament. We need to rewatch, talk to each other, and make sure we come back stronger tomorrow.
Do you think you can flip the fact you will play semifinals as well into advantage, maybe, to the finals if you manage to beat 9, because you will have more stage experience, maybe some momentum?
I don't want to think about finals yet.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, it's the obvious. Take one match at a time, right? One map at a time, one round at a time.
Especially from a coach, you probably won't ever hear anything other than that.
For sure. No, that's the correct mindset to have, I guess. But I mean, he has to do that. He has to look at this bracket and see, like, yeah, we have 9 to beat, but I need to prepare for ENCE as well, right? Because I mean, you can't just defeat one opponent and then just say, hey, maybe we'll. It will happen somehow in the finals.
Well, like, you won't prepare as hard as for today's match. It's obvious you'll just try to redo some maybe strats or the blueprint I was talking about yesterday. Because, let's be honest, in, what, 18 hours or something like that, you can't completely change your strat book and so on. So it's more likely on focusing on what was working, what not, and applying that to potential rematch.
Yeah. Okay, let's recapitulate, or let's look forward maybe to what's ahead of us tomorrow, because tomorrow we start a little bit earlier than today, or yesterday. We start at oh well, this is not correct graphics. I think
we should start earlier.
We should start. We start at exactly like this. Perfect. At 3 o'clock, the first match, and then of course, whenever that happens, we go for the finals. Fnatic versus 9 will fight for the opportunity to face against ENCE.
I think one thing is certain. Of course, we're gonna see Fnatic versus 9 again. I don't think we're gonna see Train again.
Well, hopefully not.
Hopefully from 9.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe one more addition to what you said, Tuchniak, for our fans around the globe. It's Central European summertime, 15
it's
o'clock.
Prague.
So
come on, people.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
But we know the jokes around America and so on. So just to be precise.
Perfect. Gentlemen, thank you very much for today. Thank you to everyone who has been watching us, who has been witnessing this amazing CS. And of course, see you tomorrow for the last day of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Good night.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone Playzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Sorať!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tape Sport.
Enjoy the conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.